Good evening at 7 o'clock. This is Rich Ackerman. The Yankees open the spring with a 4-0 win over the Rays, with Paul Goldschmidt driving in the first run, coming in his first at-bat in pinstripes. The news not all good, though, for the Yankees. Pitching prospect Chase Hampton underwent Tommy John surgery today. Yankees also making big news off the field, relaxing their rules on facial hair, now allowing well-groomed beards. The Mets will play their first spring training game tomorrow. It's a chance to see the newest Met, Juan Soto. Manager Carlos Mendoza was a guest on the fan earlier today. And the richest man in baseball saying he's in, it's already been a hit in the clubhouse. The Knicks go for back-to-back wins tonight in Cleveland against the best team in the NBA, which has also won 6 in a row. Josh Hart sitting out again with an injury. And the Rangers' Vincent Trocheck reportedly broke his finger during the Four Nations tournament. Peter Laviolette said all 4 members of Team USA are expected to play tomorrow. Now that's what's happening. I'm Rich Ackerman. I'll see you today.
All righty. that sub is loud now. That monitor is super loud now.
1019 FM and always live on the free Odyssey. It's Keith McPherson on the Fan. 1019 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Oh yeah, play my Yankee beat. Yeah. Man, what a day and night. Another 5-hour KM to AM. Shout out to Loogie. Just set it up on a tee for me. I'm about to just knock that one out. Too easy. 888-808-1019. All these guys. Evan. Man, get these Mets fans up out of here with these goofy takes. Juan Soto, hyper glazing Soto. Everything is not about Juan Soto. That Chevy's not even about Juan Soto. I'm sure Steve Cohen has some type of deal with the local Chevy dealer down there. Stop yourselves. You know what we're going to get into. It's a Yankee Day and Night. And history has been made. The facial hair policy has been changed. I repeat, the New York Yankees have actually stepped into the future. Now, let's go back in time a little bit. If you heard any of my shows last week, right, we talked about this. 2 weekends ago, we talked about this. And, I'm not going to take credit for the change. And I appreciate all of the Yankee fans that have hit me to be like, you did this. I played a little part. Juan Soto played 0 part in this. Juan Soto can't grow a beard. And, just remind yourselves, if you want to be big bro, stop acting like lil bro. Just please keep that in the front of your minds. The Mets manager was in here today, or he wasn't in here today. He called in today. Thought he might be in here. Thought it might be on us. He called in. Shout out to Carlos Mendoza. I was able to catch a little bit of that. Oh, he learned under Aaron Boone, the newly extended Yankees manager. Oh, the Yankees literally granted you access. They allowed the Mets to interview and take him. Eric Chavez as well. The Yankees don't do anything with the Mets in mind. There is no counter to the Mets moves. The Mets' whole identity is to get out of the shadow of the New York Yankees. So let's clear that up right away. 888-808-1019. They did not make this move because Juan Soto took a family suite. It's business. Where else have you heard of a team giving out family suites and premium tickets? They just took a hit for the next 15 years. Steve Cohen can afford it. But the Yankees stood their ground against the Supreme Court of Soto. Aaron Judge doesn't get a free suite. Derek Jeter didn't get a free suite. Did you see Jeter with the AI image of himself with the beard? Yeah. The captain loves it. Former Yankees are loving it. Former Yankees are speaking out saying new rules. CeCe was there. CeCe posted new rules. It happened. And you can call me tonight and say George is rolling in his grave. He's not. You can call me tonight and say, oh, I hate it. Hate it then. Stop watching the team. Stop rooting for the Yankees. Hal Steinbrenner came out and told you his thinking. And that's where I give credit to Hal Steinbrenner. 888-1019. Hal Steinbrenner came out and said that he made this move. This is after years of consideration. He made this move after talking to players past and present. He made this move to get in front of this. And that was my take last week, right? Like one of my takes last week. I had a bunch of points. And Hal didn't say anything about my points, so I can't take credit. But if you want to give me credit, I will take your credit, and we'll have fun, and we'll laugh about it, and we'll celebrate it tonight. The Yankees are on my screen right now. Little Yankee encore. They brought the little bug back that says encore. They used to do the replay and not have encore for a little while. Did they have it last year? Anyway, whatever. That Yes Network music hit like crack in the 80s today. Bum, 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 bum. We're back, baby. So, shout out to Hal Steinbrenner because he didn't have to do this. 49 years of this. He didn't have to do this today. Last night I was telling you Stephen A. Smith sucks. He comes out and says, I don't need this. Why are you doing a whole press conference for this? I need championships. Well, maybe this leads to one. Maybe the bearded Yankees actually bring it back, bring it home, bring the parade back. This shows me they're willing to adjust, to change, and evolve. This isn't the first thing. There's a lot of things that have changed, right? I talked last week about Jazz Chisholm and them letting him express himself. Wear your chains, wear your belts, wear your socks and your gloves and your different color cleats. Be you. Last year, they let the guys wear the seafoam green accents. People hated that. I had in my notes, I didn't actually get this out last week, but the Yankees were slow to adopt a Pride Night, if you can remember. They started to catch flack for that some years ago. They were slow to have Pride Night, and do a night for the LGBTQ community. I know there's a bunch of you probably call and say something stupid about that, but the Yankees, they did it in their own way. They waited and they honored Stonewall, and they did it in their own way. The Yankees, they are different than every other team and organization. They can march to the beat of their own drum. There are 29 teams in the New York Yankees, and this made national news. It made national news before today. Like, Devin Williams will actually be the player that we point to and say, hey, this guy had a nice beard. This guy came in and follow me here because I told you guys I met him at Pinstripe Pride. I got to hang out with him for a few minutes, talk to him. He had that beard for I think this is going on 7 years. And he held out on shaving that beard until the absolute last moment. Probably had it shaved right before he put on his pinstripe Yankee spring training hat. And then everybody in the baseball world that saw the guy that was just ranked as the #1 reliever in baseball, everyone in the baseball world that saw him without his beard for the first time, myself included, said, whoa. I said, yo, they zapped his aura. Yo, that's not right. It almost felt cruel. I think I cited those viral videos of kids that get in trouble in school and their parents make them shave their heads or cut their locks or shave their head, and the kids are kicking and screaming. It felt not right. And I talked about society, and I talked about this day and age, right? I talked about Devin Williams specifically because I got to hang out with him. He is quiet as kept. He's humble. He's a beast on that mound, though. And he will be a free agent after this year, though. So this isn't about a free agent that was on the team last year that left. This is a move for the future. This is a move. The Yankees said, we got to get in front of this. Now's the time. Because there are also guys like Max Fried, Paul Goldschmidt, Cody Bellinger that have come in and all shaved and fell in line. They didn't make a big deal out of it. Devin Williams didn't make a big deal about it. Like, he said it is what it is, quietly, and accepted it because he respects the Yankees. He respects the history. But you know what? These guys, as pro ball players, these guys as some of the best in the world, professionals, they deserve respect as well. 888-808-1019. And you know what Hal Steinbrenner decided to do today? Put some respect on these grown men's names. And it's no disrespect to his father. It's no disrespect to Yankees past. It is just getting with the times, man. It is just getting with the times. So Devin Williams, when I saw your team photo and you had the little 5 o'clock shadow and the stubble, maybe you knew. And Hal said he talked to specifically Aaron Judge, Garrett Cole, and Giancarlo Stanton. And none of them pushed back. Not one of the Yankee players said, hey, we need to follow tradition. So who are you as a fan to call up tonight and say, I don't like this. This isn't the Yankees. Oh, they're undisciplined now. You're wrong. And I can't wait to see the bearded Bombers. I can't wait to see the beard gang Yanks. They're not all going to do it. They all can't grow a beard. But I did not think that this was going to happen today. I'll go back to last night. I was on air after the Four Nations Championship. United States loses. I took more hockey calls than I ever took on air. And when I go home, I can't come down from it. I'm watching ESPN. I'm on Twitter. I'm like, yo, this is crazy. Like, the whole world is still talking hockey. Like, the NHL won. So I didn't actually fall asleep until 4 a.m. I wake up this morning, 9:07. Something woke me up. Maybe God tapped on me like, yo, check your phone. I check my phone. There's a bunch of missed calls, texts, tweets. Yo, bro, they changed the beer policy. Yo, you call for this. Yo, they heard you. Yo, keep doing your thing, bro. Keep talking that talk. And one of the main things that I said was, hey, this generation, and Hal spoke about this generation, right? He spoke about future generations. I said, this generation of players, like in the NBA, Jared McCain, first-round draft pick of the Philadelphia 76ers. They call him the zesty hooper. He can shoot with the best of them. He wears nail polish. And Ryan Williams, the freshman wide receiver, 17-year-old phenom at Alabama, has $2.3 million in NIL deals, just signed a deal with a nail polish company. These guys are some of the best in their sports. They're wearing nail polish. Now, me, growing up in the 90s, that wouldn't have flown. I wouldn't have been able to step out there on the basketball court or a football field with painted nails. One of my coaches would have been like, let's not do that. But now these guys, that's a part of their identity. That's a part of their social media impact and presence. That's who they are. It's being allowed. And I said last week, there's going to come a time, there's going to come a player, a free agent or a homegrown Yankee that grows this social presence, grows this identity, starts to get known for his look, his aura, his swag, his moxie, and it may include a beard. It may include some flow, some lettuce, a little bit of long hair. Hell, I've got long hair, and I got attacked. Mostly racist, but people saying to me, oh, your employer should make you cut your hair just because you want to look like a thug. Just because I'm like, and that's crazy. We got to stop judging people. Let people be who they are. If you look good, you play good. You play good, you are good. You play good, they pay good. And the Yankees want to pay good players to stay in their organization. And this was a small little thing that probably stopped more players than we know from signing with them. Hal also spoke on that. He said that there was a non-roster invite, probably a bat that we're all screaming for, right? Probably a hitter that was like, yeah, my agent will get back to you. I don't want to shave. I don't want to fall in line. They're the only team that was doing this. There were 29 other options for players to sign with where they could keep their beard or keep their hair. I am so proud of the Yankees for not just staying stuck on stupid, not just staying stuck on their old ways and saying, we're the Yankees. I called them out. I said, you don't win like the Yankees of old. You don't win championships like you used to do to live off of that anymore. You put a patch on the pinstripes. It says star with 2 R's insurance on the sleeve. There's a Nike swoosh over the sleeve. You changed the stadium. You built the judges' chambers and put a different player the whole season in front of the judges' chambers. What are we talking about? 888-808-1019. So, yeah, when I woke up today, man, it was party on. It was great. It's good when your takes actually age well. Old takes exposed, freezing cold takes. You guys should at me. You should tag me any other time you've got something to say. But now everybody's quiet on that front. Shout out to Hal Steinbrenner. It's his team. Shout out to Hal Steinbrenner noticing something with a player on his team like the airbender, right? They saw that airbender in camp. They're like, hey, this dude, hold on. This dude might be the change. You see him throw that pitch? If he wants a beer, we got to talk about it. And they talked about it, and they said it had been going on for years. And I'm very proud to be a Yankees fan. I'm very proud to be on WFAN. This microphone is powerful. I know the reach. I know how many people hear what we talk about. And I do think we all played a small part in this happening sooner rather than later. 888-808-1019. The Yankees also played today. The Yankees also did open up spring training today. It was glorious. Marcus Stroman, you guys made a big fuss about that about a week ago. He went out there, looked good, had a smile on his face. No worries. Maybe he gets traded. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he's depth. But as guys start throwing, guys get hurt. Chase Hampton had Tommy John surgery. JT Brubaker wore one today. Like, we're probably going to need him for a little while, and we'll see. And I think that the Yankees, unfortunately, I've been screaming for a bat with the news of Giancarlo Stanton being hurt. But as I looked at Peraza and as they showed you up there, Yorbit Vivas and obviously DJ LeMahieu and Oswaldo Cabrera, and then you heard from Hal, which I know this is something that pissed a lot of y'all off today. You heard from Hal when Chris Kirshner, shout out to Chris Kirshner, kept it all the way real, asked him about the payroll. And he mentioned the payroll being over 300, right? They're over the luxury tax at 307, 308. And Hal straight up said, does having a huge payroll really increase my chances of winning a championship? I mean, it certainly helped the Dodgers last year, but hey, he leaned on the fact that we have Volpe, we have Austin Wells, we have Luis Hill. I was waiting for him to say Jason Dominguez, right? They are going to look to some of these younger players to offset the cost. They have a mix of talented young players. They have a mix of free agents, trades, veteran players. And for all the people that say that the Yankees don't develop players, they've developed one of the best players you've ever seen, Aaron Judge. And I get it. Aaron Judge shrinks in the postseason, but he's still one of the best players in the game. And you can't take that away from the New York Yankees that they found this guy, developed him, and turned him into what he is. 888-808-1019. We'll talk about what you saw from Will Warren. We'll talk about what you saw. Like Paul Goldschmidt, I told you, Paul Goldschmidt has been one of my favorite players the last 10 years, from Arizona to St. Louis and to now. He fell off a little bit, but he seems like he's right back on the horse in those pinstripes. Like, how crazy is it to see Cody Bellinger and Paul Goldschmidt in the batter's box with pinstripes? They are Yankees. It has honestly made me chill a little bit because I feel like they're not going to spend. They're not going to make a trade. They're not going to go over, they're not going to go crazy right now to go add that other bat to the lineup. They're going to go with the options that they have. And maybe we do got to wait to the trade deadline. It is what it is. But I'm excited about the season. Today was a Yankee day. And don't let anybody tell you that, the Yankees have the Mets in their mind. They don't at all. Not making moves like this, not 49 years in the making, not making a move. Please, all the hyper glazing of Juan Soto is getting super corny. Worry about Juan Soto playing and carrying you to a World Series. Maybe the Mets should start shaving. It's been 10 years since your last appearance, about to be damn near 40 since you won. There's a whole 2 generations of Mets fans that haven't seen the Mets win a World Series. 888-808-1019, taking calls all night. Keith McPherson on the fan. Dave Sims will join us in about an hour. I have maybe a former Yankee joining us to talk about this later on, and maybe another surprise or two. Let's have fun tonight. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Oh, that's the open. I wasn't even paying attention to people here. Hello, Lorraine. What's up, Pam? Yeah, Peraza is back on. We'll talk about it, man. I'm glad they changed the policy as well. Love your cap. Yeah, spring training cap. We in there. We in there, baby. You already know. I'll be right back, yo. I gotta get some ice for my water. Where the hell? Where are my keys? I came in Yankee down today, boy. I came in Yankee down. I was feeling some type of way today, boy. I was feeling some type of way today, boy. I'm on one. I'm on one. Where are my keys, bro? I'm tripping. I think my keys might be out here. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Can't move around the building without your keys. All right, yo. Jeez. Say that. Say that. Say that. You already know. Say that. I need to change. Actually, I got so many things I got to do. Not enough time. Not enough time, man. Yeah, we got the Knicks on at what time? 8? Knicks are on right now. Okay. KM to AM. Your nighttime host, Keith McPherson on the Fan, taking calls at 888-808-1019. Friday night, let's vibe. I'm watching the Yankees, but I got my eye on the Knicks score. 14-11 Cavs. I could have sworn this game was going to be in the Garden. Why did they do that? Why would you have the Cleveland Cavaliers play in Brooklyn last night? The Knicks play in New York last night. The second half of a back-to-back coming out of the All-Star break. The NBA doesn't make any sense. The NBA is failing. NHL is still winning. I'm adding this as another win for the NHL. Why would you have these guys go to Ohio and play? They could play right here in the Garden. And don't tell me, they've already played enough games in the Garden against each other. Well, just fix the schedule. That's stupid. They were just in Brooklyn last night. They could have spent the night, played tonight, left. Anyway, we'll see what the Knicks do against the Cavs. This is a chance to potentially, throw a punch at Cleveland, who has the highest record, the highest amount of wins, 45, best record in the NBA. A lot of people are liking what they're doing. And if the Knicks can figure out how to get a win in their building tonight, then, maybe the Cavs are going on a run. Maybe we'll have a little different tune about, the Knicks. But I know they're down a couple guys. So we'll get into that later. I got a full rack of calls. Like I said, Dave Sims is going to join us around like 8:10, 8:15. I actually got to text Dave. And I got to text my other couple special guests and see maybe, what time they're going to be on. But you're the guest. You're the guest host. I want to talk to you. Yankee fans, the Yankee night. Don't let these Mets fans just keep hovering over every single thing with the Yankees. Oh, you signed Devin Williams? Pete Alonso hit that home run over. Like, shut up. Just mind your own business. Get ready for your first spring training game. Enjoy Clay Holmes. That's another thing, right? Oh, the Yankees did this because of Juan Soto, because Juan Soto left for the Mets. Paulie's trying to drown me out. It's so corny. Like, stop thinking about us. You can't, because your literal whole identity as Mets fans is to like overcome the Yankee fans. Like, oh, look at Dick's Sporting Goods. Dick's Sporting Goods has a whole display of Mets stuff for the first time ever. No, they always have Mets stuff. Go to the other side. Look at the window display. That's where all the Yankee stuff is to get people to come in the store. Anyway, I don't. I'm just saucing y'all up. Somebody's got to create balance here. I can't listen all day, and it's like I can't. We got to balance it out by the end of the night. That's why I'm here for the next 5 hours. 888-808-1019. Vinny in Middle Village on the fan. What's up, Vinny? What's up, Vinny? Oh. All right, we got to put Vinny on hold. Let's go to Lou in Astoria. Lou knows what to do. I'm great. Today was a great day to be a Yankee fan. Did you see what the Tigers team put out? So they showed Gleyber Torres the post from the Yankees today, and Gleyber thought it was a troll. He thought it was a joke. He couldn't believe it. So, yeah.
I don't know if you probably just forgot, but I was in the military, and I joined. I became a Yankee fan because of their tradition, because of the way they look, the physical appearance, the dress code. I know, but anyway, I know that you're not gonna be happy with what I'm gonna say. My son, okay, he had the same principle as his daddy when I got out of the army, when he went to public school, and he's 14 now. He had a short haircut. And when he went to school, everybody else had long hair, and he was bullied about it, okay? And I said, son, kid, listen to this. I spoke to the mother. I said, hey, honey, let the kid who grows the hair. The good-looking kid, not because it's my kid, but you know what I'm saying? And then the bully stopped, okay? But my problem with this is that you're giving her now an admonition to keep telling us the reason why we're losing is because now the dress code. That's ridiculous.
No one said that.
How about open the wallet? The
wallet is open. Thanks for the call, Lou. I gave you story time about your son, and then you bring it around to say you're going to tell us that we're losing because of this. They went to the World Series last year. They were the number 1 seed in the American League, won the American League. They won the division. Maybe if guys were allowed to have beards last year, maybe they would have had home field advantage, won more games than the Dodgers. Some of you guys just can't be happy. The greatest rivalry in baseball is Yankee fans versus other Yankee fans. The Yankees do something like this that took them 50 years, and we got to swing it to, open the wallet. Hal Steinbrenner just told you they're spending $307. Come on, what are we talking about? Don't make it anything. It's not about your son. It's not about the military. It's about these guys on this team today. They made a decision today that whoever would like to grow their beard, a well-kept beard out a little bit, go ahead. The whole team isn't going to do it. I can't grow a beard. Everybody can't grow a beard. Luke Weaver can't grow a beard. It's not like they're going to come out there looking like Robin Williams from Jumanji.
Yeah, we spoke about this earlier. Hal Steinbrenner offered Juan Soto $750 million. So it's not a question of
760.
It's not a question of if he's opening the wallet. He opened it $760 million.
It's starting to grind my gears.
On shows to go with the Queens, but whatever.
I would too, because actually the money that he can make over 15 years is $805 plus the bigger signing bonus and $1 million in tickets every year for his family and friends. The offer was the highest offer. He was taking that offer. If the Toronto Blue Jays were allowed to counter with a better offer, if the Red Sox were allowed to counter with a better offer, he might have considered the final hours of that Sunday night of winter meetings. Who cares? John is in Baldwin. John, you're on the fan.
What's up, Keith?
Watching the game over again, talking to the talk,
I just want to say, I loved your opening monologue, and I have to say, I completely agree with everything you said. The whole point of I think people are missing the point. It's not about the beard. It's not about the hair. It's about expressing players' personality and feeling comfortable with who they are. And, you're right. It doesn't correlate to if he had a beard, if he had more drip, we're going to win 50 more games. That's not always the case. But the point is, you want players to come to this organization and feel comfortable. I root for this team. I want to show out. And, listen, everyone who's a Mets fan is always trying to make it about them versus us. Listen, you got Soto. Congratulations. I'm happy that you want to drop that back for a DH in about 7 or 8 years. Congrats, dude. You want to do that? go ahead. But I think the bottom line is like, Kyle took a step to make his players feel more comfortable, to have his players back. And like, players are going to look at this and be like, yeah, like this is an owner who I want to play for. It's a GM who hears that these are players who are comfortable in the organization. And yeah, that's my point. I also want to say shout out to St. John playing UConn with Garden on Sunday. It's going to be electric, going to be a movie. Patino has these boys buzzing, and always good to talk to you.
Thanks for the call, Jordan. Yeah, let's go, Johnnies. The city's going to be buzzing with that. We got the Mets game tomorrow. We've got Yankee baseball now starting. And yeah, Hal will be remembered for this. As much as you guys want to, talk about his dad and what his dad would be thinking and doing, please. Like, there were people talking last year because Marcus Stroman wore a do-rag under his hat. Oh, my God, George Steinbrenner. Oh, what would he be thinking about it? He'd be thinking win. If you can go out there and win games, I don't give a damn about whatever else as long as you win. You're winning the division. You're winning the American League. Unfortunately, they lost the World Series. But hello, the whole point is to get back there this year and win. And maybe these guys feel a sense of pride. They're the first Yankees team that gets to grow their beards out a little bit. Cashman joked about Austin Wells having to shave twice a day already to comply. Cashman talked about, you see guys a couple days, like in a homestand, right? Let's say the third or fourth day of the homestand. Maybe they have a little more stubble than they had the first game after coming back. And it's like, who wants to have to be the teacher to go down there, the babysitter to go down? Hey, come on, guys, shave. It is not needed. I don't know how many times I said last week, what does it do? What has it produced? In the past, you could say, sure, the Yankees were disciplined. Yeah, the Yankees also used to have to wear sport coats. They had to travel in suits. They don't do that anymore. So, they're getting with the times, and let's see if these guys benefit from it. There might be 5 guys that look drastically different. And you know what it's also done away with, right? The guys like Gleyber Torres leaving, and, oh, look at Gleyber with a beard, or Gary Sanchez, or Robinson Cano. That's done now. If you want to be a Yankee and you're a beard gang guy, you're a guy with a beard, we're not looking at you like you're some type of thug or unprofessional. We're looking at you like a grown-ass man here to do a job that's going to do his job because he feels good about how he looks doing that job. 888-808-1019. Rich is in Springfield, New Jersey on the Fan. What's up, Rich?
Keith, I've been a Yankees fan since the days of Mercer and Munson. And, it's tradition. Yankee tradition is, Old Timers Day. Yankees tradition is.
They don't play anymore.
What's that in?
Yeah, they don't play Old Timers Day anymore.
Well, yeah, still, it's still, they still do something.
But they changed.
They still celebrate it. And, you've got, but my point is that a tradition that affects the players like a beard. Players are inked up, they're pierced up, they got their hair different.
Yes.
What the heck is a beard? It's 2025.
Right on.
Hi.
Marcus Stroman has his entire neck and head tattooed. You saw Verdugo with the tattoos. Like I said, Jazz comes out there. He's got these big clunky chains. He's got every kind of pink and green. So it's like if Devin Williams wants to have a 2-guard beard, so be it.
And yeah, absolutely. And can we finally put the Juan Soto thing with the Yankees to rest? He's gone, good riddance, and the Yankees right now today are a better baseball team than they were in October.
Correct. Thank you for the call, Rich. I thought you were about to tell me the beards are tradition. I've been watching since Bobby Mercer. And I'm going to be like, come on. The first thing you cited was Old Timers Day. I used to love going to Old Timers Day. I think the last one that I went to and watched was 2015. They stopped playing. With the pandemic, they stopped playing. They could change that, right? They've changed a lot of things. This is such a small change that we're going to forget about it in a few weeks. It's big today. It's a historic day. It's national news today. We're going to talk about it all night. But in the grand scheme of things, does this mean now Judge and Cole and all of the players have beards? No. Also, I like that they did it now because it gives these guys over a month until opening day to actually grow the beard if that's how they want to look when the regular season starts.
Right. And me and you both know that it doesn't matter what the facial hair policy is. Results on the field is what matters. And when you're yelling at with Lou and Astoria, they want to win championships. Getting to the World Series isn't enough. And that's the difference. And that's why I think this is a layup for Hal, because I actually think you can look at this and compare it to Steve Cohen, is that everyone talks about the culture now. culture of teams, this, that, the other thing. Everyone has money. And Hal looked at it and he's like, you know what? If the Mets and other teams can offer as much money as I can, why aren't they choosing me anymore? And that's when the culture and the small stuff. And like you said, the beard policy, in theory, it's a small thing. But that small thing is now, you know what? Ooh, I can keep a beard.
Yeah, Hal said, if I ever found out that a player we wanted to acquire to make us better, to get us a championship, did not want to be here, and if he had the ability, would not come here because of that policy, that would be very, very concerning. They finally have come around on like, this is more of a detriment. That's why I said, what does it do? Do these guys shave and feel powerful? I feel like Derek Jeter. I feel like Mickey Mantle. No, these guys shave and they're reduced to like looking in the mirror. Like even like I saw the picture of Rougned Odor today. And I talked about how Rougned Odor talked about how his daughter was scared of him for weeks. Took like 2 weeks to like, okay, his baby. Because she used to seeing daddy with a beard. Who is this man in my house? This is dada without a beard. Like, why'd you have to shave? For work? Because I'm on the Yankees now. You've been on other teams. There's 29 other teams that don't do this. The Yankees just got with the times, and there could be more things coming. I don't expect names on the back of the jersey, but can I get a City Connect uniform?
That do the Yankees use this as the first springboard to maybe put names on the back of the jersey and become more family friendly, quote unquote, to which Juan Soto and other players who have left the Yankees have said, you know what, it's just a little bit too buttoned up for me over there. And maybe that's accurate. And maybe it's not a slight against anybody. It's just maybe Hal Steinbrenner finally woke up. Maybe it was Devin Williams saying, you know what, I'm not going to re-sign here if you change this. No,
Devin Williams is not like that. That's what I'm saying. I got to kick it with Devin Williams. He's quiet as kept. He's soft spoken. He was not gonna. Everybody else made it about him. He didn't say a word. He kept his beard until the last minute. But like when asked about it, the interviews asked me. He said it is what it is. Like he didn't push back. But I think like when I said it came off cruel that they made that man do that, I think they started to look inward and say, all right, this guy is literally rated as MLB Network's #1 reliever. If he comes in here and he's not what he used to be because he doesn't have a beard, or let's say he goes out there and he has a bunch of saves this year, close the World Series for the Yankees, but then when they're negotiating, it comes up then, and he might go somewhere else like the Dodgers because like, no, they got in front of it. And that's all I was saying last week, using Ryan Williams and Jared McCain as examples. I'm like, there's going to come a time, and some people, nope, it hasn't come yet. Okay, we're in the present. We're not in the future. The future is now. Now we are.
So a thought experiment for you. If Devin Williams is a free agent and the Yankees ask him, hey, after the trade, they talk, hey, would you have signed with us as a free agent? And he's like, I'd have to think about it because you would make me shave my beard. And I wonder what that reaction, because maybe that conversation did happen this spring training already. And
it did.
And maybe he went
not with him so much, but they said there was a player that they wanted to bring in, a minor league invite, whose agent told him he doesn't want to shave. And that's not the first time they've heard this. Also, Cashman talked about it is an evolution on their part because all of the teams have to do Mother's Day hats, Father's Day hats. They've had to change the Yankee uniform, the veteran stuff. They've had to change the Yankee uniform that was so sacred. Players Weekend stuff. So it's like, okay, if we're breaking that code, why can't we just slowly, break this code that impacts our players when they leave the building? 888-808-1019. You don't have to wear the Father's Day hat when the game is over. You have to wear that non-beard that you had. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I love it. I'm telling you, as a Yankee fan, as a host on the Fan, as someone that was lobbying for this and was, having these conversations with you guys last week and not thinking they were going to do it and literally saying, we can't change it. Fans can't change it. The only way it changes is if a player pushes back. The players didn't push back. Good on the Yankees for having the proactive conversation on their own and saying, hey, is this something that we could do before our fans see our team come out there, the first spring training game with pinstripes? Yeah, let's announce this. Let's pull this away. It's 2025. Linda is out on Long Island. Linda, you're next on the Fan.
Hi, I'm 73 years old, and I'm cool with the beard.
Okay, go on.
Okay, but I don't want the beard to go down to their belly button.
No, they said it has to be well groomed.
Right, and I don't want them to look like a werewolf.
Yeah, no Teen Wolf. We're we're not gonna have James Harden's beard. Like, and I don't think any of these guys, and that's the thing too. We'll be monitoring this, Linda. Who pushes it too far? Who in the summer are we like, all right, it's starting to get a little too scraggly. Like, where's the team barber?
Yeah, because like Justin Turner, he just joined the Cubs, I believe. I never liked his beard, although it didn't look too bad. But the guy from Colorado,
Charlie Blackman.
beard was so friggin' long. When I'm watching him hit, all I'm doing is looking at him and saying, why does he want to look like that?
Yeah, he's hoping the pitcher thinks that too. Thanks for the call, Linda. They call him Chuck Nasty. He's out there in Denver, Colorado with the long, nasty hair and beard. The Yankees won't get there. I promise you they won't get there. No one's gonna want to be the guy to push it too far. But it's not too far to say, hey, it's 2025. We don't view people with beards as criminals. We don't view people with a little bit of a beard as unprofessional. We don't judge people like that anymore. And we also don't make everyone fall in line that way. 888-808-1019. Watching this game, like, these guys came out with a good energy today. I love seeing Cody Bellinger play center field. I like the difference. We go from all of these things as like Marcus Stroman. Oh my God, look, got to get Marcus Stroman out of here. Can't believe he said that. And then Marcus Stroman goes out there. He's the first guy to take the ball, pitches his inning, scoreless, whatever. Nobody's worried about that anymore. Oh, Giancarlo Stanton's got 2 bad elbows. Oh, DJ LeMahieu at third base. And like you see, Peraza-Palooza's back on. Oswald Peraza gets a knock, his first at bat. And it's like, okay, rumble, young man, rumble. Go ahead and show us that like you don't have any more options left. It's your time. You lost the shortstop battle with Volpe. Go win the job. And then even with the outfield, all the conversations that we had about, why put Dominguez in left field? And, you could put Dominguez in center where he's more comfortable. Well, Bellinger looked really comfortable and really good in center field. And he's actually got major league experience there. Dominguez is younger, more athletic, faster, stronger. He is putting in the work, which is what you're supposed to do in camp, in left field. So they're going to get him up to speed like Boone came in here and told BT and Sal, they're going to get him up to speed in left field so that they don't have to potentially move him. So that when Trent Grisham comes back, which Meredith Marakovich told us he's running. So we bugged out of, he's got a hamstring. Austin Wells isn't ready to go. Where's Judge? Everybody relax. It's under control. These guys can grow their beards. They have talent. We're going to watch these games. We're going to figure out who is who and what is what. And there's still time to improve this team if need be. 888-808-1019. Mike is in Clifton Park next on the Fan.
Hey, Keith. Great show. So I'm a Mets fan, but I want to keep it light. So here's a question and a thought for you, okay? Question is, who do you think is going to be the first bearded Yankee bobblehead? And then an NBA thought. Since the NBA All-Star game stinks, what do you think about Family Feud East versus West for the NBA with Steve Harvey?
First off, Mike, you don't have to enter like, I'm a Mets fan, don't yell at me. But you did cue up something in my notes. The Yankees also dropped the 2025 promotional schedule. I go to games and I go collect bobbleheads and jerseys and free giveaways for years. I've been waiting for this. Last week I was talking about that. When Steve Cohen was crying about attendance earlier this week, when Steve Cohen was saying, yeah, I didn't like it, 18th, these guys better come out to the ballpark. I said, hey, if you want a free jersey, well, not a free jersey, don't buy a jersey, buy a ticket, and you can get a Clay Holmes jersey, right? The Mets have good giveaways. Well, the Yankees have rolled out their giveaways. I don't know who the first bearded guy will be. It's got to be somebody, maybe Devin Williams. I don't think they'll make a Devin Williams bobblehead this year, obviously. But maybe next year if he re-signs, Devin Williams. I'm telling you, Devin Williams is going to be the guy that we look at. If he becomes the Yankees closer, especially coming off of watching Prey Holmes last year blow 14 saves, if Devin Williams becomes the Yankees closer, I can't wait to see what song this guy enters to and how he lights up that stadium and how we rock to that PC Richardson. Like, I cannot wait for opening day and for the actual season to start so we can stop all of this, like, talking about, the Mets versus the Yankees, when we have actual games and we can look at scores, we can look at stats, we can look at records, and we can be in our own corners. But I cannot wait to see what Devin Williams is. Maybe he's the guy that gets the bobblehead, because if he's the Yankees closer, he signs a deal for X amount of years, then yeah, next year, 2026, you see him get that bobblehead. And he should be, because like I said, he's the guy that this made national news. This is not about the Mets. The baseball world was talking about this because everybody knows Devin Williams. And when they saw Devin Williams without a beard for the first time, there were podcasts, there were shows, there were 100,000 tweets about, come on, Yanks, another guy. You zap this guy's, or do we have to do this to this guy? Really? 888-808-1019. Family Feud at the NBA All-Star game with Steve Harvey? No. They did too much with Kevin Hart. I don't need the comedians, and I don't need them to I don't care to see these players answer questions or play trivia games or test their knowledge. Hoop. They're the best hoopers in the world. They should go out there and play hard like Canada just played their asses off against the United States because they had their whole country's pride on the line. And yeah, anyway, with the the Yankees promotional items, Friday, April 25th, I'm going to get me another Yankees hockey jersey. I guarantee you that. Friday, May 2nd, the day after my birthday, maybe we'll throw a party. They have a Jazz Chisholm basketball jersey that looks like the Knicks City Connect jersey. That 13 over the pinstripes is way harder than the Roger Clemens jersey that they gave out last year. I might have to get a couple of those. I might have to find a way to, I might have to buy a couple tickets, go in, leave, get back in line, get another one, go in, politic. You have $20. You don't want this one? Yeah, I might need a couple of those. 888-808-1019. The Yankees, this was a Yankee day. I came in here with the pinstripe spring training hat. If you're watching live, you see that I got the hat on. I came in here with my Yankee jacket on, broke it out for the first time in 2025. Like the way I woke up today to all these tweets and texts and calls about the beard policy, then I went back to sleep. And I woke up, I saw the promotional schedules out. They got another football jersey. And now, like, this football jersey this year is a pinstripe Yankee football jersey. So if you got the pinstripe spring training hat, they got some extra drip to go with that. I'm excited, man. I cannot wait to get back to the Bronx for another season. 888-808-1019. Paul? Nope. All right, we'll take another call. I thought Paul had something to say. Everybody is beards, except E. Frank in Astoria. You got it, man. Go for it.
All right, Keith. I just would like to say I did advocate the beard, and I'm glad they got that.
It was all you, E. Frank. Thank you. We appreciate you doing your part.
Yeah, but, I regret 4 things in my life, okay? 4 things that I've done that are not good, okay? First of all, I took an after-school teenage league softball game.
I didn't know what you were about to say. Go on.
All right, and then finally, and not finally, but then, oh my God, I got to tell you this.
Go on. You got me nervous here. As the list goes, it's not just you and me speaking. Everyone can hear us. Go on.
Yeah, I remember when I was 5 years old, okay? And I went to a New York Yankee game, and I was bumping into a man repeatedly, and that was during the Vietnam War conflict.
All right, E. Frank. Yeah, anyway, so, the Yankees changed their facial hair policy for the first time in 49 years. Call me up at 888-808-1019. Let's see what Joe in Ho-Ho-Coos, New Jersey has to say on the fan.
Keith, what's up, man? Another great intro. I've been calling you for a couple of days. I'm always listening to you. You don't got to say the time right. It's not that important, but
Ho-Ho-Coos, Hocus Pocus. I took geography my freshman year at JMU. We hit the whole globe, but we didn't hit like towns in the States. Some counties, but I don't pride myself in knowing everybody's town. I haven't been that many places.
Bro, I understand. I'm from New York City. It's a weird town. Anyway, point being is another great intro. I agree with a lot of things you were saying, but I disagree with you in one aspect. The one aspect I disagree with you is I think the Yankees are doing this just like Hal said, just to get ahead of it. Now, in the 90s and 2000s, the Yankees' biggest flex, their biggest power move was always the money, the checkbook. They can pay anyone they wanted at any point in time, and they didn't have that much competition, right? But now, Keith, we now have the Dodgers, and now we have the Mets, that they can also flex and spend as much money and the Yankees. So just like Hal said today, hey man, we have to get ahead of this. And just like you mentioned, there was a minor leaguer that didn't want to sign, understood. So we now have Devin Williams that's going to be a free agent at the end of this year. So it's a smart decision. I think it's great.
Yeah, not to cut you off, it goes with the line of thinking, right? If they have competition to spend money, someone else could go elsewhere, and the swing could be, well, I could keep my beard over there.
Of course. And that's what I'm trying to say. And that's why, even though you said it's not about the Mets, this is where I disagree with you. I think it's about the Mets and the Dodgers. You know, you guys are breaking, the Yankees are breaking, saying pride, pinstripes, tradition. I may have said that the wrong way, but, you know, they've always given that great propaganda, and they do a great job with their tradition. And again, I agree, they should have stopped this already. But the thing is, the reason why I think it's about the Mets and Dodgers is because now they have competition with who can spend as much money as you can, the Yankees. And that's why they just got ahead of it. And that's why, in my opinion, where I disagree with you, it is about the Mets, brother.
Yeah, you can make it about the Mets if you guys are Mets fans and want to make it about the Mets. I guarantee you, the Yankees look at the Mets and they say, no, we do not want to do anything like the Mets. And Juan Soto, being the one human that chose to go to the Mets, he chose to go to the highest bidder, the richest owner in the sport. He can tell you it's about a future and a dynasty and a better chance to win. I do believe him about the Latin players and the Latin managers some, but he was always going to the highest bidder. When I went to Dodger Stadium for the All-Star game in 2022, I saw him come there with a Nationals jersey on his own merit, because the Nationals offered him $440 million and he turned it down. They were so petty, they didn't even fly him to the All-Star game. He could afford his own flight, but he ended up being a little bit late. He also ended up walking off that home run derby and winning it. And there were Dodgers fans that whole weekend chanting, "Future Dodger, future Dodger." And I believed it. I certainly believed it. The Dodgers win. They spend. They have the money. They don't stop spending. They're always trying to improve their team. I'm like, makes sense. The Padres trade for him. The Padres owner passes, so they're out. They weren't going to actually pay him. The Yankees jump to trade for him to potentially sway him, right? To potentially sway him, to say, get these pinstripes in your nose. Come meet Derek Jeter. Come rub shoulders with Bernie Williams, Mariano Rivera. Come see Monument Park. Come see the bleacher creatures. Come see our spring training facility, our ballpark, our first-class organization, what we've done to change the clubhouse, the upgrades, things like that. And that worked against them, because what it actually did was bring him to New York, where he had a front row seat to look at the Mets, and the Mets also had a front row seat to look at him. And he was always Boris Corp trained, going to free agency. And he was always signing with the highest bidder. $760 million is enough to make any human being be a New York Yankee. It is not a knock on the New York Yankees that a $20 billion owner exists in the same town and was able to throw in some perks that the Yankees stood on business and said, no, we're not doing that, bro. You'll be a DH in 5 years, bro. You're a good player, but you're not better than Aaron Judge. We're not doubling Aaron Judge's salary for you and giving you a suite. The Judge family pays for their suite. Jeter's family paid for their suite. You want to pay for the suite, we could do that. We're not giving you extra tickets to Legends for Don Omar and Bad Bunny and whoever else you got coming through. And I'm cool with that. 888-808-1019. We got to take a break here. Dave Sims coming up in this next hour. This is Keith McPherson on The Fan. Don't go anywhere. I'm coming right back. I got to text him. Chat, what up? Answering text. Had to text new Yankees announcer Dave Sims. Let me see what y'all talking about though. Hey, this is the next thing on the agenda, yo. If the Yankees can remove the facial hair policy, they can easily stop playing Frank when we lose. So we can stop being trolled in our own building and then it carries on social media. Let's see. Okay. Knicks tape. Yeah, let me actually check on the Knicks. Yes Network, SNY. And let me go to okay. All right, now we're set up with the Knicks game on. They on now. Got it. We still gonna play Frank after losses? Not if I have a voice. Not if I can do anything about it. Not hey. They hear me. They see me. Hey Keith, I'm very concerned about the DH and third base situation with our team. Are you concerned about the situation? Not as much after seeing a little bit today. Not as much after hearing Hal Steinbrenner talk today. How they're not trying to spend any more money. They want to see what they have internally, and they believe, Cashman believes, that they don't have to go out and spend. And at this point, there's not that many great options left. So address it at the trade deadline. I'm not tripping over it. Competition brings out the best in everybody. So iron sharpens iron. May the best man win. And yeah, I can't trip over that when like I saw Paul Goldschmidt put one off the wall that he just golfed out of there. I can't trip over that when I seen Cody Bellinger today. Like they have above average players. And you can't have above average players at every position. I mean, I guess unless you're the Dodgers. I after seeing them play today, I've cooled on like it is what it is. We'll figure out who's going to DH and who's going to play third base, and they're not absolute bums. Keith Beards are back. I know. I woke up and everybody told me the news. Kevin, what's good, my boy? What's good? What's good? Live and direct on the Fan in New York. All right, Yankees are a good team, but I think it's crazy about their beards. I say let them wear it. Well, it's done. That's why I told people don't call me and challenge it now. It's done. Like there's nothing else to talk about. It's done. Almost 50 years. I'm glad baseball is back. Yeah, you'll get to see your Mets out there tomorrow. You tell it like it is, Keith. I like that. Yeah, well, I'm not gonna tell it like it ain't. Yo, Keith, locked in. Dario, appreciate you watching, bro. Daniel, hello. My guy, Chris, always throwing money in the chat. I appreciate the donations. I say the donations go to my baby's diaper fund. Those diapers are $50 a box, and I buy them every 2 weeks. Like my son has added $150 to our grocery bill, bro. This kid is very specific and does not stop eating and pooping. I'm hoping he grows up fast. So Chris writes for $5 in the chat. In the spirit of the month of February, in honor of Valentine's Day, if you were single, which Yankee player, past or present, would you want as a wingman? Derek Jeter. There's only one guy that you like. Come on. Derek Jeter had them all. And Derek Jeter had a system. He had a way. And you know what? When you say past or present, in the past, Derek Jeter could do all of that. He could never move like that in present day. Not with social media, not with all these eyes and ears and attention. Jeter had a system. You couldn't even have your phone in his crib. He had gift baskets. Jeter was the king in New York and the captain of the Yankees. So imagine going out with Jeets. All the girls that Jeter wasn't paying attention to, come on down. I find it funny how people go crazy over certain situations in spring training. Austin Wells goes from being injured to hitting a home run on the first swing. The overreactions are hilarious. It is. And that's why I said I'm chilling after all of the yapping. It's like, everybody relax. They're just reporting. They've been there for like a week. I know we're itching for, our get back to the World Series, but I tell y'all on the radio every night, we take it day by day, game by game, series by series, week to week, month to month. We can't fast forward our minds. We can't panic. You put all of this panic and worry in your mind for something that you don't know what is going to happen. None of us do. The Cavaliers are just in another class with the Knicks. And I know the Knicks are missing guys, but they're both playing on the second half of a back-to-back. And I've been watching I watched the Cavs last night against the Nets. I've been watching the Knicks. They just have better players, and they know what to do to stop the Knicks' like main threats. Like they're down 20 in the second quarter with 4.5 minutes left. Let's see.
Oh, there we go.
You have Dave Sims' number?
Good evening at 8 o'clock. This is Red Ackerman. The report is brought to you by Roto-Rooter Plumbing and Water Cleanup. Roto-Rooter, that's the name, and away go troubles down the drain. Opening day is a little more than a month from today, and this afternoon the exhibition season opened for the Yankees, who beat the Rays 4-0. Paul Goldschmidt opened the scoring with an RBI double in his first at bat in pinstripes. The Yankees made other news today. Owner House Steinbrenner relaxing the 50-year team policy regarding facial hair. Well-groomed beards are now allowed. Steinbrenner said he was concerned about potentially losing a player because of the edict. The news not all good for the Yankees, with pitching prospect Chase Hampton undergoing Tommy John surgery. The Mets' first game of the spring takes place tomorrow. The Knicks are in Cleveland tonight, looking for back-to-back wins, but they have struggled against the top teams in the NBA, and that has been the case so far tonight. Right now, with just under 4.5 minutes left in the first half, they trail the Cavaliers 63-43. Jalen Brunson has 16 of the Knicks' 43. However, he was in foul trouble and on the bench early in the second quarter. Local product Donovan Mitchell having another good start against the Knicks. He has 15 so far tonight. The Rangers' Vincent Trocheck reportedly suffered a broken finger in Monday's loss to Sweden in the Four Nations tournament. Head coach Peter Laviolette said all of the players who played in the Four Nations tournament for Team USA will be expected to play tomorrow. And this report is sponsored by Ray Katina, Mercedes-Benz. And that's what's happening. I'm Rich Ackerman. I'll see you next week.
All right. Have a good weekend.
You too.
Like 8:05.
All right, Lou.
Inside the 8 p.m. hour now on the Fan. We've got 4 hours to go, 1 hour down. Keith McPherson, KM to AM, taking calls on that Yankee vibe. It's a pinstripe type of day and night as the Yankees change their own history. And they say, yeah, whatever. If you want to have a nice groomed beard, go for it. And the sports world reacts. And here in this echo chamber in New York, the other side will make it about themselves. But Yankee fans, call me up and tell me how you feel. We're about to have the new Yankee broadcaster stepping in after John Sterling steps out. Dave Sims will join us in a couple minutes on the Fan. Paulie is dialing him right now. Let's see what you're talking about until we do that. Eddie is in East Haven, Connecticut. You got it, Eddie. Good. Thanks for calling.
And he said they were sitting down discussing this in Sirenson with the hair. And he told George Steinbrenner, Mr. Steinbrenner, with all due respect, the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ had long flowing hair. And at that point, Mr. Steinbrenner took him out and they walked around the complex back then. He said, you see that pond right there? And he said, yeah. You go walk across it, you gotta wear your hair anyway.
Yeah, I know that story.
Ever heard that?
I have. I was letting you tell it. Thanks for the call, Eddie. Sweet Lou, 888-808-1019. You know, players had challenged it. You know, everybody saw the picture of Thurman Munson with the full-on beard, long hair. Players had challenged it. You guys know the story about Don Mattingly, you know, getting pulled out of the lineup and like that being a thing. And man, it's done. It's done. We don't have to go through this anymore, right? And players of the past are celebrating it. Look, change has happened. We're in the future. Rocky is in Allen Park on the Fan. Go for it, Rocky.
Keith, thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to give you my take on why I think Juan Soto went for the Mets.
honestly, I know it's, you're talking about all the money and the little perks that he got from the Mets organization in terms of his family getting the suite and the security and whatnot. But, at the end of the day, as long as Aaron Judge is the captain of the Yankees, it's his team, and I'm sure everybody knows that. And I think, I don't have God-given ability as Juan Soto, so I'm not a generational talent, but I just feel like at the end of the day, even if they would have won the World Series last year, I don't think that makes Juan Soto like an instant legend, if you will, right? But if he goes to the Mets, and I'm a diehard Yankees fan, by the way, but if he goes to the Mets and somehow, whether it's this year or next year, pulls off a championship, I mean, he would be an instant, in my opinion, an instant Mets legend. No, I mean, I just, to be part of the Yankees organization, you can't be a legend by winning one championship. You got to win multiple. So I think in his mind, maybe, and I'm just, guessing at this point, but yeah, I think he wants to be a legend in the game. I think he wants to be remembered like an all-time great, like Otani and them. And I think he wants to set his footprint in the Mets organization and see if he can turn around to win multiple championships. But again, I want to know your take on it. But I just feel like even if you won one championship, that would help you anything, in terms with the Yankees.
Yeah, you're right. We've talked about it. We talked about being in the shadow of Judge. This is Judge's team. Judge is the captain. He's playing Judge's position in front of the judges' chambers. And if he actually took that $760 million deal, it would have been talked about him making $400 million more than Aaron Judge. That's crazy. And then in the pantheon of Yankees legends, I talked about the other night, there's no way he probably couldn't even crack the top 10 Yankees in modern day time. It's hard to win World Series. There's so many Yankees with World Series championships. Juan Soto, he can go over to the Mets and win one championship. He's their greatest player of all time. The bar is not that high. 888-808-1019. Joining us right now, it is my pleasure to welcome in the new voice of your New York Yankees, Dave Sims on the Fan. What's up, Dave? Fantastic. I think I hit you a while ago. Where were you vacationing? You were out of the country when I think I tried to get you on. You don't have to disclose, but I'm glad you have time now. You actually reached out the other night where, I was rolling and just, taking calls, and someone called from La Jolla, and then you reached out to tell me, hey, it's La Jolla. And I'm like, I've never been to San Diego. I didn't know. And I appreciated the assist. I always will take an assist. There are times where I listen to the radio. If I can assist somebody via text in the moment, I do the same thing.
Out of nowhere in California. As you know, you don't have to be somewhere to have been somewhere to know about it. So no big deal.
Yeah, I'm humble enough to know that I don't know everything, and I don't come in here acting like I do know everything. And you know what? Last year, I got the opportunity to step in and do Susan Waldman's job, and it was like honestly a out of body experience. I was blacked out for half of it. It was crazy to sit in the booth for a Yankee game and to do the color commentary. It gave me an appreciation even more. I already think Susan's the GOAT, but even more of an appreciation for what Susan does. And now you will join Susan stepping in for John Sterling. So let's just talk about that as we get closer. Tell us just your thoughts coming back to New York and initially just how this came about.
Well, it's a homecoming for me. I mean, for the last 18 seasons, I was out in Seattle, but I kept my home here. And, things happen. John retired and unretired. And then, he wasn't going to come back. And, I threw my 2 cents in. And, they've, I think people know the connection I have here with New York. I haven't lived here my entire professional life. Been a sports writer, a sports talk show host. I mean, this is my old time slot here when it was at WNBC. And, FAN and Channel 4 and Channel 2, MSG. So, hey, the Yankees are an iconic franchise, worldwide renowned. And to get an opportunity to do this is tremendous. And, I know John since the late 70s when he was the voice of the Nets. I was covering the Nets when I was at the Daily News. So all due respect to him, he had a great run. And he shut it down, and the opening happened, and I happened to get it. So that's where we are. There's no big mystery or anything. There's no, things like this happen in the business, man. It's and I'm thrilled to be here. And it's not the first time I've replaced a legend. I did it in Seattle. I did it here in New York when Jack Spector was doing WNBC Sports Night. Hey, Billy Joel coming up right after you talk about the Yankees. So this is territory I've been through before. So hey, I do a job. I love my job. I love calling games on radio and TV. Susan and I are friends. Boom, there's your package.
Awesome. Yeah. I mean, when I got this gig in 2021 and, I got into the baseball season, you reached out to me and just to even be on your radar, because I had seen you call basketball games. I had seen you doing the Mariners games, but you reached out to me and you said, I manned that spot when it was 66 WNBC, like you just said, 1986 to 1988 before I was born. You sent that message to me and I'm like, wow, nice. I'm like, thanks for reaching out. I told multiple people, I'm like, Dave Sims hit me. And just to even think that what a blast from the past, right? You just kind of gave me just this pat on the back via DM reaching out to kind of carry the torch and keep doing my thing. So I appreciate that. And also when I came out to Seattle for the All-Star game in 2023, I had never been out there, but I knew you were out there. You had clips go viral. The hey now, the energy that you bring calling those games. We honored you at the Players Alliance dinner. I got to see how revered you were by the fans and the people out there during the Seattle Mariners All-Star weekend. Can you speak about your time out there? I didn't know that you still had your home out there. I thought you were living out in the Pacific Northwest.
No. We own here and rent it out there. And, I'm a I-95 guy, born in Philly. Like I said, I've been here for a very, very long, many decades. Here in New York, it's a lot of great connections. The Seattle people were great. I wish we could have won more games. 18 seasons, made the playoffs once. Last year, one game. The year before that, it was one game. There were several other occasions where we missed by one or two games. That's baseball. And, I had some 100 lost seasons and 90 lost seasons, but there were a whole bunch of great moments baseball-wise out there. Felix Hernandez, perfecto. Iwakuma threw a no-no. Let's see, Mitch Haniger had a game 161, 2 RBI, single in eighth inning. Cap off a night for him. He drove in all 5 runs. Next year, Cal Raleigh hits a home run to get us into the playoffs. We're in position to win it. I mean, we had an insurmountable lead, and all we had to do was win one more game with 4 or 5 left, and he did. It was dramatic fashion. And it was a blast. And we got to see Nelson Cruz have some unbelievable years, Robbie Cano before he fouled up. And then, everybody that I got to see in the American League during that time. Unlike Trout emerged as one of the great players. Looked like he's still going to be a Hall of Famer, but boy, I tell you what, he was one of the automatics if he ever wanted to see one. And, excuse me, he just can't stay healthy these days. I'm glad he's going back to going to right field. So I had a great run, man. And 3 times my peers, 3 consecutive years, was 18, 19, or 20. National Sports Media Association. I won the Washington State Sportscaster of the Year 3 consecutive years. So had a good run, and it was a good way to come back home.
Can you speak to the audience about your relationship with Susan Waldman? Maybe when you met Susan Waldman, you guys' connection, because I obviously think you guys are pros, and I know you're going to work well together because you already have a rapport.
We've been texting each other, over the last 18 years. We became even closer friends once I got this baseball job. And, when she was covering the Knicks and covering the Yankees while Ed Coleman and I were doing middays at WFAN, was it 89 to 92, 93. And Susan would always have reports, and we'd have her on talking about the Yankees. We established a really good rapport, and then the connection got tighter over the years in baseball. If the Yankees were playing a 1:00 game Saturday or Sunday, I'm at home in Seattle and it's 9:00, 10:00. I turn on, John and Susan and Michael and everybody and see what's going on, and if something funny happens, or if I can, give a piece of information, especially if they were getting ready to come play us in Seattle. We exchange information and have some laughs. And, it's a pretty good network of guys and gals who work in this business. And there's not many of us. There's not very many jobs. So they're held in very high esteem, and everybody, pretty much everybody I know is very high character and great talent in this business.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that hold these seats for a long time. They don't come open very often. And I mean, you're coming into this Yankee seat behind John Sterling, but like we're obviously coming off of losing John Sterling, losing the World Series, losing Juan Soto.
Yeah, then it's 27 World Series. But you can't make it sound like, there was a death in the family or something. Come on.
Well, not even that. If you listen to WFAN, the Yankees are mocked for losing the World Series, dropping a pop-up in center field, that fifth inning, and reduced.
I guess I'm at the stage in my life where it's important, but it's not lifeblood important. You know how many teams one team wins, one team loses. What's that leave? 28 teams would kill to be in position. Hey, we got to the World Series. All right, we know what we got to the World Series. That is a tremendous accomplishment. And I know people here in New York, they expect it like breathing the sun coming up, but I think you got to put it in perspective. I really do. And I understand fan fanatic, that whole thing. But my goodness gracious, it's exciting as heck. They got to the World Series, and having been on the outside looking in, you just, you got to take into the appreciation of that accomplishment. They were the best team in the American League. There's no crime in that whatsoever. Yeah, did they play well? Did the fifth inning from hell happened? That's baseball. And you mourn, you move on, and you tee it up again.
Well said. Well said. I mean, coming from Seattle and the Mariners' perspective, everything you just said is so needed. I took a call earlier about, I don't care about the beard policy. How about win a championship? Stephen A. Smith goes on First Take today and says, why are they announcing a beard change? How about announcing they're getting back to winning championships? And it's not that easy.
I mean, the beard thing is a nice story. It's cute. 49, 50 years, they didn't have it. George Steinbrenner, that's what he wanted, and the tradition lived for, until this time. And now, hey, things change. Baseball changes. It evolves. The game evolves. Life evolves. So that's where we are with that.
Yeah, I enjoyed the ride so much. I was just screaming about it in the first hour. Like they made it to the World Series. They played close games in that World Series. They won the American League pennant. They won the division. Like, what are we talking about? We're looking at this Yankees team like they're not spending enough. Why are they worried about things like beard policy? They have a really good team. So let's talk about that, Dave. This roster.
At the roster, it's not the pivot coming off of losing Soto, I thought was outstanding. I mean, how could you not see that?
Well, people don't want to see it in New York. They want to see Juan Soto as a generational talent. He finished third place in the MVP voting. He hit the home run to send the Yankees to the World Series. How do they recover without him? How do the big bad Yankees exist without Juan Soto?
Man, you got to this is I guess you got to do the dance every night. I know. You look at Bellinger, you look at Goldschmidt, you look at Jazz Chisholm's going to be at second base, probably his better position. Again, everybody knows about third base. That's a big question mark. Devin Williams and Max Fried. I mean, those are some great pieces added to an already, stellar, to a lineup. It's a good lineup, and it's made it better. Okay, and I look for Goldschmidt. He's holding a spot for maybe some prospect that's en route. But that guy had a great last 6 weeks. He's a terrific player. A proud all-star, probably borderline Hall of Famer. He stayed, and when you big picture it, you want health. And if everybody can stay healthy and the pitching can stay healthy, and that's asking a lot. And I know, like last year with the Mariners, our 4-5 starters stayed pretty much healthy the entire year. But you got so many good things here with this ball club, and nobody's got a gun to my head to say this, but I mean, if I were still doing the Mariners games, I'd be saying this same stuff. We're gonna have some laughs. We're gonna see some good baseball. We're gonna have great energy in the ballpark. You guys out in the bleacher creatures are gonna be heard every night, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm excited. Today was just a full-on Yankee day, from the beard stuff to the first spring training game. I'm headed down there March 17th, and you're heading down there just a little bit earlier, so we'll catch up down there. Tell us how much you're looking forward to being in your first Yankees spring training, calling games on WFAN coming up. I think you said March 12th. You're going to be down there.
Yeah, we get down there the 12th. I mean, the first game is that weekend. We go Friday, Saturday, Sunday, then a Wednesday, then a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, then come home and then start the regular season. I'm looking forward to, just getting some rhythm going here. And, there's a lot of guys I got to meet. I've spoken with Cole a lot over the last couple of years, especially when he was in Houston. Aaron Judge, I know him a little bit, Jazz Chisholm, but there's a whole bunch of other guys I want to meet. I've talked to Booney. Congratulations to him getting that contract extension. He was on my podcast last week. Hey Now podcast, he had great things to say about the ball club, about being more athletic, and which is going to be a really big feature in this club. He says, listen, we're going to be able to go first and third, a whole lot more, and score usually for second. I'm sure you're going to torque up the defensive drills and everything. He says, yeah, we always do, but it takes a little different meeting coming into the season. So, yeah, this is going to be fun, man. I'm looking forward to it.
Dave, you're the man. I can't tell you how much I appreciate you. I think I tell you it every time I see you and we talk. I'm looking forward to seeing you down in Tampa. Thanks for joining us tonight. Hey now, Dave Sims on the Fan. That was the first time I got Dave on as the Yankees announcer. Very much looking forward to seeing him in Tampa when WFAN starts our coverage of the spring training games. Him and Susan calling the games down there. I'm going to try and sneak in one of those games and maybe get an inning like I did with John and Susan a few years back. All right. I don't have any calls. I don't have any guests, but I do have to break. I might have a special guest in a little bit. I'm texting him now to see where he's at as far as eating dinner and getting settled. And I think it'll be a good conversation if we're able to get him on the Fan. 888-808-1019. This is Keith McPherson, your nighttime host. Don't go anywhere. KM to AM returns right after this. Dave Sims. $700 people. Nicely done, bruv. I'm a Met fan and hyped for you. I'm hyped for the Mets, too. I'm pulling up to Queens. Like, they're going to see me in Citi Field. Like, what is he doing here? I'm either going to be there to cheer on Juan Soto or boo Juan Soto. Like, now the Mets have stars. Now the Mets have expectations. Now there are two ballparks in New York where it's going to be glitz and glamour. It's going to be action-packed. It's going to be all eyes on New York. So when the Yankees are out west and the Mets have a homestand and, I don't know, the Dodgers or the Braves or the Phillies come to town, I might just pull up. You might just see me out there. So let's go Yankee Mets. Landon, what up, bro? Keep pushing, man. Keep doing your thing, bro. I'll see you at the stadium soon. Working. 90 minutes into the show. I'm on till 12. I appreciate every single human being looking at me right now, listening to me right now. This weekend, I'm going to work on getting the go-between so that I can plug the audio straight from the radio into my MacBook. And then that way your listening will be exactly the same as it would be on the Odyssey app or in your car. What I'm doing now is I'm on the off-on switch. So when I'm talking, mic is on, right? When I'm talking, mic is on. When I'm not talking, mic is off. And there is a speaker up there that is like a monitor speaker, so you can hear the callers, you can hear the guests. But I know how to fix that. I just have to go to Guitar Center or maybe just order order something. My plan is to have it by the start of the baseball season, but I think I'm going to get it done next week because these streams have been going good. I have people watching on YouTube. I have people watching on Twitch, Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. Most of the audience is on Twitter. Shout out to y'all because I've almost 40,000 followers on Twitter from all these years of tweeting and talking about sports. I appreciate y'all. I'm never leaving X Twitter no matter what they do with it because so many of y'all rock with me even today. Like today was such a crazy day to wake up to all of the tweets and texts, people giving me credit for the Yankees changing the beer policy. I can't take credit for it, but like I can't deny that the take I had was correct. I can't deny that I lobbied for it last week. I also can't say that no one heard it. Clearly people heard it. So appreciate y'all, man. Next thing on the docket, stop playing Frank when we lose. Stop playing Frank when we lose. The merch is moving. I think I sold 5 of these today. What I'm going to do is get a different, this is just plain font. I think I'm going to get a different style, like graphic. So it's more appealing. But like, I don't know. I'm working on a few things for the season. Yankees will have a great season, and I hope they have another World Series appearance and win. King Josh, appreciate you, bro. Chris, you know it. Great interview. Dave Sims is a real one, bro. Like, reached out to me to just give me like a vote of confidence pat on the back my first season on the Fan. I'm the one guy on Twitch. Yeah, I don't use Twitch, but like I will. I'm not a video game guy. I stopped playing video games when I was 12. My mom couldn't afford them. My mom kind of propositioned me. She's like, you want clothes or you want video games? The video games don't leave the house. I got to leave the house. I got to go to school every day. I elected to have clothes. And my mom kept me with fitteds. My mom kept me with sneakers. My mom kept me with throwback jerseys, tall tees, and I fell off the video games. Been rocking with Keith on Twitter since 2019. Yeah, that was the replace for 28 year. What a year that was. A caller mentioned it earlier, but do you think the Yanks ever bring back the game for Old Timers Day, or is that forever lost? It's forever lost. It's done. And that's what I'm saying. Like, if that tradition changed, like other things are gonna change, and that's okay, yo. Like, stuff can't last forever. Everything's temporary. I just had to text Dave. Thank you for coming on. Yo, I'm tweaking too. I didn't eat, bro. I did not eat. I don't know how much time I don't have time to eat right now. I gotta go warm up what I got. All right, here we go. Back to the show.
FM and always live on the Free Odyssey app.
Check it out now. Check it out now. Check it out now. Right back at it on the Fan, you heard? Big thanks to Dave Sims for coming on the show. Just being real, you know, just reaching out my first season on the Fan, sharing his story with me. And it's just crazy to think that, he was doing this type of thing, before I was born, and, everything comes back around. I remember going on Boomer and Geo one morning. I think I was filling in for BT and Sal, and Boomer and Geo pulled me in, and they were talking about Ricky Ricardo potentially getting the Yankee broadcaster call. And I was like, well, who's going to do the Yankees baseball in Espanol? And they mentioned Dave Sims. And I didn't think Dave was going to take the gig because back then I thought he lived out in Seattle. And I also, I got to see with my own eyes the respect, the love that he got out there as the Mariners broadcaster. And like I said, shout out to the Players Alliance who flew me out and put me up for the All-Star game. They did, their little legacy gala type event the night before the All-Star game out there. It was a beautiful venue. And, I got to kick it with CeCe and Adam Jones, and like Terrell Owens pulled up out there, and Dave Sims came through, and I got to, chop it up with him. I got to interview him, and then they honored him, and I'm like, oh, this guy's the man out here. Why would he leave? Like, he built this out here. But you know what? When the New York Yankees come calling, you answer that call. And if the New York Yankees want you to do anything with them, you do it. 888-808-1019. Back to you, Yankee fans, calling the Fan, talking about mostly beards. Wellesley is in Connecticut. Austin Wells, he's got to grow the beard. Wellesley's got to grow the beard out.
Wellesley is in the house. What's up, Eric?
hanging out, watching the Knicks. They are just getting outclassed by the Cleveland Cavaliers, but it's okay. They're short. They're short a couple guys, and we can make some excuses for now.
I got you. Well, listen, a couple of things I wanted to point out on the beer thing. I mean, when Hal Steinbrenner had his little interview or little meeting in live there, what do you mean you didn't know that there's these rumblings? I mean, I feel like, come on, man. I mean, you gotta know that people have wanted this change for so long. And that means you don't have any connection to fans as an owner. Secondly, I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall inside that negotiating room with Juan Soto and the Mets. I mean, these guys are like, yes, Mr. Soto. I mean, Steve Cohen be like, yes, Mr. Soto. We'll name the stadium after you, Soto Field instead of City Field. I mean, come on.
Well, Wellesley, if you listen to the Meet at the Apple podcast with Howie Rose and Steve Cohen said after that first meeting with Juan Soto and Boris, he didn't have a good feeling. He didn't have good vibes from the meeting. They didn't vibe right away. But you know what? Cha-ching. Everybody can vibe with that. If you don't say no.
I will never, ever fault this guy for going off for all the juice. But the thing about it is, what he did, I mean, he's smart. He's a businessman, too. I mean, obviously, when I mean by so, he has a good agent. But my point is this. Now what you're going to do is you're going to see these superstars sitting there throwing in things like, I want my name on the stadium. Or
if you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile. Thanks for the call, Wellesley. Yeah, 888-808-1019. That's Steve Cohen's problem to deal with, though. Like, if I'm Pete Alonso, I'm asking for a suite. Maybe he's got one. Maybe it's quiet. Maybe we don't know about it. It's only 1 year. It'd be, a lot more cost-effective than a decade and a half of Juan Soto, the Supreme Court of Soto, having a huge suite and 4 premium tickets to Clover Home Base Club or whatever they call their legends over there. Like, now everybody that's not Vladdy, you think Vladdy, when negotiation time comes, he said, "Oh, me need a suite as well. I need that. Oh, my dad, Vladimir Guerrero Sr. I need the suite for Papa." Like, so it starts to set a weird precedent, right? If you're giving players' moms a clothing allowance to go shopping, then anything goes. You can ask for anything. Igor is in Brooklyn on the Fan. What's up, Igor?
Hey, Keith. I'm a big fan. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you, Igor.
So I just wanted to say I'm a huge hockey fan, and there's a tradition that's been going on for decades. And every year we see playoff beards, right? And most of those are not well groomed. And hockey is probably the most conservative sport you will find. So I don't really understand. I'm not really a baseball fan. I don't understand this need to control players' beard habits. When you see in hockey every year, people have these long beards that nobody says anything. It's part of the tradition.
Yeah, we did a lot of talk last night about the culture of hockey and how it's so different than other sports. But baseball, I think, is the most superstitious of sports. These guys play every single day. They have routines as far as they got to put their left sock on first, right sock on second. So, I mean, you bring up a good point about the beard thing, right? Like, I'm sure a lot of these Yankees in the past had a superstition about shaving right before the game. But maybe now if a guy's in a slump, he has the option to grow his beard out. And if he's slumping, maybe he shaves his beard. Thanks for the call, Igor. I like that call. See, now we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting some different kind of calls and some thoughts about, like, okay, if I am, let's say, Paul Goldschmidt, who Goldie was shaved clean today, and he got a hit, stick with it, Goldie. Stick with it, Goldie. I like that swing. I'm seeing Goldie in the batter's box. I'm like, he's a Yankee. It made me chill a little bit. Like, all right, man, we got Paul Goldschmidt on the team. And if he's not completely washed, he's Paul Goldschmidt. like, we're going to be all right. We're going to be all right. And if Goldie slumps at some point during the season, maybe we see a well-groomed beard on a 37-year-old man. And Hal Steinbrenner, that's perfectly fine. And, I think Wellesley said something about, like, Hal not knowing. Like, I swear, you guys think that Hal is George. You guys think that Hal is, like, in these players' faces, in the clubhouse, in the damn dugout, like George was, hanging above the dugout, sitting in Legends. He's not. He's up there in his suite. And, like, even with the Juan Soto stuff, he talked about how he left Juan Soto alone all year. And then when they had the California meetup, which people are, why are you going to California? Because that's what they have to do to try to court the player. That was when they got to meet. That's when they got to speak. Like, Hal is not his dad, and Hal just changed the rule that his dad put in place. And I like it a lot. I'm proud that they are actually like progressive, evolving, changing, and just making decisions that are based off of the now, not making decisions based off the past. We are in the future. It is 2025. Charlie is in Queens, back on the fan. Hello, Charlie.
Hello, Keith. First, I want to say thank you, Hal. I think Munson from up high is smiling on you, going, I grew that beard, showed you daddy. We're going to have facial hair. We might have it, baby. And I think even his dad's proud, because that's him being a man, being assertive, saying, you know what, I'm going to change. But you know what? If I can get a really good player and all of it's about a free beard, I'll do that.
Exactly. In the spirit of his dad, he said his dad wanted to win above everything else. His dad was a negotiator and a businessman. And if the best players in the world have beards and that's a part of the negotiation, then let them have a beard.
To the Knicks, this is test time. They're out a few players right now, but now they're going to see if they can at least run with the big dogs. If they can do that, they might have a chance to go to the third round now.
I can't wait. It's going to be fun. I hope the Knicks stay healthy, and maybe they run into some luck and some of their opponents are not as healthy and they click and they have a couple more weeks to gel and develop more chemistry as they get healthier. And we'll see. Right now, it's just it ain't looking great. It's 84-58. Are we at half yet? Like they're getting embarrassed. We're in the second half. We're in the second half.
Two more quick things. One, I bought the new Yankee St. Patty's hat. Oh, it's tight.
Okay, I got to look for that.
It's tight.
Yeah.
Once you see it on the site, you might want to buy one.
I'm wearing the pinstripe one right now from spring training. What I'll say about it is, because it's that different material, it kind of doesn't fit like the wool cap. It's just like a little tighter and it kind of bows on the sides. I don't hate it because I like the pinstripe look, but it just doesn't feel like the wool hats. And I'm reminded I'd rather have the
thing. You know, I don't attack the Mets. Personally, I'm happy for them for whatever. That's their business. But this is, because I haven't said anything about Juan Soto that much, but I'm going to say it now. Did you ever see the movie I'm Going to Get You, Sucker?
I have not. I'm not a movie guy, no.
With Chris Rock, where he goes to order food. And he goes, how much for ribs? And Isaac Hayes, is like really excited. And he goes, no, a rib. And Soto reminds me of that guy who goes to your house, who's really rich, who goes through your couch cushions and takes your change. So enjoy him, Mets. Enjoy your big parade of him. But if you don't win anything, it don't matter. And good night, Pat. Good night, Keith. Hope your little guy's doing well, and I hope the family's doing great. Have a good night.
Thanks for the call, Charlie. Damn, he said Juan Soto's the type to take the pennies between your couch cushions. I never seen that movie. But no, Soto does give off that vibe of like, I'm here for the money. I'm here to cash out. But it's going to change. They interviewed him this week, and he met with the media. He sat at the desk, and, he talked about realizing now that after moving around for 3 years that this is home. This is where he's going to be. There's a clip of him laughing with like Starlin Marte and some of the other Latin players. Good for Juan Soto. But we always knew he was money hungry, and you can't blame a guy for that. He's trying to take care of his whole family. There's a lot of them, the Supreme Court of Soto, and he has the power to literally change their whole lives, and he's done it. And he knew that the whole time. Obviously, he was making money before. What did he make? $31 million last year, but he knew like, no, this changes the Soto family forever. Talk about generational wealth. No, we are rich forever. This is money that we can never spend. And he was always going to get that. And he was never going to take less for a roll call. He was never going to take less for pinstripes. He was never going to take less for pride and power and pinstripes and tradition and legacy. It was always pay me, run me my money. I am the Centurion Ferrari, and that's what Scott Boras is selling me as. And we are going to the highest bidder no matter what. And great. There was an article written in the Post about how this is a risk-free investment. Yeah, all right. Like, you pay a player $800 million over the next decade and a half, and you don't win a World Series. Like, I say one is fine, because you just heard Dave Sims talk about like his experience going through 90 loss, 100 loss. He's calling that many losses, and like Dave would not want to take all the calls that I hear from people poo-pooing the Yankees and their trip to the World Series and mocking the Yankees, and even Yankee fans that think like man, I loved that run to the World Series last year. That was a hell of a ride. A lot better than losing to the Astros in the ALCS or losing in the DS. Like I love, like I'm telling you, I had almost tears in my eyes going to Yankee Stadium and seeing the World Series paint on the field. I'm like, they can't take this from me. No matter what, I'm at the World Series. It means something. So, like Juan Soto, signing Juan Soto, pairing him up with Lindor, the prospect of having the richest owner in the sport with one of the best baseball minds in the sport, maybe getting Vladdy, maybe getting other guys, maybe developing talent. Like the whole thing is to win. And Steve Cohen said now, right, he upped his ante. This is the last year of the 5-year promise to win a World Series. Well, he said, what about winning 2 to 4 in the next 10? You don't learn. You don't learn. Keep spending, though. Keep spending. Keep trying. Keep taking cracks at it. Because with the expanded postseason, right, you were barely in the dance last year. If you find a way to barely get in the dance every year, maybe you get hot at the right time. And when you have a proven player like Juan Soto, the lights don't get too bright for him. Same for Lindor, same for some of those other guys. And I was just in my chat, shout out to King Josh in my chat. He said, I'm a Mets fan, but nicely done, bro. You got, now 830 people watching. I'm hyped for you. And I'm like, listen, like, you're going to see me at Citi Field. Now it's lit, right? Now when the Yankees are on the road and somebody offers me that ticket and it's Mets versus Dodgers and it's a primetime game and everybody's watching and it's Juan Soto versus Ohtani or whatnot, like, yeah, maybe I'll have to go see that. It's better for business. It's better for WFAN. It's better for the economy in the city. It's better for us as fans to have 2 teams with World Series expectations. And believe me, it's 2 teams with World Series expectations. Just making the postseason is not enough. If the Mets make the postseason and lose in the wild card, you won't hear the end of it this year or next year or the years to come. 888-808-1019. Rich is in Tom's River on the Fan in New York. What's up, Rich?
Hey, what's up, Keith? Thank you for taking my phone call. First, I want to say congratulations on all you've accomplished so far. It's good to see. I tell you, we've crossed paths quite a bit, probably not even knowing each other with your amateur football career. You're representing the Shore Conference. I'm actually official in the Shore Conference.
Oh.
I know that we were standing on the same football field on a few occasions at all age groups during your career.
Awesome. Appreciate the call and you acknowledging that. Thank you.
Yeah, it's good to see now someone that making it from the Shore Conference representing, and makes me proud. I'm a 61-year-old man now. I started officiating back in 1997, and I know you came through the ranks during that time.
Appreciate your time out there. I appreciate you calling those games. The Shore has produced a lot of great young men and women, and I carry it with pride. I don't pretend like I'm from New York. I don't pretend like I'm from anywhere. I tell people I'm from the Jersey Shore. I played football in the Shore Conference. That changed my life, for real.
Yeah, man. I've seen all of them come through, man. Whether you make it to the big time or you just make it down to Monmouth or whatever, I saw them all. All right. So anyway, just real quick to finish out the call, Beard comment. Yankees, there's no doubt in my mind that they have lost out on free agents in the past because of their grooming policies. There's no doubt. Now I'm asking you, what do you think, that this might be the doormat with the hair? I mean, with the beards, that possibly Guerrero might be next because he had dreads over in Toronto. So you think the Yankees would go that far to sign Guerrero? With the hairstyle?
Yeah, well, thanks for the call, Rich. He cut his hair last year. And people were pointing to him. Oh, he cut his hair. Yankee. He wants to be a Yankee. And now there's a Photoshop picture of Vlad in a Yankee uniform. So he's on Twitter, or maybe his social media team is on Twitter, liking that, on Instagram, liking that post, and people are running with it. Vladdy wants to be a Yankee. Hey, it's Yankees for clicks. He's going to be the biggest free agent on the market. They're going to use the Yankees. I hope the Yankees don't give anybody anything real with Vladdy. I don't want him. He's already run his mouth too much. He's already said too much. I don't want him. Let him go to Queens. Let Steve Cohen run up another, I don't know, 500 mil for him. Like I don't want him. And if they're going to use the Yankees for clicks and the Yankees to drum up conversation, oh, the Yankees are in on Vladdy. Here's the price that the Yankees are going to bid, whatever. I think that he is going to potentially go right back to Toronto. Toronto's been on Ohtani for $700 million. They've been on Juan Soto for $700 million. They can't offer their own guy $500 million.
Telling you, today's news with the beard might have been directed exactly towards Vladimir Guerrero.
Incorrect.
I think
we can make it about everything else besides Hal Steinbrenner talking to his former players, talking to his current players, the leaders on his team, Judge, Cole, Stanton, looking at his newly acquired players that had to shave, and like just the climate. I told you this is a national story when Devin Williams has to shave. It has nothing to do with Vladdy. They don't. It has nothing to do with Vladdy or Juan Soto.
Maybe not. No. Who cares about Juan Soto? If you're a Yankee fan, don't even care about Juan. That doesn't matter anymore. It does matter for future free agents, and Vladimir Guerrero would be a target for the Yankees in the future.
He has short hair and no beard.
And maybe he wouldn't have. Maybe someone told Hal and Cash that maybe if you get rid of the beard policy, he would consider it more. That's all.
No. Nope. They did a whole press conference today where they asked him everything. Nobody said anything about like, oh, is this for? Well, maybe somebody asked if it's for Vladdy. It is not for Vladdy. Vladdy has already worn out his welcome. He hasn't even got here.
I don't think it has anything to do with trying to attract future free agents.
It 100% does. And I'm looking, Vladdy has a little bit of a beard.
The thing I'm saying is it's there to attract future free agents.
No, it's not necessarily to attract. It's to not detract. It's to not put up a barrier to entry where they've already dealt with. Like they talked about CeCe. They threw a bag of money at CeCe, which he always talks about. And CeCe said, all right, it's fine. I'll shave my beard. They literally said that there was a minor league invitation to spring training with a guy whose agent this year told him, yeah, he doesn't want to shave. So when they keep thinking about it and they're like, oh, if we're losing 10% of potential players to this, it's not worth it. What does it do? And that's what I was screaming last week when people were, oh, I like the beard policy. What do you as a fan need it for? We need better players. We need the best players. I don't care about that.
It's peer pressure from dead people. That's it.
No, not every tradition, but like I understand the Yankees tradition as far as like better players than you have come through here and fallen in line. Better players than you that have had Hall of Fame careers had to conform. Who are you to come in and challenge? And I think that's why a lot of them don't. I think like a guy like Devin Williams, who am I to come? If Mariano Rivera is a unanimous Hall of Famer, is the greatest closer of all time that pitched for this organization, and he went out there with no beard, who am I to come in here day one and push back against this organization? They don't do it.
Fair. All I'm saying is that I think this is with a keen eye to the future. Like you said, finally getting with the times. And yes, every team has money. Every team is going to offer a premier free agent like 10 years, $300 million. That's not an issue anymore. But maybe if the guy has a beard and he doesn't want to shave it, he's going to be like, I don't want to go to the Yankees. I'm going to get the same.
Yeah, that's done now. And also, we just had the first spring training game today. They could have done this. They could have announced this the day after the World Series. The future is now. We are living in the future. It's done. There's no more conversation about it. They just pulled it. They just said you can have a beard. So now, moving forward, these guys with beards, if you have a long beard, trim it. If you want to grow it out, it's okay. It's going to be something that we don't even talk about in a year.
And I just think it's a good piece of business above all else. It's a business move from Hal and Yankee ownership. That's all. It's a business move. It is a smart business move. And remember, first and foremost, what Hal is, he's a businessman.
above all else.
So was his dad. And that's why I went back to his dad and said his dad was a negotiator. His dad was a big money spender. And if in negotiations, a player said, yeah, I'm the best player in the game, but I like having my beard. My wife likes it. My daughter likes it. I think George would have been forced to consider that. And now Hal has considered it. And what a good day to be a Yankee. What a good day to be a Yankee fan. Anthony is in Wannog, New Jersey. You guys are calling from all over these places. I have no idea.
I used to be closer. I'm a Bergen County kid, but I just moved up to a farm up in Sussex. So
it's pronounced Wanage. Got it.
yeah, I live on a farm now. All that stuff. It's a good time. On the beard thing. I mean, what you guys are all just saying. It's an invitation to future players to keep us in mind. Like being a Yankee, I feel like everybody hates the Yankees today. Unless you're a Yankee fan,
No, that is a great point. There is so much hate. I saw so many people like, welcome to 2025, late, about time. Oh, here come the Yankees making a big deal out of this. They're late to the party. Everybody else has been doing this forever. So what?
Clean shave is still outdated today. Like, get with the times. Like, we're a different generation. We want to be comfortable with ourselves. And if I have to go to play for a team and they want me to be clean shaven, I feel like I'm changing my personality. Some people, I don't, but some people may feel like you're changing my appearance, and now I don't feel like myself. Guys get reactions to shaving all the time. Garrett Cole, you see some acne going on probably from shaving every day. It's not comfortable to.
Yeah, some razor bumps. It is a part of swag. And thanks for the call, Anthony. It's a part of how you feel. I've heard a lot of guys on the fan say what I was saying last week. You look good, you play good. You play good, you are good. You play good, they pay good. And that's not just what cleats, socks you wear, what kind of batting gloves you have. Like, it is a image thing. And I think in society now, in modern day times, like everybody else in the workplace, there are literal laws about not being able to discriminate against how someone wears their hair. There are laws that don't let you say to someone, hey, you got to cut your hair. I'm someone that can speak to that directly. One, being black. Two, having hair that I grew for 7 years. And my actual journey, like when I quit my job at Rock Nation in 2018, I had been working in corporate offices for about 4 years before in New York City doing marketing. And I tried to just have a low cut because I didn't want to have any type of racism, prejudice. I didn't want to be discriminated against. So you try to keep a low profile, right? You don't want anyone even joking about your hair. You don't want anybody trying to touch your hair. So being in those type of situations, I always just kept like a clean Caesar or a skin fade, and my hair was low, and I always had a hat. And then also playing football growing up. I remember playing football my freshman year. I had a coach. Like I had hair, I had a fro, and I had hair coming out of my helmet. My freshman year coach, you need to cut that every day in practice. You need to cut that. You need to cut that. And then I eventually cut it, and it was good, right? I have a helmet on. But on my journey, when I left my last corporate office job Monday through Friday, working 40 hours a week, and I set out to be myself, create content, and get to where I literally am now. I remember getting my last haircut and making a pact with myself that whatever happens, I'm going to grow my hair and I'm going to be authentically me. And whoever doesn't like it, so what? Whoever doesn't like it, I'm not changing or conforming for them. I got to do what's best for me. And I won't cut my hair now because it's synonymous with what I've been able to do over the last 7 years. 888-808-1019. KM to AM returns right after this. Cool. Long hair don't care. And I got the flow. Hold on. I got the not for nothing, yo. Not for nothing, yo. The boy flow. I didn't even know. When I started growing my fro, I didn't even know I could flow like this for real. I had no idea my hair was going to look like this, bro. So that tells you everything. I went on the journey for real. All right, I'll be right back. I got to try and eat. Yo, you got it, bro. Go ahead. Yo.
Yo.
What's up, Margo? I'm assuming you have cuts from Mendoza on Evan and Tiki, or all right, we're gonna in the 9 o'clock hour. We'll try to go to some of that after we talk to Carlos from Queens. Yeah, Davey Cuts. I haven't heard from him. I haven't heard from Maven either. We'll get there.
Good evening at 9 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Well, it could have been looked at as a measuring stick for the Knicks, but not looking good in Cleveland. The Cavs been blowing them out from the opening tip in this one. It's 113-79 early in the fourth quarter. OG Anunoby is back for the Knicks, but it's not doing much damage for them. 26 points for Jalen Brunson. Karl Anthony Towns has got 23. OG has played 27 minutes. He's got 5 points. Mikal Bridges with 14. On the other side of it, the Cavs shooting 62% from the floor, 54% from three. They're 15 of 28. 27 points for Donovan Mitchell. And again, the Cavs just blowing out the Knicks 118-79. They're early in the fourth quarter. Meanwhile, changing a long-standing policy for the Yankees. Beards now okay, as the rule for only neatly trimmed mustaches is a thing of the past. Hal Steiner explained why he decided to make this change.
They're getting beat by 40.
The Mets, Carlos Mendoza asked if we can expect Francisco Lindor to be their new captain. This earlier with Evan and Tiki right here on the Fan. 26 degrees, clear skies, Central Park, and that's happening. I'm Mark Malone.
Yeah. Rolling right along. 2 hours down, 3 to go. KM to AM on the Fan. Call me up, man. The Knicks are getting beat by 40. And like, not for nothing, a lot of these random people online came at me for my Knicks takes. Like Hal Steinbrenner, I'm just getting out in front of it. I can see the future. Like, the way that they are getting beat right now by the Cavs, who also played last night, and I was telling you last night during my show, like, the Cavs, they emptied their bench against the Nets. They played like 9 bench players. They made sure none of their starters played over 30 minutes. The Nets had a 7-point lead at one point on the Cavs. The Nets were playing with the Cavs until the Cavs decided to turn it up to a level that the Nets could not compete with. I think they went on a 22-2 run. It was wraps. Yeah, largest lead of the game for the Cavaliers is 39 right now. And like, don't be mad at me because I told you this like months ago, and I said it again, that like the Knicks are in their championship window with this team. But in my humble opinion and in my heart of hearts, because they failed to draft their own team and they pivoted to say, well, to hell with the picks, we'll trade picks away, we'll sign people in free agency, we'll put together Brunson's college buddies, and we'll go get Karl Anthony Towns. Like, they have a good team. The Knicks are more competitive over this last 4 years than they've been in a long time. But ultimately, they cannot compete with the elite teams in the NBA that have some homegrown talent. Darius Garland was drafted and developed there. Evan Mobley was drafted and developed there. Jared Allen was drafted and developed by the Nets and became there. And they, gave him $100 million. And then they added a Donovan Mitchell. They just traded for DeAndre Hunter. And then they went and got the Nets former coach and Kenny Atkinson. The Cavs are tough, bro. They are tough. And the Knicks are struggling right now. Roscoe is in Brooklyn on the Fan in New York. Roscoe, you all right?
5-15, 5-19, whatever the hell happened that night. Yo, Keith, this team is a joke. All right? The Knicks, when it comes to playing against stronger guards, which Cleveland has, Boston has, OKC has, really show who we are, bro. We show it. We're done.
Every time. Every single time this year. No contest.
Listen, and I don't even think Anthony Towns is coming back into the game because it's the fourth quarter, ready? So there goes my parlay. That's the first thing. 25 points tonight.
You should have had him last night. He had 20 in the quarter.
If this is a wake-up call for all you bing-bongers and all you listen, keep on screaming it.
Nah, they killing me online, bro. They sending me nasty messages. They saying I don't deserve to be on WFAN.
I don't know about basketball. How you get rid of Isaiah Hartenstein, right? I get it. He gets
Well, he took the bigger they. Thanks for the call, Roscoe. Roscoe was about to hit his boiling point when your parlay gets smoked and you're losing by over 40. And the reality is it's another season where the Knicks might get to the second round and lose again. Hey, shoot the messenger. You can shoot me as a messenger. I get it. I'm a Nets fan. I don't know anything about basketball. People when they can't attack a take, they attack you. So my take this whole Knicks season, I mean, going back to Fanatics Fest, shout out to my boy Alex Day. Alex Day came up to me. I'm wearing a Drazen Petrovic jersey. And he's like, yo, Keith, give me a Yankees take. I'm like, I'm not going to give you a Yankees take. I'm going to give you a Knicks take because I just saw Jalen Brunson walk through here. And I saw people chasing after him like he was Justin Bieber. I'm like, they're not getting to the Eastern Conference Finals with this team. What? And this is before Karl-Anthony Towns got traded. I'm like, they will never reach the Eastern Conference Finals with Jalen Brunson and this team. What? This guy doesn't know hoop. This guy doesn't know ball. Like, listen, like, what little man like Brunson have you seen carry a team to the Eastern Conference Finals, Western Conference Finals, like win it all? The little guys always get stopped. Even AI, I loved AI. AI eventually got stopped. They will find somebody that can defend, somebody that's taller, longer, faster, stronger, studies your moves. They'll find somebody to defend you and neutralize you. Okay, so you add Karl-Anthony Towns, right? And yeah, I was a little salty because I'm like, man, they put this whole Villanova Wildcats team together with the Knicks, and they think they're about to go March Madness, and the NBA is not college ball. But then they go and make the move for Karl-Anthony Towns. Roscoe, they could not pay Isaiah Hartenstein what OKC paid him. They couldn't. That's what I'm saying. There are parameters with how you acquire these players and what you can do. When you don't draft your own players and develop your own players and then run them the max, you kind of end up in a little bit of a bind with what you can do via trades and free agency. OKC offered him more money. He was always going to take more money, always going to take the bag, but then they were left with Mitchell Robinson. Mitchell Robinson is I heard a caller. What this caller? Oh, this caller called Mitchell Robinson a big ass potato chip. He's about as sturdy as one. He's always hurt. And yeah, he plays good defense. And yeah, okay, he's coming back. I was like, what is that really going to do to change this team against the upper echelon teams? Karl-Anthony Towns is a great player, great talent. What has he won in the NBA? This is their first year with Brunson, Towns, and Mikal Bridges. They gave up 5 first-round picks for Bridges. I remember driving back from Citi Field. I parked my car out here at WFAN. That news alert hit, and I said, oh, my, fleeced them. Sean Marks, I can't believe you got that deal to go through with the crosstown rival New York Knicks. Oh, this is going to be glorious. And here we are now, late February, and the Knicks, it doesn't matter if it's the Cavs, it doesn't matter if it's the Celtics, it doesn't matter if it's OKC, it doesn't even matter if it's Bron and the Lakers. They can't compete with these guys. It's no contest. They don't have the cohesiveness yet. They don't have the bench. They don't have enough talented players to run with these guys yet. But that's the thing about this window. When you trade all your picks and your guys are in their late 20s, right? but like it's a young man's game. I always hear all the jokes about, oh, they traded for kindergartners. Yeah, all right, Nets fans, hold tight. This Nets world will be rebuilt. Hold tight, because the Nets are competing right now with players that they drafted and are developing. This window for the Knicks to win a championship is 2 to 3 years after this. They're not winning it this year unless guys drop dead on the top 10 teams. 888-808-1019. So I got some, hey, I'm just getting in front of it. Shoot the messenger. Be mad at me, but ultimately you're not mad at me. You're mad at me for telling the truth. You see the NBA, and I've been taking a back seat watching the, because I'm a Nets fan. What am I really actively watch the Nets tank? I told you guys the story. I had an early show. I went home to watch that game against the Clippers. The Clippers like historically blew the doors off them. I went to bed like, what the hell did I sit there and watch this game for? Really, because I wanted to see the Intuit Dome. I wanted to see the the new arena out there. I need to physically go. But anyway, like as a fan, and when you're a basketball fan, you can't watch your team tank every night. You can't actively root for the other team to beat their ass. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, dunk on them. Ooh, 3. Like I can't do that. I want to win. I'm a competitor myself. So, I mean, the Nets competing recently, I'm like, good. I don't care about Cooper Flag. Cooper Flag's about to go back to Duke. He's already a millionaire. I don't care about the lottery. I don't care about a bouncing ball. Make the plan, and the ball could still bounce somewhat in your favor. And we trust Sean Marks to make picks. Cam Thomas is on his way back, Nets fans. Drafted him. So, yeah, go New York, go New York, go. The Garden will be lit, but you know how the Garden is as well. Those fans know ball in there. And all the oohs and ahs, and you can hear everybody's emotion with every dribble of that basketball. So when we get to the playoffs, when we get to the second round, depending on who they match up with, and like, I don't know, you can forecast who they're going to run into. They're probably going to have to see. Like, let's see. I'll be here. I'll be here. I'll be here to just, take your calls and say, yeah, I told you so. So, like, I don't know. You're going to be mad at the coach. You're going to be mad at me. The Minutes police are going to come out. I hope they stay healthy, but they have injury-prone guys. OG Anunoby, Mitch. Mikal is an Iron Man, but, like, for what you gave up for Mikal, he should be able to score more. And I know he stays on the floor. He plays good defense, but I seen him score 35 with the Nets, 30 with the Nets when he was the number one guy. He's not the number one guy now, but, like, he's got to be a little bit better offensively. But, yeah, I don't know anything. I got to stick to baseball, they tell me, right? They tell me, oh, this guy doesn't even deserve to be on the fan because they love the Knicks so much. If anybody dares to speak against the Knicks, this guy's terrible. This guy's not good. Like, all right, well, we'll see. We'll see. We're seeing right now. Like, if you're a Knicks fan still watching this game with 5 minutes left, it is 128-92, and all of the starters for the Cavs, it's wraps. This, and all the starters for the Knicks, it's wraps. This is done. So we'll see how much can change in a month and a half. How much can change with OG, Josh Hart, and Mitchell Robinson back, and to beat the upper echelon. The Knicks need to get healthy, stay healthy, continue to gel, and be more cohesive, as well as, and you don't wish injury on anybody, but hope that what we see every year in the NBA is like, a star or two go down. Somebody is not available in the playoffs. Giannis is hurt, and the Heat are able to sneak past them, or Embiid is hobbled, and the Knicks are able to beat them. Or last year with the Knicks should have been in the Eastern Conference Finals last year, I'm told, uncrowned champions, right? But they got hurt. They didn't have anybody left. They didn't have any guys left. They have some dudes. They have some dogs, but they're gonna get damaged. Otis is in Middlesex County, New Jersey. Otis, you're on the fan.
Hey, Keith, how you doing? Hope you don't mind. It's a fellow Net fan here, by the way, but I just have to kill you, but not like the other people on the station. I love the Nets. I hope the Knicks suck and the Nets turn the lottery every season the Nets picks. But how dumb can you be? You're criticizing the Nets. By the way, we're Nets fans. When we win some games, then you could talk. You don't troll people, by the way, when you suck. That's number one. And your Yankee takes, by the way, when you say, everybody says you don't know basketball, you don't know baseball either, Keith. Because, by the way, you have these people, it's like, oh, I hope you like your DH in 7 years. What jealous, delusional fans. That's why people hate the Yankees. Okay? I don't want to hear.
So you're a Mets fan, Nets fan, Otis? Yo, stop yelling, stop yelling. Let's have a conversation. You called, let's talk. You're a Mets fan, Nets fan? You're a Mets fan, Nets fan? Okay, so you have
By the way, I mean, I'll say one thing really complimentary. I hope you take this in a complimentary way. To be a great, great host, talk show host, you got to find subjects that people are going to like hate you for and criticize you for, whatever. If that's what you're doing, you are the greatest, Keith. If not, you know nothing about anything, and I don't believe you know nothing. So I'm thinking you're doing it just to troll Mets fans, whatever. That's fine. To troll Knicks fans, Nets fans. That's fine. We all love to troll people. But there's trolling people, and
there's trolling and there's the truth. The truth hurts. You sound hurt. You called up and I saw you pop up and I went right to you. I can hear it in your voice. You're triggered. You're triggered by the truth.
By the way, you don't speak the truth.
Yeah, but you're hurt, Otis. It's Friday night at 9:15.
Because stupid people will believe you. That's just simply not.
You're a Mets fan, Nets fan. Jealous of what? I wasn't alive the last time the Mets won the World Series. What am I jealous of?
What are you jealous of? Because we got Soto and you don't, and you're a bunch of losers.
No. I just went through the whole experience of watching Juan Soto. I met Juan Soto in the Yankees dugout and clubhouse.
Now it's always a DH.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say he's a DH.
Again, big.
Yeah, you don't listen to me too often. You got to hit that chill pill, crack a beer or something, fall all the way back. You don't listen to me too often. I may joke about him being a DH in the future. It's a guarantee. Enjoy him in right field. Keith Hernandez is going to be calling the games like, oh, man, well, last year I said what I said about him in Citi Field playing right field, and I was correct. He'll win a Gold Glove. He'll win a Gold Glove this year, like he says. No, he's not, bro. You know it. You know it. That's why you're triggered. That's why you're hurt. The truth hurts. Whether you think it's trolling or not, shoot the messenger. That's what you called up to do, shoot the messenger. As a Nets fan, I know where the Nets are, right? And as a Nets fan, I can speak from experience. Trying to cut the line, it don't work. Trying to create shortcuts, fail. I'm speaking from experience. It's not trolling. I'm looking at this Knicks team. They don't have enough. They missed so much in the draft. They tried to put together a competitive team other ways, and they did put together a competitive team. But ultimately, it's not the championship caliber team that we hear advertised. Hashtag Knicks and 8. Knicks and 8. Knicks and 8. You can't go Knicks and 8. The math doesn't matter. That would be a draw. You heard what Roscoe said about the bing bongers and all the overhyping of the Knicks. What I'm talking to, not trolling, is this is looking like another season where all the talk, Karl Anthony Towns, Brunson, the captain. Listen, this is looking like another second round exit. Maybe I'm dead wrong. And if I am, I'll be right here on this mic to be like, wow, they fooled me. Wow, they did it.
You'll own it. And by the way, I think you're one of the few Yankee fans who acknowledge how awesome Juan Soto is.
That's what I'm saying. He doesn't listen to me much. It's a Friday night at 9:15. He helicoptered in quickly. I put him on.
The few Yankee fans who admit pretty often that
he's going to win you some games.
Be better if Juan Soto would have stayed.
Losing a generational talent like Juan Soto, do not call up and tell me the Yankees are better for it. Do not tell me that this team is better until we see it. Don't tell me there's a silver lining. I just watched the Yankees go to the World Series with Juan Soto. Until they get back to the World Series and win without, then like it could be a long time. We could go another 5-10 years without winning a World Series or getting to the World Series, and that will stand the test of the time that team with Juan Soto got it done and the other ones didn't. I'm not so much of a Mets hater to act like Juan Soto isn't ridiculous. I just watched every one of his at-bats. I say that every night on the Fan. But I'm also not a dum-dum to act like Juan Soto isn't going to be a DH at some point. Like, he's going to be a liability at some point in right field and Citi Field. He's just, I watched him. I went to the games. I watched the difference between him and Judge. I watched Gunnar Henderson hit a ball over his head. He didn't know what to do. I watched the World Series where Ohtani hits a ball past him. The ball drops in front of him. That is what you're getting. So you could be mad at me, Otis, or you could just face facts. The truth hurts. Reality is you just paid $805 million for a guy that's going to play the next 15 years, and I guarantee he might not make it halfway there as your everyday right fielder. David Stearns prioritizes defense.
Right. And the one thing you have to ask yourself if you're a Met fan, is if the Mets win one World Series, is it worth it? And the answer,
Yes. Yes. And when I tell Yankee fans, they're like, one World Series in 15 years. I'm like, we just made one World Series appearance and lost in the last 15 years. If they make one World Series appearance and win in 15 years, yeah, it's worth it. 888-808-1019. I like that. I like that you're triggered. That means this is working. That means you're listening wherever you are, Middlesex County, New Jersey on a Friday night. Otis, I'm not going to take any shots at you. I'm not going to take any shots at you like you took at me. I'm just going to say the truth hurts. You're triggered. And I got you to call. And as soon as you popped up, I saw your topic. That's why I went to you. I know how this thing works. 888-808-1019. KM to AM returns right after this. What I'll say is no one man should have all that power. This microphone is powerful, bro. And I know that. And so as the Knicks game is ending here, and I know people probably turned it off and turned WFAN on, my takes are right. The things I'm saying are correct. And I'm just gonna retweet some of this stuff and bring it back to the surface. They be big mad, but like people are mad at the truth. People be mad at the truth. Always tell the truth. Always be honest. I'll be dead honest about the Yankees. I love them, but I don't lie about them. I tell the truth. That's my job, right? The Knicks put together a good team, not a great team, but Knicks fans are expecting a championship run. I don't see it, yo. Like, this is embarrassing, bro. They're getting beat by 41. So all that making fun of the Nets, all that laughing at the Nets. Okay. You have 2 to 3 years to win your championship. And this thing's going to swing around. This thing's going to swing right back around. I pray that I'm here for it. I'm here to talk about it because this is fun. I like talking about sports. I'm retweeting all. You're about to face. Keith says you're about to face teams that are already cohesive units and have already gotten past the second round. It's too soon for this group. This is not the year. This is another second round exit. And let the chips fall where they may. We're gonna get to the point in the season where the Knicks are gonna be like losing games for seeding. I'm telling you, yo. Go New York, go, and all that. But like, doop. They're like, oh, what a dumb take. What a dumb take. This guy shouldn't even be on the radio. Okay. Well, check back with me later. Check back with me right here on Instagram. Gamed them. I don't think the Knicks are winning. I don't see them winning with the team they did not draft. Now, there's a lot more to it, but like this is a team that they put together through free agency. Yeah. Oh, awesome. Yes. Yeah, I will speak on that immediately. Jazz didn't give up 13. They just made another 13 jersey for him to wear. You say that on air. Oh man, this is fun. Thanks for watching in the chat. I know I missed a couple. Next break, I'll get to them, and we got to get to Carlos Mendoza. Yo, I mean, I wanted to talk about the Mets. I wanted to get to the cuts from Carlos Mendoza coming on Evan and Tiki. But yeah, I knew what I was doing right there. As the Knicks game was ending, you know, I just started to needle a little bit, and Otis was listening on the radio. And he said, I'm gonna call and yell at this guy. All right, Otis, you got that off. I'll let you do it too. But then when I wanted to have the conversation, you got to have a back and forth, man. You gotta counter. You gotta listen to what I'm saying. You can't just yell and say what I said. I hate that too. When I listen to some of the other guys do shows, and I listen to WFAN every day, like I'll hear people call and say things they didn't say, and it's like, don't put words in our mouths. We put enough words on air, and look, we know what we said. Don't say what we said. I'll say it for myself. Juan Soto projects to be a DH, and this Knicks team projects to be another second-round exit. If they get to the Eastern Conference Finals, great for the city. I really enjoyed the run last year, even being a Nets fan. I was giving you guys what to bet on. I remember making people money. What game was it? Was it game 4 of the series? Where I was like, yo, bet on Dante DiVincenzo. He's due. He's due to have a couple threes to drop 20 points. He's due. And he did. I hate Philly, and I got no reason to root for those farmers in Indiana. So, like, of course I was rooting for the Knicks to win, and the Nets were out. And, like, Nets fans, just because you're a Nets fan doesn't mean you have to stand down and shut up. Just because the Nets are looking at this viral meme of the picks that they lost turning into Damian Lillard, Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, and then the players that they lost, KD, Harden, Kyrie. So what? Like, if you're a Nets fan, we have a future. And if you're a Nets fan, you've been through worse. 888-808-1019. If you're a Nets fan right now, you're seeing a coach. Yeah, you actually have a coach. Don't mess up his record. Get some more wins for the coach. If you're a Nets fan, you're seeing some young players playing that you drafted and developed. Yeah, you have some picks. Yeah, you're like, give it some time. And all I was saying was, hey, if the Knicks do not bring a parade back to this city in 2-3 years, then the little brother Nets that, all 9 of us Nets fans, yeah, well, the tables are going to turn again. The tables will turn again, and the Nets are going to have something going on in Brooklyn, and I'll probably pop up. I'll be over there. Shout out to the Brooklyn Brigade, the Block, Capper Carino, Iron Eagle, Saracusta. Like, I just enjoy this so much, this banter, this sports conversation. And like the take that I had on the Knicks, like Knicks fans mob in a crazy way. Like because the Knicks were the only basketball team in the city for a decade, like you can't say anything anti-Knicks. But if you do, you get some traction. So I've had a few takes against the Knicks. You know, while everybody's telling me the Knicks are going to win the championship this year, I've had some takes countering that, and people don't like to hear it. But like, what if it's the truth? What if it's the truth? If it's not the truth, then man, I'm gonna be cooked. 888-808-1019. We are gonna get to the Mets conversation because there are some things that Carlos Mendoza was asked. Good job by Evan and Tiki asking some questions. Let's go to Carlos in Queens before we go to Carlos Mendoza. What's up, Carlos?
You know, I understand where Otis is coming from. Well, Yankees fans, you know, what you guys can't stand is that before you guys was the ones signing, giving people ridiculous contracts and just doing like absurd things. You have Ben Affleck calling you the evil empire. Now you guys become a joke. I feel.
How are we a joke? We're the defending American League champions. Aaron Judge is the AL MVP.
Just have a conversation, right? So let me just explain how you guys become a joke, and then you can do what you do. You guys have signed top tier players, people that didn't even touch the field. You guys paid millions of dollars. So you say, you know what? Go home. You're no good. You can't even get on the field.
Who?
You guys do now? You guys let Aaron Hicks go out there. You let Joey Gallo stay out there. And now you're starting a season with DJ LeMahieu as your third baseman.
Perhaps.
That's comical. That's
Perhaps.
you don't want to go and pick up a few extra million because you don't want to go over the tax.
We're over the tax.
Now, you guys have become the people that, like, you shopping with a coupon. Like, you at the 99 cents.
The Yankees?
Of course, because you're a few $1 million away. You guys can't get a third baseman because you don't want to. You know what you call that? You know what you call that? You call that somebody that goes to the supermarket, goes with a coupon. That's what the Yankees.
No, they're hiring from within. They're leaning on their homegrown talent for now.
Back then, you would have signed the All-Star, whoever, not necessarily All-Star, but you would sign your best option. Arenado would have been here. You would have made another trade. Doesn't matter. You would have got the job done because the money wasn't an issue. But now, money's an issue for you guys. And guess what?
The luxury tax didn't exist.
The Mets. Money. Now, come on. Listen, the issue is that money is not an issue to the Mets now. So you know what? We paid $800 million for a DH. Great. Guess what? There's a good chance Latin gonna come on free agency, and guess who he's gonna sign with? This is a business.
He should sign with the Mets. That would be great.
Over here, there's no discounts over here. It's a business. So of course, Toronto is gonna go to where the most money is. There's no loyalty, and this is a business. You know what I'm saying? Like all this loyalty, guys, it's about money.
Yeah, there's discounts when you lose to the Milwaukee Brewers and nobody's at the ballpark. Thanks for the call, Carlos. My turn. There's discounts on tickets when Gary, Keith, and the SNY crew are saying this is rock bottom. Them tickets be for the low. That's why your owner is calling on you. That's why Brandon Nimmo in a pennant chase is saying, come on out and support us, please, guys. Don't you love us? Pay that $40 to park your car. Buy as many hot dogs as you can. They have a dance crew. Like, you got to get in there and see the performance that they put on top of the dugout. Oh, my. Oh, we can't play that anymore. All right, we'll play. But we can't play that anymore either. Got to come up with a new song. Maybe Ronald McDonald and Grimace and those guys got a soundtrack coming out. Hawk to a Girl. Did she make a song yet? She did everything else. She had a Bitcoin podcast. Maybe Hawk to a drops a song that the Mets can rock with for this year. It is gimmicks central. Glizzy Izzy, Rally Pimp, the playoff pumpkin. You got to come up with more gimmicks. And when you talk about the Yankees, right? Yeah, the Yankees will pay players like Aaron Hicks. He was under contract. And you know what? They ride him till the wheels fall off. And as Yankee fans, myself included, we're critical of them. We hate it. We boo these guys. We boo them off the field. You go to the games, DJ LeMahieu's getting booed. Joey Gallo's getting booed. Aaron Hicks is getting booed. And when you talk about, in the past, you would go and make a move. They just made a bunch of moves. And I called on Cashman. I said, did you make all these moves to still have holes? They still have time to make more moves if they feel like they have holes. But they don't. DJ LeMahieu's not locked in to be your third baseman, Yankee fans. We have that fear because of what we saw from him last year. But I don't have that fear so much anymore. I saw Peraza today. I saw Goldschmidt today. I saw Belly today. Didn't see Judge, but Judge exists, right? There are so many Met fans that want you to bend the knee. There are so many Met fans that feel like because they won free agency, they won the World Series. I watched the same thing go on when you signed Carlos Correa. People were doing backflips, proclaiming a World Series over signing Carlos Correa in the middle of the night, right? Remember that clouded Judge's announcement of, coming back to the Yankees and being the captain? Everybody's, Carlos Correa, the Mets. I'll believe it when I see it. They barely got in the dance last year. It took all 9 lives to get to where they got, and they still got a historic run differential against the Dodgers. 10-piece on your head, 10-piece on your head, 9-0 shutout, 8-0 shutout. But we took one more game from the Dodgers than the Yankees. So what? You got eliminated before you got to the World Series. And here I'm taking a call from Carlos saying that the Yankees are bums and the Yankees aren't. They were in the last World Series. That was 114 days ago.
Just real quick on the Carlos Correa stuff, only because I was hosting that night. Go easy on that. Okay.
Yeah, that was your moment, man. You didn't believe it. See, because the Met fan in you, I've listened to that audio. Is this correct?
I was in heaven because really that was an earth-shattering few hours, and then obviously he had the worst ankle apparently in human history. But whatever. Put that to the side for a second. The reason Mets fans are so giddy is one, we're not used to this. We're not used to owners that are willing.
Yeah, can't act like you've been there. Never been there.
We've never had this happen before. We've never had a player choose Queens over the Bronx. This has never happened before. And say it was for the money, whatever. The guy turned down $760 million, and he chose Queens instead. That's all that Mets fans are worried about right now.
It is a sign of the times, right? People don't ever give me credit for saying that, like, Stearns and Cohen together are the smartest and richest guy in the room. This should be the end of the LOL Mets. If they're able to get that casino and flip that area, then that ends all the conversation about Yankee Stadium versus Citi Field, and there's nothing to do. Like, there is a future here, but Mets fans are always so quick to jump ahead of the future. Like, you play your first spring training game tomorrow. Let's get there. Who the hell is pitching for the Mets? And I don't say that to, like, Clay Holmes, but, like, who is, if this is a World Series caliber team, your starting rotation has to face the Phillies and the Braves in division. Juan Soto can't win you that many games. He's going to hit you some homers to win some games. But, like, you're going to have to pitch, field, and hit. And there's a lot of variables on your side as well to puff out your chest because Steve Cohen is a billionaire that came into the game 4 years ago and basically promised all of these things and now has delivered Juan Soto. Congrats. It doesn't win you anything.
We're also assuming that Francisco Lindor is going to have the same type of season he had last year, which was an MVP type season. We're assuming that Pete Alonso maybe has a bounce back season.
Yeah, and another prove it year.
And another prove it.
Mark Vientos has arrived. He's a 10-year All-Star.
This is what I'll say about the other stuff. It's just a reminder that, and I know Dave Sims got frustrated about this earlier. The Mets and the Yankees both have not won championships. So getting to the World Series for me doesn't mean much because the bar right now for both baseball teams should be title or bust.
It is.
And honestly, you guys made it further. That means nothing to me. You won nothing.
No, it means something because out of the entire American League, the Yankees were the ones that did it. They did end that drought. They were there. They had a closer series, but obviously they embarrassed themselves. And when you look at it, and I just said it was 114 days. I heard Jack Curry say it was just 114 days ago. I said, what I love about baseball is, man, when you play deep into October, the offseason is short. Here we go. They made some adjustments. They tightened the screws on this thing. The American League didn't get that much stronger. The Yankees have a good chance to get right back to the World Series. The Mets, on paper, we'll see.
And objectively, the NL is way tougher than the AL. That's just facts right there. That's
not me trolling. That's not my fault. There's nothing I could do about that. There's nothing Hal Steinbrenner can do about that. And I'm not mad at Hal. He came out and answered the question today. He told you, and I'm sure this is Cashman in his ear, and I'm sure this is conversations that they had. They did put up $760 million for Juan Soto. Hand up, if you were listening to my shows leading up, that was too much money for Juan Soto. I wouldn't have gone that far. I would have said, Uncle Stevie, you got it. I would have tapped out before we got to 16 years, $760 million. It's too much. Juan Soto's a great player, but he's not going to be this player when my son is in the 6th grade. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's I get it though. You do what you got to do in free agency to win the player, and they did. And that was a seismic win for the Met fan just at work, just calling the radio station, just in the classroom, kids in the classroom. Like, the rivalry between Yankees and Mets fans for one guy, right? That's one guy, like Judge. So that's his opinion. In my opinion, like Juan Soto is one guy, but now Juan Soto's got to carry the team. Juan Soto's got to be that guy for 15 years. And everything gets louder if it doesn't happen right away. As you talk about not being here before, I'm used to this as a Yankee fan. I'm used to the heartbreak. I'm used to the failure. I'm used to every year being predicted to win the American League and then getting cut short. I'm used to having a cheating Astros team be in the way when you think you're going to get it done multiple times. Like, I'm used to that. Like, now you're going to have to get used to the fact that, like, there are World Series aspirations. The Dodgers are in the way. The Braves are in the way. The Phillies are in the way. The Padres are in the way. And if you come up short, like, you're going to hear it, and you're going to hear it even louder from your fellow Yankee fan neighbors.
Absolutely. And again, that's the bar. I'm sorry that when you sign Juan Soto and have Lindor and when you sign a generational talent at 25 years old, who might be the best free agent in the history of the game, possibly to sign, he's up there, certainly, and he chose the Mets. And that is the reason why Mets fans like myself were on cloud 9.
Should be. Absolutely should be.
Should have been. And the back and forth with Mets and Yankees fans, that's going to go on the entire season. So if you're sick and tired of it, get used to it, because it's going to happen now.
Oh, I'm not tired of it.
Because now at this point,
I'm tired of the like today I hear the Yankees changed the policy because of Juan. Everything doesn't go back to Juan Soto. Can we move on from that? This is going to create an even better rivalry. Obviously, Judge versus Soto, Yankees versus Mets. Yankees actually having guys in the weight class where it's like, okay, you have stars now. Juan Soto, let's see how almighty he is. Let's see if he can carry the entire franchise and fan base. And listen to your fellow Yankee fans that aren't just snarky or bitter or salty. Your fellow Yankee fan like me that's telling you, I saw him every day. He's phenomenal. And he's just turned 26. He's in his prime. He's going to be in his prime for the next 5 years or so. But 7 years from now, he might need some days to DH. He might start breaking down. He might have had too many nice Italian cuisines in his time in New York City. He's got so much money. Life is going to change for him and the people around him. That they moved the fence back in right field in Citi Field. David Stearns is going to want a plus defender there. Juan Soto's bat, I think, is going to age well. I don't know about his legs. That's not trolling. That's not making fun. That's projecting. That's watching baseball. That's watching a guy this year where I'm like, I don't know if this guy knows where to stand in the outfield. I don't know if this guy knows how to break on the ball. Come on, Juan. This guy was boo-proof in Yankee Stadium because every Yankee fan wanted him to come back. But he definitely had some plays where he left it out there. We were like, come on, bro. Come on. Running the bases. Running the bases. I don't know. At least 3 times I can remember where I'm like, what the hell are you doing running into an out? Aaron Judge hits behind you. What are you doing?
Fair point. And like we said earlier, and you agreed with this, if he wins one title, the 15-year contract is not going to matter to Mets fans. It just won't. They're going to build a statue of Juan Soto. It's going to be Soto in center field. They're going to name the hotel out.
It's a huge if. It's a huge if.
Of course it's a huge if.
Because he already won one title.
Of course it's a huge if.
And when he won that title, he had a bunch of good players around him, and they got hot at the right time, and everybody knows what happened there.
Very similar to Aaron Judge, because we know how great.
Well, Judge
win a title. He's not up there in the pantheon of the Yankees.
Not similar to Judge. Every postseason Juan Soto has been in, he's been ready. He's been the guy. You don't have to worry about Juan Soto slumping or not hitting home runs or flailing at pitches or turning into a zero. It's a April, May, or June game for Juan Soto. I can't compare that to Judge. Judge has failed us multiple times. C-Mac had a take that I read online, and I'm like, what a great take, talking about Aaron Boone and the criticism of Aaron Boone. And imagine if Aaron Boone got Aaron Judge to be MVP Judge in all of those postseasons. He might have a ring or 2 by now. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Brendan in Pearl River on the Fan. Brendan, why'd you do that? What is happening here? Justin in Floral Park. Hopefully you're good. I clicked on Brendan. I clicked on Matt, and they dropped off. I guess, I don't know. Like, you guys disappearing on me. But you got it, Justin. Go for it.
What's going on, Keith? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
I tell you, these make it happen Mets are getting very giddy, Keith. I wasn't. Championships are not won in December, okay, or January, or February. If you don't have pitching, when the Yankees got A-Rod, everyone was so giddy. I said, can he pitch? The answer was no, when the Yankees lost to the Red Sox in 2004 because they didn't have pitching. They had one of the greatest lineups ever established in 2004, and they lost because they had no pitching. The same can be said for the New York Mets, okay? Unless they're getting some pitching here, the Mets are not better than the Braves, and they're not better than the Phillies, and they're sure as hell not better than the Dodgers. Go, Keith. I like that they changed the policy, number one. I think this could possibly bring in a Vladimir Guerrero which I know everyone's saying, oh, he's one of the Mets. I think Pete's going to opt in next year. So I think the Guerrero to the Mets thing is going to go not happening. And I just think that they're going to get some guys here. I don't know if it's going to happen now, but down the line they're going to get some players here that you didn't think they could sign. And I hope they still make another move or two before the season starts, because like the previous caller did say, it is kind of comical that we're relying on DJ LeMahieu to play third base, where I think he's shot. But we'll see what happens.
But we're not. Like, DJ is in the running, but everybody has already given him the job.
I mean, I agree. But I just feel like Boone is very loyal to DJ LeMahieu for some reason.
In the past.
Doing it. So we'll see. And as far as
Boone is managing for his his extension and his pride, and Joe Kelly talking, still about him. Like, I mean, hey.
I can't stand guys talking smack that did nothing against us. I mean, it's just
That's the time we're in. I mean, there's a bunch of losers on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, always talking down on people all day that didn't do anything.
Don't even let those clowns bother you. Okay, man, they just hate it.
They don't. I love it.
Doing a hell of a job and keep it up. As far as the Knicks go, Keith, I agree with you 1,000%. It is men against boys. Keith, they're 0-6 against Oklahoma City, Boston Celtics, and the Cleveland Cavaliers. And you know what I mean? I don't even think if they have to play the Bulls in the first round, Bulls last night. I'm telling you, I'm dead.
I was on, and I'm like, yo, Lonzo Ball, Josh Giddey, Kobe White, Nikola Vucevic, they're taking you to OT. Like, be ready to play.
And Keith, I'm telling you, you as a Knicks fan should never have gotten rid of Atkinson, man. He is a.
Oh, I had multiple podcasts on it.
But I'm telling you, man,
I know.
The Knicks got him over tips. And everyone thinks I'm crazy, but I really think Atkins.
Man, Kenny went and learned. Kenny went and sat in Golden State. He went and learned. He is on one, and he was always on one. He fought for his players. He'll run on the court and get at the refs. He just was a basketball mind. He knew how to call timeouts, and that's didn't even have guys that could call timeouts. Thanks for the call, Justin. I mean, a few things there. Going back to the Mets and talking about like who you face. You face teams in the National League that have pedigree, organizations that this is what they do. They go to the postseason. They win in October. The Braves, the Dodgers, even the Phillies, who have been to a World Series, who they're going to be looking for revenge. You had one hot year, and it was because of one hot song, and you're not even bringing that guy back for the vibes. We don't know if you can do it without Candelita, 888-808-1019. We don't know if this Mets team can go on that same type of run. And I always hear that about, like, we were the best team in baseball from June on. It wasn't just a run. Okay, but that's over. It's a different team now. It's Juan Soto's team now. You're missing some pieces. You're missing some pieces from the rotation. You're missing some guys from that line. Like, it's a different team now. Carlos Mendoza had a great first year. Do it again, Mendy. I think you can. But, now you have a target on your back. You are not the hunters. You are the hunted. It is going to be different when they're not looking at the Mets as the lovable losers, the LOL Mets. They're looking at you now like, oh, you got the richest owner in the sport, one of the smartest baseball minds, one of the best players in the sport, the guy that finished runner-up in MVP. We're ready to play. You're going to get everybody's best shot now like the Yankees have for years. Like, I've gotten on the fan for years, mad at the Yankees. Like, how do y'all not know that everybody wants to beat you? That you step in the ring, everybody's going to give you their best punch. Like, that's where we're at now with both sides. It is glorious. It is grand. I can't wait. I can't wait for it to start, honestly. So we can get away from it. And you know what? Like, I'm so official. If the Mets are good, like, did I get on here last year when the Mets were going through their run and be like, this is fake. This is nothing. They're going to lose. They don't have a shot against the Brewers. No, I gave it up. Lindor, incredible. Alonso, amazing. Oh, this rotation. Last year, we were down on their rotation. Everybody said that was the weakness of the team. Jeremy Hefner in his pitching lab. Look at Sevy. Told y'all Sevy was a dog like that. Told you. Sevy Houdini, he can get out of jams like that. Look at Sevy, complete game, right? Like, we're going to go into actual games very soon. And whether I'm a Yankee fan or not, I'm a baseball fan. I'm a sports fan. And the results tell the truth in the game. You can hate it if you want, but like, I'm not going to get on here on a night where, I don't know, the Yankees stink up the place and make excuses for them, and then the Mets dominate. Like, who dubbed them the Make It Happen Mets? Me. And I called them that in 2022 from watching games, and I'm like, they always find a way to make it happen. They're never out of any game. The Make It Happen Mets. And then I called them the Let It Happen Mets in 23. Winners make it happen, losers let it happen. What will they be this year? They made it happen at a clip that nobody in baseball saw coming last year. There was some cosmic energy with Jorge Lopez throwing his glove into the stands, with Candelita having the #1 Latin digital single. That's vibes, that's energy. In baseball, you guys know this. You know, in baseball, it's hard to recapture that. It's hard to catch lightning in a bottle. It's hard for lightning to strike twice. You need like solid things like pitching. Can't have enough pitching. Soto is a solid thing. You can count on him. Lindor, I think you can count on as well. I don't know if you can count on Pete. I want to hope to count on Vientos. Swaggy V seems like the type, like he's up for the challenge. Francisco Alvarez, that's my favorite Met. I hope that he actually comes through and is the prospect and now the pro that he's supposed to be so I can see it. But that's the thing. I'll believe it when I see it. We can't proclaim it, right? The Yankees can't proclaim anything. Their fans hate them more than anybody else. The Yankees have to go out there and do it and prove it and stop living off the past. The Yankees have holes right now. The Yankees knew Stanton was hurt. Didn't do anything about it. The Yankees knew third base was going to be a competition. They said, that's fine. They made their trades. They made their signings. They made their little tweaks. They got rid of guys. Like, it's an indictment on the New York Yankees right now that Alex Verdugo and Anthony Rizzo are still available. And those guys, 114 days ago, were getting 4 bats a game in the World Series being relied on. Like, it is an indictment on the New York Yankees that you were relying on Clay Holmes all season to be your closer when we knew he wasn't any good. Like, we knew that, like, he's got some nasty stuff. I don't want to say any good. We knew he wasn't a closer, though. And we knew the defense was shaky behind him. That combination, 1 + 2 = oh, no. Like, if the Yankees would have moved off of Clay Holmes and stopped being so stubborn, maybe they have home field advantage against the Dodgers, have the better record. Maybe things go differently. We'll never know. Last year is over, though. We're getting closer and closer to this year. 888-808-1019. Let me take one more call here, Paulie, and then I'll when we come back, I do want to play the cuts from Carlos Mendoza on Evan and Tiki, just in case anybody missed the interview and the conversation earlier. Another Carlos in Deer Park. You're on the Fan.
Hey, what's up, Keith? It's me again, brother. How are you? I hope.
All is well. Thanks for calling.
Of course, man. I don't know what was up with that guy Otis earlier, but
who cares?
Yeah, right. Who cares? I just wanted to
Don't know him. Don't need to know him. Probably never see him. Not worried about him.
Yeah, he was off the wagon a little bit. But I just wanted to get a few points across, man. Listen, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I don't know what is up with the Mets taking what you're saying as if like you're, taking a what on them. Like you're just telling it how it is. Unfortunately, a guy who's going to play for a team for 15 years and who isn't a great fielder, yes, eventually he's going to be a DH. There's nothing wrong with that. There's no offense to take, by that. We just had the guy. We know what he could do. And to be honest, he's got a ring. And you know what? If they win one throughout his career, I think that's a fair, man. To pay a guy who's only going to bat and then eventually DH, Ohtani money, I get why Ohtani he pitches. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Guy does one thing. And then the last thing I wanted to say is about the Nets, because the one guy brought it up. I think that was one of our biggest mistakes, man, was letting Kenny Atkinson go.
Of course it was. Katie and Kyrie forced him out. And Katie and Kyrie were just rubbing shoulders with him at the All-Star game.
Exactly. Wishing they probably still had him on the team. You know what I mean? Because look at him now. Look what he's doing. And that's the thing. Some of these coaches, like, I guess it's at our detriment, but he left there. He sat, as an assistant.
He helped them build the Nets world that attracted Katie and Kyrie. They basically let him drive the hoopty, and then they upgraded to the Ferrari and said, no, you're not driving the Ferrari. Thanks for the call, Carlos. 888-808-1019. I do have a special guest that will join us at 10:15. Former Yankee Cameron Maybin would love to weigh in on the change. Cameron Maybin was out there campaigning and low-key telling people over 2 years ago, hey, I'm a former Yankee. I talk to a lot of players. He does baseball content. He's played for different teams. And there was a word that he knew out there about this facial hair policy that players were not going for it, did not want to be Yankees because of it, or didn't want to be traded there. And that if the Yankees did change that, they'd be more inclined. They've changed it. So Cameron Maben, my guy, will join us at 10:15. Let's take a break here. When we come back, I'll take a couple more calls. We'll do the Cameron Maben interview. We'll play the cuts from the Carlos Mendoza interview. And then we continue to talk Mets, to talk Yankees, beard policy, spring training. And we get ready for the Mets' first spring training game coming up tomorrow. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Rolling. Okay. I'll text you Maben's number. And what the hell? Block. Delete and report, John. Okay. Bro, somebody sent me like a text that I have unpaid tolls and I have like 12 hours to respond. First off, I have an Easy Pass and it's connected to my credit card. And I've been playing this game for a long time. I stay in Jersey. I go through that toll every day. I pay that fee every day. I've been paying that congestion pricing. Like, don't play with me, bro. I'm not the one. Delete. Report. All right. So, yeah, Cameron Maben is going to join us. I am about to send Paulie his number. Cameron Maben. Boom, boom. Okay. And we keep cooking these Mets fans and Yankee fans and baseball fans. They be big mad. They be big mad. They be big mad. Oh, I said I want to chat, yo. All right. What did I miss in this chat before? Okay, here we go. Keith, are you bringing back Talking Nets soon? I just freaking might. I might. So people watching on YouTube, my YouTube channel began as the Talking Nets channel. 3 things happened. I began Talking Nets as a part of John Boy Media. I left John Boy Media. That's 1. I took it with me. I continued it as long as I could. But like I couldn't sustain it. Also, the second thing, KD, Kyrie, the pandemic, the vaccine, James Harden, Ben Simmons, the trades, the team absolutely getting blown up. Nobody wants to subscribe and listen and follow a podcast during those times. And then the third thing, I had a kid. I had a child. My son was born April 2023. And like, if you've never had a kid, it takes a lot of your time. So like, I didn't have as much time as I used to have to just fire up Talking Nets podcast 3 times a week because I have a baby crying in my house. I have a baby waking up at 7 a.m. every day. I have a baby that has to go to sleep every night at 7 p.m. I couldn't do it anymore. So the team sucked. It wasn't lucrative. And I had a child. Something had to give. I'm blessed though. Because doing Talking Nets opened up so many doors and opportunities and connected me to so many people. I never thought that the Nets would have enough fans to do a Nets podcast. I never thought that like we would get any traction. We did. KD followed the Talking Nets brand. I connected with his guy, Eddie Gonzalez. Yes Network did a special on us. And not for nothing, that helped me get in here, right? The Brooklyn Nets games air on WFAN. When I had the Talking Nets podcast, it helped me get in here. But like I had to move on from it. I had my son. I didn't have the time. The team got blown up. And I just didn't have the bandwidth to do it on my own. It wasn't lucrative. So if I'm not making money from it, if the team's not winning and I don't have the time, something had to give. But yeah, that's the long and short of why I don't do the Talking Nets podcast anymore. It's like I have a radio show. If I want to talk about the Nets, are the Nets still in the league? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if I want to talk about the Nets, I'll talk on WFAN about it. I'm not trying to be like the #1 Nets podcaster in New York. What is the point of that? I'm not getting my hopes up for Vladdy. I wish you guys would stop with this Vladdy stuff. I don't even know why you want him. I don't understand why Yankee fans want Vladdy. Money talks, yeah, so let him go to Queens. You think the Yankees will eventually get alternative uniforms like the last name on it at some point? They don't need it. If they do a City Connect, great, I'll go buy it. But I don't need the Yankees to I know all the players. I know all the players by number. I don't need to have last names on the back. Dwayne said that the chat is almost 900 strong. Now the chat is 1,100 strong. Anthony Volpe may not have a baby face anymore. He will. He can't grow a beard. Keith, they try to be hard on Judge since the World Series, but to me, he's still a good player. He's the MVP. The greater you are, the harder they are on you. You got to be perfect. So Judge will never get over that. 1-1-1, 11-11, 11-11. Judge will never get over that until he wins a World Series. They will use that forever. They're waiting for next October for him to fail. Knicks remind me of the Packers this season in NFL. Good, but not great like Minnesota, Philly, or Detroit. Minnesota wasn't great. Philly was great. Detroit was great, but they got hurt. You broke this guy. Yeah, that guy Otis was tweaking. Otis going crazy. Yeah, but that's what the radio does. And I've learned. I worked in social media and marketing in New York coming up. Now I do radio. You gotta evoke emotion, or you're not doing anything. You're going through the motions.
Good evening at 10 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Complete mismatch in Cleveland as the Cavs just buried the Knicks 142-105. Shot 61% from the floor, 51% from three. Knicks did get back OG Anunoby. Didn't matter. Josh Hart missed his second straight game with knee soreness. Jalen Brunson, 26, as the Knicks will have to rebound quickly on the road for Boston on Sunday. Tyranny against beards, finally a thing of past for the Yankees. Players can now grow beards in the Bronx, ending a long-standing policy. So just how long has Hal Steinbrenner been thinking about this change? For the Mets, Carlos Mendoza understanding his club's not going to fly under the radar this season, as this season comes with a ton of expectations. This earlier with Evan and Tiki right here on the Fan. $25 degrees, clear skies, Central Park, and that's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
What I'm saying, bro. What was this? G-Unit. Good drop, Paulie. Got me on my 50 right now. Not backing down from these callers. It's Friday night. This is what it's about. People calling up, talking about you're trolling. Talking about the Yankees using coupons. What? This is fun. This is the spirit of rivalries and fandom and competition. And this is how we pass the time until we get back to America's former pastime. 888-808-1019. Cameron Maben will join us in about 10 minutes. Let me see if I can get these calls in. Kevin is in North Bergen. Kevin, thank you for holding. Good, man. You got it.
It's true, and it's going to go out for both the delusional Yankee fans and delusional Mets fans. And as a Yankee fan myself, I want to be as critical as I can. So I was listening to Otis, and I don't understand the whole idea of just attacking Yankee fans over the fact that they got Juan Soto for $800 million. That contract won't be worth it.
You bring up a great point. A lot of these Mets fans act like they got him for a deal, like he took less money to go to Queens.
You got him for, and again, we understand that we were also going to pay him
had to bend over backwards.
And we were bending over backwards too, and we were aware of the fact that he would be at the age in a couple of years. So don't act like you guys hearing that comment is a way of attacking him. No.
Everybody in baseball would have.
He's not a great outfielder, and quite frankly, it's not easy to play outfield in Citi Field compared to Yankee Stadium. So, and you guys got to go to the games because Steve Cohen said it that you guys, if you guys don't attend,
I'm going.
that money.
I'm pulling up.
Go to Citi Field if you guys want him to open up his check because the billionaire spending $800 million, it's not something that I literally fought lightning in a bottle. And this is only for delusional fans, not like unlike your producer who's been very critical about the Mets. Another take about the Yankees. In terms of the beer policy, I'm completely advocating for it. I think it's great that they're allowing players to express themselves, unlike the Yankee unks that want to call in and say that, the uniqueness is gone. Guys, this is not gone. Yeah, we changed Old Timers Day. Yeah, we added a patch to our uniform. But you know what's unique about us? The fact that we have 27 rings and no one else has that. And no one else close. And that's what matters.
Yeah, and the fan base, and they sell out. And Hal Steinbrenner never has to ask us to come to the ballpark. We never left the ballpark. The creatures are there. The season ticket holders are there. The fans from the old stadium to the new stadium. Like the tourists that pull up, the casuals that pull up, the party on River Ave. It's never going anywhere.
Quick little point before I let you go, Keith. I'm excited for the season. I like the rivalry that we have. We finally have, prime time baseball back in New York. We have not had that in so long. And I know you mentioned a comment earlier about how Citi Field will be the future. I think it will be the future from a financial standpoint because once you get the casino running, once you get that park, the money is going to be pouring in. It's only a matter of time before Citi Field becomes a freaking amusement park.
Yeah, I hope so. People are going to be coming from all across the country to go there. I'm gonna have a suite. I'm gonna have a nice little spot over there. I'm gonna be on the tables.
It's gonna be an adult Disneyland, and I can't wait for it. But Mets fans, relax. It's not worth it unless you win a ring. And better work on that pitching staff because right now you guys are looking like the 04 Yankees, and we all know what happened back then. So.
Yeah, you ran out of pitching when you needed it most. Thanks for the call, Kevin. 888-808-1019. Yeah, that's something that hasn't been said. There are Mets fans talking to Yankees fans as if Juan Soto took less money to go to Queens. You'd have a real argument if he actually was like, "No, I'm leaving. Nope. They offered me $750, and that's where I want to be." There's no argument when you actually add up the signing bonus, the escalators, the AAV going up when they opt out to $51 million, and then the fact that he bought Brett Beatty a car. I guess Juan Soto bought the $92,000 Chevy Tahoe, but something tells me that Juan Soto is not really doing all that. The reports are like, "Oh yeah, he did some report." Like, yeah, whatever. He probably just had somebody that Steve Cohen employs to hook it up, and it's all Steve Cohen's money anyway. 888-808-1019. Brendan is in Pearl River on the fan. What's up, Brendan?
Keith, love your show, man. You're doing a great job. I appreciate all the work you're doing there. So here's my question. So the last caller actually answered. I was going to ask your opinion on the Nike logo, the Yankee kind of contract a couple of years ago with their traditional uniform. Now they're going towards the beard. So the next question I have for you, your opinion, Keith, is eventually the Yankees are going to cross that threshold with an alternate jersey. So I'm a traditional Yankee fan going back to the 70s, growing up in the Bronx with Mickey Rivers and Roy White and the rest of the guys there. What's your opinion on the alternate jersey that eventually the Yankees are going to be discussing?
Yeah, it's all going to change. Cashman spoke on it today. He spoke on the fact, and I think Cashman, being a baseball historian and a Yankee guy, he's like, they probably push back against the Mother's Day pink hats, the Father's Day blue hats, the Veterans Army fatigue hats. There's nothing that they can do about it. Players Weekend, I think 5 years ago, they had these little league looking jerseys with nicknames on the back. The Yankees had to wear them. Now they are the only team outside of the Sacramento A's, which makes a ton of sense, right? They're the only team to not have a City Connect uniform. The Sacramento A's, they just got to that city. They haven't played there yet. They just left their city. So what connection of a city are they going to put together on a uniform? The Yankees, They're in New York. They can make a sweet alternative. They push back on it. No thanks. We don't want it. But eventually they might have to cave. There might be something in the contract with the league, with the Players Association, where the Yankees have to do that. And like you said about Nike, when they put that swoosh over the pinstripes, people lost their minds. And then when they bid on that Star Insurance patch, right? At least it's Star Insurance. It's somewhat clean. It's navy blue, but like that could have been a McDonald's M. No, that would have been the Mets. They would have did the McDonald's M. But you don't understand what I'm saying? Like all of these traditions are evaporating. As we move on to the future, everything is for sale. They put commercials on Red Zone this year. Thanks for the call, Brendan. 888-808-1019. It is what it is, folks. The almighty dollar and just like business. The facial hair changes for business. It's for future business. They got out in front of it. Instead of, and that's what I was saying, I was on it, man. I had a bunch of points about, hey, look at these kids. These kids are painting their nails. So one of these kids is the Yankees gonna draft one of these kids that's really good, and he's gonna be Goldilocks. He's gonna say, I'm not cutting my hair. I refuse. And he's gonna be empowered by social media and his parents and everybody else in society that says, yeah, push back, fight the Yankees. The Yankees said today, no, we're good. We don't want to get to that point. We'll start with the beards, and eventually they're going to have longer hair, and then somebody's going to have a thicker beard, and they're going to push it to a further extent. Then in a couple years, nobody's going to care about this. It's great to talk about tonight, but like I think it's great because it's the Yankees showing we are the Yankees and we're buttoned up. But we'll undo a couple buttons. We'll loosen up. We're the Yankees and we're stuck in our ways for the most part because we're the Yankees and we can stand on our 27 championships. But we have to evolve too. We have to evolve too. Mike is in New City on the Fan. Hello, Mike.
How you doing?
I'm good. Thanks.
Couple of points. One, I really respect what you do and your perspective on things, but you guys, you can't believe half the stuff. You have to be saying some of this stuff just to be drawing interesting calls, which I appreciate, which is the reason why I'm calling.
Some.
This Met Yankee thing, it's crazy to me because I hate the Yankees because of fans like guys like you that want to talk about Mets only care about us. But I have to listen to the show for an hour, and all I hear about is Yankee fans talking about the Mets. The bottom line is this. For 15 or 20 years, the Yankees have been the bully, and we finally got in the weight room, and we're ready to fight back, and you guys don't like it. So I think it's about time for guys to worry about their own teams and let things get done on the field.
It'll never be that way, though. You know it will never be that way. It ain't just me. The Lug Hour was on before me. What did Loogie do? Evan was on with Tiki before me. They started the show saying that Juan Soto is the reason why the Yankees changed this policy, and they talked all around it. But like you know where it came from, and like there will never be peace. There will always be a back and forth. Thanks for the call, Mike. I mean, I'm keeping it a bean. I'm keeping it authentic. Some stuff is tongue in cheek. Some stuff is trolling. But I think I deliver the right tone when I'm saying something that I truly do believe. When I think something is facts, there's some needling, of course, but like that's what big brothers are supposed to do. Yeah, I honestly don't hate the Mets. I just hate some of the Mets nerd fans. There's just some of them that are just annoying. Like I can't go too far online without being like, this guy again. I can't even, like, my friends love sending me, Reddit or Facebook threads. I'm like, do you understand? This is how the machine works. Like, I was reading this, and this. I'm like, I don't care, bro. Nobody was writing that about me when I was unemployed. Nobody was writing anything about me when I wasn't on air. So, that's the thing. When you get your show or you get a podcast, or even as I was talking to people live in the chat, appreciate you guys watching this now as we approach 1,200. I went from social media marketing, being an anonymous person behind accounts like MTV and Fubo TV, and then working at Rock Nation Sports Agency doing player social media. And I hated being in those meetings where they're like, how do we go viral? There's no formula for that. Like, I didn't know I was going to have John Heyman on, crack some jokes with John. He wasn't going to like it. Viral, right? I didn't know that I would be in the Brooklyn Nets arena chanting, "We want Boston." Put that video up, and ESPN and Bleacher Report, all these people, hey, can we use this? Viral. I've got a couple of other things like that. But what I'm saying is you got to do something to break through. You've got to do something to evoke emotion, make people feel things one way or another. Otis called up because he was feeling something. Even Mike just now was feeling something. Good. It's good to feel. We're alive, right? Hello? You can hear me, right? Yeah. Cameron Maben's coming up next. 888-808-1019. If you're on hold, stay on hold. But I just think that this is important to bring in a former Yankee, a baseball player that played in a bunch of cities, knows a bunch of players, to hear him speak on the facial hair policy, because honestly, he was campaigning on it before you heard me campaigning on it right here on the Fan. I want to give him his flowers. So let's take this break. We'll go get former Yankee Cameron Maben to talk about the Yankees removing the beard policy. KM to AM returns right after this. That boy's smooth. That boy's smooth. I need to promote this real quick. I'm trying to see if Foul Territory. Do I have a picture with Cameron Maben from Foul Territory, yo? From being on Foul Territory. I hate that Elon Musk changed the search feature. It's not like it used to be. So trash. It's like I'll search ats and I can't even find the tweets with the ats. Okay, here we go. Okay. This is a perfect one. Would you look at that? That worked. It literally says, this is great, because it says, I know Hal Steinbrenner has the money, but we got to slow down. Keith doesn't want the Yankees to rush into paying Juan Soto $700 million. All right. Quote tweet. Hey, Cameron Maben joins me now on let me go to the Odyssey app, go back to live, send the show, share the show. I know people are watching on Twitter, but if you want to just listen, you can listen on the Odyssey app, but you might not have the app. So I'll give you the option, bro. I'll give you the option to do both. It's your prerogative, whatever you choose. Oh, man. My bad. Putting the Johnson on the screen. Did you see Tommy's tweet? Probably. I don't know. I'm not really checking nobody's tweets when I'm live. There will be a lot of copium come playoffs. Hell yeah. Could be on both sides. A team with a top 5 payroll is paying in coupons. Thank you. Like, what are we talking about, bro? What the hell are we talking about? Like, the Marlins are paying less for their entire team. The Marlins are paying less for their entire team than the Mets are paying for Juan Soto, yo. What are we talking about, bros? Like, what are we actually talking about, bros? Why are Mets fans so jealous of Yankee fans? We don't have enough time. The Mets and Hawk Tua combined, that's one hell of a scam. That's a good one. That's a good one. How's the new fitted? It's cool, bro. I like it, man. I just think it's a different alternative. Like, I think it's a cool look. So. Right back at it on the Fan in New York. My guy coming through right now. Former Yankee, but this guy played for a bunch of teams. This guy was an absolute baller in the outfield and at the plate. Cameron Maben joins us right now on the Fan Cam. Thanks for making the time tonight. We'll get right into it, bro. I just queued you up saying that I need to give you your flowers because, like, I really laid into it this year after Devin Williams, but you were ahead of this. Like, you were with the Yankees in 2019, but, like, you being a former player, you having relationships with players, you doing a podcast, Foul Territory, with former players, you just being in different clubhouses and being in the know. You were putting it out online and people were hating on you. And I remember replying, even my reply, I said, we can't change it. And I put specifically Cole and Judge could change it as like captains of the team. And then Hal Steinbrenner literally met with those two guys and your boy Stanton, and they changed the rule.
You know, Hal said he also met with, former, present Yankees, and I think about guys that are around camp right now, Ron Guidry, Andy Pettit, CeCe Sabathia. Let's be honest, Keith, you're a Yankees guy, guys that told the line on start day of that 5 o'clock shadow, right? Like guys that I don't think you're going to say anything to these guys before their start, right? They got a little bit of a shadow out there. So, and then for me, when I made that comment, I think you being around me at this point, everything I say is off of my experience, right? And these are conversations that I remember having with former teammates and former peers about, man, like if I had to go here, I might not go here because I like my beard, and I like my locks, and I like my hair. So, it's good that how, the organization has decided, hey, you know what? It's time to push the button forward. And also, too, I think, like Hal said, too, like Brian, Cass said, it's still a standard, right? This isn't, Duck Dynasty. No offense to Duck Dynasty. I love it. but we're still going to, hold it to a standard, right? Clean cut, shaven. But some faces, Keith, I know, some faces are meant for beards, my guy.
Yes.
I'm excited about it. I think when you talk about money, when you talk about millions, I think that the normal fan doesn't realize sometimes when you talk about millions, some guys do have egos and they do have things that come into play where they say, you know what, I'd rather keep my beard and go sign somewhere else, right? Even with the nostalgia, even with the history of what the Yankees are. So I think this is a great move, right? I think Judge, I think Garrett Cole, I think you still have some guys that can still hold it to a standard, right? This isn't sloppy. This is still the New York Yankees. So I'm excited about it, man. Today was a good day for me. You know what I mean? I felt good about it, and I felt good about it for the Yankees organization. I think this, these are little things, but I think big things on the big spectrum of. You'd be surprised on how many guys might be like, cool, I can keep my beard, Vladdy, coming soon. I can keep my flag. Listen, I had dreads. I don't mean to continue to talk too long, Keith, but this is real. I remember being in Miami when Dembo came to Miami, and before I signed the offseason, I had a couple offers, but I had previously been a Marlin, and they said, hey, I asked those guys, will it be an issue with my hair? I know back when I was with you guys previously, it was an issue about dreadlocks, cornrows, dreads, whatever it may be, but I keep my hair neat. I keep my hair upbeat. You know this. We keep it professional. We look good when we show up. But I remember when I showed up to spring training, Don Mattingly was my manager, and he literally hated calling me into the office multiple of times going, Cam, it's not me, it's the organization. I'm like, yo, I'm a notoriously bad spring training player. I just want to get ready for the season, and you're worried about my hair? So again, I think this is really amazing for the Yankees, the fan base, the Spanish fan base, the fan base that it is in New York. You see beards lined up to the T, crispy. So I love this, man. I love it.
Yeah, hey, I'm letting you go. That's why I have you on. You can speak to it at a level that I can't even come close to. I can relate to having the dreads, having the locks. I already told, my story, my piece of it. But like, what I leaned into last week, Cam? I went to the NBA and I went into, college football. I said, Jared McClain, who plays for the Sixers, he paints his nails. They accept him for who he is, and it's cool. But like 20 years ago, they would have been telling him take that off. And even Ryan Williams for Alabama, the wide receiver. He's got an NIL deal with a nail polish company. He's raking in money for the school and himself, painting his nails, and he's a dog. No one can say anything about him. So what I said was, there's going to be a young Yankee or a young free agent that wants to come to the Yankees, and he's got a social media following and presence, and it's a lot about his aura. Maybe he's got Goldilocks, maybe he's got a golden beard, or whatever color the beard is, or whatever the hair, who knows in the future, right? I kept projecting into the future. The future is now. They just got in front of it. They said, we don't need to have this issue down the line. It's been an issue behind the scenes. No one has really pushed back enough. Now is the time to end it. And I ask you about your son coming up, right? Your son has long hair. Your son could actually end up on the Yankees one day. And by the time, go ahead.
Organizations that he holds, you know, at a high, on a very high, you know, threshold, the Yankees, you know, and some of these organizations. So not to cut you off, Steve, but you're absolutely right. And I think about these conversations. I think about these, you know, it seems like it's minute to some people, but you'd be surprised when you talk about, you know, and I use myself as an example. I remember when I had, you know, my locks going. I remember when you know, the Marlins called me and they, you know, they pretty much pressured me to cut my hair. And I remember, you know, okay, I've always been an organizational guy. I've always been a team guy. And I remember cutting my hair, but I also remember feeling like I lost a little bit of.
Yep.
It just to be honest, it sounds crazy. You remember the old story of Stanton? He cut his hair, he lost strength. Like, there's something about, you know, the beard. When you see guys like Devin Williams, you know, as humans, as players, we do certain things, whether it's the arm sleeve, whether it's, you know, guys get tattoos, whether guys wear their earrings. These guys do things because it makes them feel a certain type of confidence before they go out and compete, right?
Yes.
You call it superstition, you call it what it want, you call it, you know, whatever you want to call it. It's real. Anybody who's ever competed, right? The normal fan who's ever competed, they remember that lucky band, that lucky wristband. It's the same thing, right? And I think people took it for granted because you associated with the Yankees. But at the end of the day, we're still human, right? So you talk about having a guy who, you know, you talk about the I just use the Latino fan base for, you know, instance, the Dominicans. That culture is used to having beards,
yes,
clean cut. They're clean. But it's like, if you're telling the guy I can go, maybe if I got to sacrifice a few million to go somewhere where I can be myself and still feel confident, yes, it matters. And I applaud Hal for his comments. I applaud him for, you know, doing his due diligence, reaching out to people and saying, you know what, it's time to, you know, switch it up. It's time to, you know,
evolve
with the times, you know. So, but I also think you can still keep it a standard. I was a guy that played the Yankees. They called me, my agent called me, hey, you willing to man, I'm shaving right now. But I also, as a fan and sitting around my peers, have been amongst conversations where guys are like, screw that, man. If it comes down to it, I would never do that. You know, so I think about a fan base, you know, who deserves the best. You look at the Dodgers, and I hate to bring it up. They have a atmosphere of be yourself, be you, tell your story, right? We're the Yankees. You're the Yankees. Be that. Tell your story through your spikes, through your hair, through your beard, or whatever it may be. And I applaud Al for, you know, not making it about him. His dad, who has created a monster, an epic franchise, maybe the most historic franchise in all of sports history, right? You can argue it. It's the Yankees. But I applaud him for, you know, updating and staying, you know, with what's going on right now and trying to give your organization the best chance possible to win. And this is him doing a move that it may seem small, it may seem crazy to some fans, but this is a part of how going, if we want to get Vladdy, you know what, Vladdy, we are going to sign you and you're going to keep that beard.
I laugh about Vladdy. He could be a Met. He could stay in Toronto, but now it's open for him to potentially be a Yankee with that beard. It's a long time coming for this. And Cam, you said something about the guys, aura, moxie, swag. Like, you know, you look good, you play good, you are good, you are good, they pay good. You know, it's deeper than that as well, because what I was saying earlier is these guys leave with that shaved beard. They go home like that, right? I just saw the trailer for the Red Sox Netflix series, and Tristan Costas is talking about how vulnerable you feel out there on the field because baseball is a sport of failure, right? So you got to go out there and fail, get booed, get mocked, have somebody throwing 100 miles an hour by you, you boot a ground ball, and you look in the mirror when you go home at night and you're like, I wish I had my beard. That's done. That's done.
100%, it's real, and I love the day and time that we're in, man. I've seen a lot of different eras, a lot of different decades, a lot of generations. I played in 3 different generations, and I love it. And I was a young guy that came in to be quiet, be seen, not be heard. If you're hurt, don't show up to the training room. Figure it out at home, in the house. Do your treatment at home. You better not. And I love the evolution of the game, and I think this is a part of it. And I appreciate where we are. And those are great points. It's big. And let's talk about this too. Like, just for example, Keith, how many times have we seen guys, great players, leading Yankees? What is the first thing they do?
Oh, they grow the beard out. Gleyber Torres, that's done now too.
That sounds stupid. First thing they do, grow that.
It's freedom. I'm free to do what I want.
I'm saying, bro, you got to embracing this. So, and yeah, you know what I think too? I think the majority of the fans, the day and time we're in, I think the majority of the fans are going to appreciate it. And I tell you, you out there with the creatures. You look around, bro. How many creatures are clean shaved, bro?
None. A lot of them are old. A lot of them have gray beards.
Great salt and pepper salties. You feel me? Like, come on, man. Like, I think we're at a time and era where I think little things go very far. It's going to create an extra type of buzz. I'm telling you, I'm excited. I know there are a lot of people who won't like it. And again, it's still an option. If you want to keep it going, keep it going. And there's going to be a few guys who like it. Listen, right now, I'm talking to you right now. My barber just got me right this past Wednesday. I'm clean shaven. Yeah, I told my homeboy like I'm on the Yankees 2005. I like it. I don't want, but certain guys, I think, listen, Devin Williams, watch how he goes out and shove now.
Hey, yeah, you know what I said? I said they saw that airbender pitch and they're like, wait, how? I was like, this guy's gonna be a free agent at the end of the year. Devin Williams is gonna be the guy that we remember. Like, he came in, he didn't make a fuss about it. I just met Devin. He's humble, he's quiet as kept. He wasn't gonna push back, he wasn't gonna say a word. He just fell in line. But you know what? The whole baseball world saw him for the first time without a beard, and they're like, yo, that's D-Train, that's the airbender. What are they doing to him? That's not right.
Point it to him. And Carlos Rodon, get you some slack, my boy. Get you a little aura.
Yes, Rodon, get back to your actual form that we signed you in and thought we were getting.
I'm just saying. I'm looking. Hey, I'm pulling up right now. I'm looking at ball. I'm looking at White Sox. I'm looking at Giant. Bring your little beard. Now we're gonna clean it up. Jordan, hey, our barber got the best barber in the game. Jordan's gonna get it right.
This is New York, Cam. Yo, that's another thing, Cam. Shout out to Jordan MVP Barber, Davey Cuts. I text Davey to see if Davey could come on because I think he's down there in Tampa. But like, I just saw a clip of Willie Adames talking about like, yo, they're in New York, right? Like part of the culture in New York, we got a barbershop on every other block. Guys get out of the chair feeling like $1 million to go to Yankee Stadium and flex on the weekend. The players can't look how they want to look.
Come on, baby. Hey, the boys are heading in the right direction. I'm gonna tell you that right now. It's that Goldsmith out there smacking stuff. Listen. Can I switch subjects real quick?
Yes, sir.
See Bellinger out there on his toes, gliding. I'm gonna tell you something as a center fielder. Look. I want to give a few nuggets. Cody Bellinger. I know a game when it's spring training, but something about being in those pinstripes, right? The uniform that his dad once daunted. He got a different type of. I'm telling you. I'm watching. I've been out there. He has a different type of look in his eye. He got a little gleam to him, you know?
Bro, seeing him go catch everything today, Cam. I was actually talking about Dominguez being in center field and him going to left. I shut up today after seeing him go make plays, cut off the right fielder, go make a play, get the ball, throw a runner out at second. I'm like, wait, Cody Bellinger is here. Like, there is no other center fielder.
Listen, I watched Curtis Granderson think, you want to get better? Go get extra work in left field. I don't want to hear nothing about the meat. You want to get better on defense, go get extra work on defense. His bat is going to be just fine. Cody Bellinger I watched him today, and I'm a center fielder, and I'm watching this guy's jumps, his reads, his communication. It's actually special that he can go play first base if you need him to, but the way he was gliding around and striding, like that's what a center fielder, he was playing it like a center fielder, man. Like I'm being real, like, yeah, you know what, Dominguez, you gonna play some left. If Cody's off his feet, we can play center, but Cody Bellinger is your center fielder.
Yeah. Good.
Still was set today. Cody Bellinger is center, Judge gonna be right. Dominguez, you will figure out how to play left. You're too athletic to not. You're too young and athletic. If you want to get better, get reps out there when we go home to the Bronx. Figure it out. Even
with Goldie, man, I know you hear everybody talking about who's going to play third base, DJ LeMahieu, Oswald Peraza, Cabrera. When I saw Goldie smack that first pitch that he connected on off the wall, he went and golfed it out. I'm like, wait, this is Paul Goldschmidt. If he is like 75% of what I know Paul Goldschmidt to be, I'm not as worried about the lineup as I am on paper.
The good Lord put a few people here to do a few things, right? Certain people are Paul Goldschmidt. He's going to be able to hit a baseball till he's 40 years old. You know what he needs? You know what Paul Goldschmidt needs? You know what he needs? Paul Goldschmidt needs a fan base that's going to hold him accountable. I don't give a damn how old you are. You better get it done. But guess what? It's going to bring out the best Paul Goldschmidt that we could get. Like, that's what you need. You need guys like Paul Goldschmidt around Aaron Judge. You know, guys like, I'm going to be real with, Aaron Boone. Shout out Aaron Boone. Kudos. Shout out to the Yankees. I've been in the trenches. He's a leader of men. I know sometimes the fans don't get the
Speak on it.
Sometimes the fans don't get the politically correct answer that they want to hear. Aaron Boone is a leader of men. Pat Murphy, certain guys, when I wake up before I brush my teeth, thank the good Lord for waking me up, I can't wait to go play for Aaron Boone. Like, he's a leader of men. So again, kudos for the Yankees seeing that and not getting caught up in the media. Listen, when the last time they've been to the World Series? I'll wait.
Last time they won?
No, when they've been there. Aaron Boone. We back.
Yeah, 114 days ago. I mean, they can get right back in this American League.
And Aaron Boone is the type of guy, as a player, I don't give a damn what the media says. He's a guy, he believes in me. The communication is right. He's going to set me up for success. Right now, the Yankees, I don't give a damn if it's DJ LeMahieu,
right.
Death, right? And Aaron Boone, this is going to be your opportunity. Lefties, righties, whatever it may be, star in your role. Now it's up to those guys to do what they do well. Star in your role when you got to face the lefties. Star in your role when you're going to be the pinch hitter, right? That's a different conversation, right? Now that's on the player. That's Aaron Boone. But what they have right now, people can say what they want. I love what they have. The depth, the arms. I'm telling you, it was fun to watch. It was fun to watch. Today was a good day for Yankees, for Yankees fans and Yankees organization. It was fun to watch.
Oh yeah, I came in here with the pinstripe hat on, my World Series jacket. I got pinstripe socks on right now. I was like, yo, this was a Yankee day. The way I woke up, people were blowing up my phone like I had a meeting with Hal. I was like, hey, all I did was do my little part on air. I'm glad that I'm living in this time where the Yankees actually said, yeah, we can pull back on that policy. We've changed enough, right, Cam? Like they have a patch on the pinstripes on the arm. They have a judge's chambers built in section 103, 104, right? They got the Nike swoosh over the pinstripes. Old Timers Day, the old timers don't even play anymore. Like, things have changed.
Exactly. Exactly. And you know what they have too? They have depth. Who was the lefty that threw today? Big, tall, nasty. Twins. Is it Brubaker? Who was it?
JT Brubaker was out there for a little bit, but then, yeah, I saw him late too. And that's the thing. We're in spring now. We're about to see, for real. One of the things I was most excited about is their pitching depth.
Trent Hedrick. Boy, I'm telling you, another one. I know we thinking about Tim Hill. I'm thinking about pieces. It takes 40 men throughout the season. Yankees, Cash, those guys deserve a lot of credit. I'm telling you. I know who did somebody who did that. As a player who's been in the trenches, one thing there's no stat for, Keith, is character. They put a lot of the right pieces in place, man. I'm telling you. So
hey, before I let you go, you said something. I got to ask you this question. This is for the Mets fans, right? Because when you talk about the characters, the clubhouse is something. It's important, and we had one of the greatest characters in the sport in the clubhouse in Juan Soto. His shuffle, his antics, his flair for the dramatic. But he's gone now, and there's a lot of people. When the Yankees got to Tampa, all the media could ask each one of them is, "What are you going to do without Juan Soto?" Or even the pitchers, "What happens when you face Juan Soto?" What are the Mets getting now with Juan Soto paired with Francisco Lindor and Pete Alonso and Mark Vientos and the run that they went on last year, now adding one of the best players in the sport?
Well, I figured this, and I've been killed for my tweet. And I said this prior to Juan Soto. It might have been prior to, it might have been him signing. I don't know. Whenever it happened. Again, my experience. The Mets culture, prior to him signing, it just seemed like a better fit. If that makes any sense, all right? I don't want to really, just because we had more time,
No, it is. We already been talking about it tonight. You speak about the Latin players. There's more Latin players over there. Latin manager, better fit. You've been in the Yankee pantheon. They got a ton of greats. Juan Soto views himself as the greatest of all time. He's got a better shot of going down as one of the greatest, if not the greatest Met, if he can go over there in the next 15 years and deliver championships.
And not even that. He's going down as one of the greatest Yankees, but I think the atmosphere, what the history of the Mets have been, right? Oh, I go back to when I was playing Omar Minaya, right? It was just, the whole team was Spanish, right? The whole team was Latin, which was great, right? And I think even now, they still have held on to that, and I kept that culture, and I love it, right? And I think it makes it fun. And I think when I look at Juan Soto's personality, again, to me, I know the money is one thing, Keith, but I just always just felt like that atmosphere fit Juan Soto. It had nothing to do with Aaron Judge. You talk about Lindor, you talk about, Castro. So many people that you just named. It seemed like that's what he would rather be around, right? Prior to the beard rule, little things, right? A lot less, a lot.
Yes, less buttoned up, less corporate, less rules. Really,
me, it seemed like it fit. So I think it's a great fit. They're getting a guy who I think is, my whole thing, and I always said, and I'll throw it out there, hurt or injured, Juan. You sign this deal, $800 million. I don't want to hear no.
Oh, he's gonna post. He's gonna play every day.
I want to see hockey shit. You got to post, bro. You got to post. They need you. You got to post. So that's the thing now. With the deal is great, but you got to post, bro. So I think they're getting the guy that they deserve. I think he.
That's what I thought he said.
The place that he was supposed to be in. I think the Yankees are actually better off. I think the Mets are better off. So I think it worked out on both sides, right?
There are arguments on both sides. Judge needs to be in right field. The Yankees did not need to tie up $760 million in one player that can't play defense everywhere when, the defense is what failed them in their finest hour.
Before MLB Network let me go, they killed me. I'm like, no, Harold. Aaron Judge is a right fielder. I don't care what he tells you. That's what he's saying, all the right things. Aaron Judge, your best Aaron, and even think about this. Aaron Judge is the MVP. Your best Aaron Judge is in right field.
Facts.
That's scary. Think about how scary that is. I stand on it.
The cannon. I can't wait till he's throwing people out again.
Center field to where they used to ask me, what position you play? I play center field. Oh, you play outfield? No, I play center field. And they got to the point where it's like, no, actually, I play outfield. Where do you want me now? Because I'll gladly go play left or right. Aaron Judge is the best. Aaron Judge is in right field. Cody Bellinger in center. Boy, Dominguez in left. That's, boy, all of a sudden now, too, the right pieces around them, Goldschmidt, Bellinger, it all worked out. Everybody went with it. Juan Soto went where he was supposed to go. Goldschmidt went where he was supposed to go this year. I'm telling you, I can't not wait to watch baseball this season, Keith. I'm hyped. So, please holler at me. I cannot wait. We can talk about it all year, brother.
Cam, you're the man. I appreciate you, bro. Enjoy the rest of your Friday night. You killed it as always.
Hey, man, you too. Keep doing what you're doing, bro. Keep paving the way. Keep inspiring, bro.
Will do. Ladies and gentlemen, that's Cameron Maben. I don't have to tell you anything else. You just heard everything from the guy right there. A great spot. Just did me a big favor coming on the Fan to let you know about being a Yankee and the facial hair policy and sharing his experience. Like, how dope is it? He's talking about Don Mattingly as his manager, telling him about, hey, we need you to cut your hair. And Donnie went through that with George, and then, you know, even giving you some nuggets on Judge and Soto. And I mean, he's got a ton of baseball knowledge. He's lived it. He's talking it now. He's great. He's one of a kind, man. And the little southern accent on all of it makes it that much better.
Wang, and on top of that, he agreed with me about Vladdy. He agreed with me.
I can't. I don't like Vladdy, bro. I don't want him. I never wanted him over here.
That's not wanting him is separate than they did this for the
Just in case it shakes out where, I don't know, Pete opts in, but Mets can have both.
Right, Vladdy has 3 offers at like $400 million each, and now he doesn't have to worry about shaving his beard because the Yankees don't worry about it anymore. That's all it comes down to.
I mean, that was great. Now, I mean, we have a full rack of calls, over 1,200 people watching live. Cameron Maben just crushed it. Let's take a break right here. I've only got like an hour left of this show. 888-808-1019. Call me up. Hit me with your thought, topic, question, whatever it is, quickly so we can get everybody through. KM to AM returns right after this. Yo, Maben is like that, bro. He's great. I gotta actually text him and thank him right now. Killed it, bro. Thank you. Let's see. Maben is a fun guy. For real. That was great. I know it was only for a season or two, but I miss him doing color on. Yes. Yeah, him and the Caser. I thought he provided excellent analysis and insight from his experience. Yes. From being on the field and in the clubhouse. Like, bro. So, I mean, me and Cam rap all the time. He just hit me back. And he said, anytime. I gotta remember to have him on during the season consistently. But like, Cam and I were both on MLB Network at the same time. When Cam was with the Yankees, I was with Bronx Pinstripes. And Cam was like, his celebration was giving everybody hugs in the clubhouse. And Bronx Pinstripes made this shirt, Hug Season, in honor of him, and those sold. So, yeah. What was I about to say? He's solid. I got to have him on. Let's see. Nicholas said, my fandom for the Yankees grows even more after today. I'm pumped about it, like Cameron Maben. Great call between the both of y'all. You should. If you're a Yankee fan, bro, you should be fired up. If you're a Yankee fan, bro, like, it's our time. Always been our time, but like, another time is coming up. The next thing I need them to do is stop playing Frank when we lose. It's all the way on and popping. I'll see y'all in spring training, and then I will see y'all in the Bronx. Let's see. Keith, are you planning to go back to Atlanta soon to see the Atlanta Braves? I'm going to go there for the All-Star game. I was there in August. I think the All-Star game is like July 15th. So I'll be down there in July, if not sooner for some other reason. I love the A. Chase for 28 podcast. What up, Keith? Happy Friday. Good week. Hell yeah, it was a good week. Great 2 weeks. Great month, man, with spring training getting started and just getting closer to the season. Let me know. I know you guys want me on the podcast. Hit my email and we'll set up the like Zoom call and put it in the calendar. We'll get that done. Acquiring Cody was a fantastic outcome for the Yankees for next year, as it opened up the possibility for either Tucker or Vlad to be in play. Yeah. I lean Tucker. I don't really want Vlad. Let's see here. Team full of guys looking like Brandon Marsh. Yeah, we've been using Brandon Marsh, Charlie Blackmon, Justin Turner. I've been throwing out James Harden. Who else did I say? Jason Worth. Let's see. I think Juan Soto won't be with the Mets. I say around 5 years the most. If he opts out, he's signing back with the Mets. Nobody's going to pay him that much. He's a Met for the rest of his career. Why aren't we utilizing the $15 million from Tampa? We should act like a small one. I was like, hey, even more reason to go get a bat. But they're gonna try and stay where they are with the luxury tax. They're a little bit over it, and they're gonna go with what they have, and we got to see how it goes. Yo, not talking Nets again. Yeah, I have to explain where Talking Nets went probably every week, but that's a sign that like people rocked with it, people cared. Sure, so it would cost anybody. All right, and we're back. I got 5 on it. Yeah, I got 5 on it as far as the next 5 minutes until we got to break and go to the update. So I said I wanted to get to the phones. Let's get to it, man. Derek is in Binghamton. Derek, you're on. I'm good. How are you?
Today made me even more mad. Today is a complete denigration of Yankees tradition. It started with New Era logo on the cap in 2017. Then it was the Nike swoosh on the front of the jersey in 2020. Today, 2023, it was the Star Insurance patch. Ridiculous. And today, it's the complete rejection of Yankee tradition. Next, it'll be names on the back of the jerseys. Next, it'll be Star Insurance at Yankee Stadium Field. It's gotten completely ridiculous. Don't even get me started about the ugly City Connect jerseys that you know and I know are going to come. I've had enough with this stuff. It's ridiculous. If a player wants to play for the New York Yankees, they should respect the tradition. The New York Yankees should offer them more than any other team because Hal Steinbrenner is spending less of revenue received than George did back in the 2000s. So I'm done. I haven't, I listen to the podcast now. 5 minutes in, I get angry because DJ LeMahieu is going to have 500 OPS in May, and they won't trade for anybody who's better at the trade deadline because of luxury tax issues. I've had enough.
So what are you about to do? You about to watch the WNBA instead? What are you about to do instead? What's the alternative?
Maybe I'll be the San Diego Padres fan because they're a lot more fun. Have a good night, Keith.
It's happened all across baseball. What are you talking about? You'll be a Padres fan? Why would you want to be a Padres fan? What have they won? They've got some players. They've spent some money too. See, Yankee fans just want to be mad on a Friday night at damn near 11 o'clock. He can't listen to his podcast because of DJ LeMahieu. DJ LeMahieu's not guaranteed to start. And all of that stuff you named is business, brother. New Era is a company. They make the hats. They're going to put their logo on the hat. That gets negotiated in the contract when they say, yeah, we're making the hats. Nike makes the jerseys. That gets negotiated in the contract that they're going to put that swoosh on it. Every team, not just the Yankees. The Yankees are not above teams. That was part of my thesis last week. You don't win like you used to. You don't dominate like you used to. You're not better than the rest of these teams. You don't have a World Series more recently than a bunch of these teams to act that way. Star Insurance patch, that's business. They're getting money. I think that's a $25 million deal for that. The Yankees are getting $15 million from the Tampa Bay Rays to use their new facility. It's business. They're not doing that to spite you. They're not doing that to piss you off. They're not doing that to make you mad. They're doing that to make money. Eric is in Yonkers on the fan before we go to break. You got it, Eric.
Hey, Keith, how are you? Long time no talk. Anyway, the reason why I called is I was born on 46th Street in the Bronx. My father used to take me, listen to this, walk to Yankee Stadium on 61st Street, which wasn't a big walk, I mean, it was, probably a little mile, less than a mile or whatever. And we used to go to the bleachers, 50 cents. 50 cents. It's unbelievable. How much does the bleachers cost now?
$2,000 in the World Series.
No, come on.
Yeah, it's $2,000 for the World Series.
You gotta be kidding me.
That's where we are.
The reason why I called is unbelievable. I know we lost to the Dodgers in the World Series. And let me ask you a question. Who would you rather face? Would you rather face the Dodgers next year or the Mets next year?
The Dodgers. I said the same thing a couple months ago when Mets fans were proclaiming we were heading towards a Subway Series. I said, give me the Dodgers. I'm good. I did the Subway Series when I was in like the 4th, 5th grade. Give me the Dodgers. The Dodgers was always the dream. It turned into a nightmare, but I want it again. I want another crack at it. Thanks for the call. 888-808-1019. My last hour coming up. You know what we do. Open mic time. KM to AM returns right after this. All right. Yo, what up, bro? I shot a video for my YouTube channel. We got some people watching on YouTube. And one of your questions is in my like AMA segment. So look out for that. It's being produced. How's that new spring training hat fit? Looks like it looks like so what I'll say about it, the front, see how it kind of like bows right here? And like I've tried to bend it up a little bit, but like because it is, see how shiny the material is? It's not wool. Like it does not bend the same way. So what I'm saying is right here, when you bend the hat, it bows out here and it doesn't I don't know. It doesn't fit like the wool hat, but it's sweet. That's why I've been wearing it backwards. I kind of like it only backwards, but I wear my hat back front. This one I'm probably gonna swag to the back just because I don't like the way that it bows when I wear it in the front. Let me see. I'll show you. You see what I'm saying? See how it looks like a puff? Looks like a freaking like it doesn't like. But that's because that's the material. I don't know. Maybe I got to sweat in it. Maybe I got to go down to Tampa, sweat in it. And maybe it'll change a little bit. Let me see. So the Marlins didn't necessarily have a hair policy. Cameron Maybin had long hair like this, and when he came up, or when he got to the Marlins, he came up with Detroit. But when he got to the Marlins, they wanted him to cut his hair. I'll screenshot a picture. He ended up having short hair in the end of his career, but basically Maybin was saying like when you're black, maybe some of y'all in the chat know how it is. When you're black, and there's literally a act now called the Crown Act, you get discriminated against, and they'll tell you your natural hair doesn't look a certain way. You got to clean it up. You got to cut it. And so what he was saying was, he kept his stuff clean or neat or whatever, but they needed him to trim it so that they couldn't see it or whatnot. And coincidentally enough, Don Mattingly was like, hey, bruh, see that little flow coming out of the back? He got the do-rag on under the helmet. They didn't want him to have that in Miami, but whatever, yo. I like the hat backwards, Keith. Thanks. I don't get how anybody could want a guy like Vlad after he's expressed so frequent. I'm gonna let that rock for a bit. Like clearly, he's got an issue. Clearly, this guy's got a problem. I wouldn't be paying him. I wouldn't pay him $400 million. I don't want Vladdy. Yeah, he can hit. He hits great in Yankee Stadium. I've been there. I was at Yankee Stadium that night. He hit 3 homers. Every time he homered, I moved to a different seat. Padres front office is basically falling apart. Yeah, I don't know why that guy said he wanted to be a Padres fan. But go. Like, go. That's what I'm coming. Watch. Watch how I come back into this hour, yo. Watch how I come back into this hour talking about these Yankee fans that hate the team. Leave. Go. So I said, what are you going to do? Watch the WNBA instead?
Good evening at 11 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Looked to be a measuring stick type of game, but the Cavs just dominated the Knicks 142-105. Knicks allowed Cleveland to shoot 61% overall. Jalen Brunson led him with 26. No Josh Hart again, missed the second straight game with the knee soreness. OG Anunoby did return, played 27 minutes, finished with just 5 points. Plenty of buzz about the Yankees finally removing the long-standing policy of no beards. Now, something that was implemented when George Steinbrenner bought the team, his son Hal, finally changing the policy that's been in place since 1976. So what does he think George would think about this reversal? "24 degrees, clear skies, Central Park, and it's happening." I'm Marco Belletti.
Okay, let's do it. All right. 888-808-1019, full record calls. I got to get through them. Shout out to everybody watching in the chat. Connor in the chat, was talking about Maben, and he's like, I didn't know Miami had a hair policy, and I had to think about it. Like, it was Yankee influence. Don Mattingly as the manager and Derek Jeter in the front office, taking that from New York down there. Connor writes, the Miami Marlins in 2016 adopted a hair policy, banning facial hair before softening it the next year and allowing it as long as it looked neat. No, and he says Maben played for the Florida Marlins in 2008 to 2010, but then he also played for the Miami Marlins in 2018. At that time, who was an executive owner and who was the manager? Two guys that were here under George and were taught a certain thing about, And another thing, before we take these calls, for any Yankee fans that are pissed off that the Yankees have ruined the tradition and you can't listen to your favorite podcast anymore without them bringing up DJ LeMahieu, and you want to go be a Padres fan, or go ahead. Go on. Go. Mitchell is in Lowell, New York on the fan. What's up, Mitchell? Well, this is a children's program. Can't do that. I know it's getting late tonight. Pete Hoffman is on his way for Loopy on a late night. You can't do that. A lot of children listen to this program. A lot of young guys, a lot of teenagers, a lot of young people, and I appreciate them. The future is now, and we got to keep it clean here. 888-808-1019. And it sounded like you might have had a beer or something. You might have just came in hot, and that's not what we were trying to do. Josh is in the Bronx. Josh is back on the fan. Josh is not there. That's rare. Hold. And let's go to Rob in Cape May, New Jersey. What's up, Rob? Oh, I know what's happening. All right, I know what's happened here. Paulie, come back in. Since we had to dump the caller, we got to reset on the other side of the glass since the F-bomb was dropped right away. Paulie, I had to dump Mitchell from Lowell. You could block him as well. I'm just kidding. I don't ever block anybody. Now, Rob and Cape May, are you there? There we go. We're good, man.
Get it back on track. I really enjoyed Cameron Maiden when he was his stint on the Yes broadcast and he was in the booth.
Yes.
Him to turn. He was a lot of fun to listen to. I remember one game he called RBI like a ribby, a steak. Out of baseball lingo, and I never heard that one before, and he never heard. So
Yeah, ribeye. People will use the steak emoji too when they're talking about RBI, ribeye, ribbies.
Okay, I'd never heard that one. I thought it was great. But I'm down for the City Connect uniforms. Also, I love that the beard policy's gone. I think you get your mojo back. And some people just look better, feel better with their facial hair. You know, it shouldn't be a big deal. I'm for it. And one more thing, I think if they get Arenado, that might be to put them over the top. But I just wanted to check in. Hope you're good. And I'll talk to you next time, Keith. Have a good night.
Thanks, Rob. Good hearing from you, bro. Yeah, I'm kind of off Nolan Arenado. I don't think that they're going to make that move. When you hear your owner talk about the 307, 308 million that they've already spent and not feeling like they need to spend more than that, they're good where they are. This is the team right now. And if they feel like they got to address a need before the trade deadline, they will. Am I disappointed? Yeah, because I want to go all in. I want to win the World Series. If it was me running it, it would be different. But it's not me. I can control what I can control. This microphone, this dump button, the things that I put in the air, the things that I say. I think that I've done my part. My next campaign is to get them to stop playing Frank when we lose. Stop. Just don't allow us to be trolled. Like if you're getting with the times, right? If you're evolving, just please know those Dodgers fans that were banging on everything in Yankee Stadium that stayed until that last out. They made videos trolling us in Yankee Stadium. Start spreading the L's, World Series. They have videos of their team running out on the field and Frank Sinatra playing, and that made their trip. That made their trip across the country. We could lose that. We could just play nothing. I know people want them to play That's Life. People have been hitting me talking about Liza Minnelli. We could just play nothing. Silence. Don't need to play our win song when someone else wins. Dione is in Brooklyn on the fan. What's up, man?
Hey, what's up, bro? Long time listener, first time caller. Yeah. I just want to first off by saying I'm not a Yankee fan. Don't really care about you guys that much. But the question I wanted to ask was back in 2016 when I traded Chapman, I had the upcoming of all those rookies coming, Glaber, Gary, Judge. Then
Greg Bird, Miguel Andujar, Clint Frazier.
Like, wow, I grew up in New York my whole life, and every year I see the Yankees buy their players. This is the first time I've actually seen them actually go with the movement and actually come up with their from their farm, like reach.
Homegrown, pat the pinstripes. Yep.
And then that window kind of shut closed because you guys are only stuck with as the moment I can judge. So my question is, you guys are the Yankee fans are so excited about the team. You guys made it to the World Series last year. You guys are the clear favorites this year to make it back. But my thing is, Cole last year missed time with elbow issues. Freed missed time last year with elbow issues. Rodon hasn't been the starting pitcher he was with the Giants. He's back to his White Sox days when he was just a rookie that they were hoping on.
Mm-hmm.
You guys have a rotation, I think, of at least 4 starters making at least over 15 or 18 mil, I think it is. Like, you guys, in 2 or 3 years, I really do not see you guys competing at the highest level like you guys can. The only place that I've been able to bring up that's been good is Gil. I don't consider Schmidt good because he has to stuff and stuff, but the guy cannot stay healthy.
Okay.
I think right now he has knee issues or back issues. I think it is. Like
He's got a cranky back.
yeah, okay, he's not that big. I get it. Beginning of the season,
Yeah, I don't know what it does. I don't know what it means.
are screaming for someone to be traded, but what that starting rotations you guys have with all those question marks. Who knows if Garrett Cole starts the season off with a Cy Young and then mid-June, mid-July.
No one knows. That's why we're gonna watch. That's why we're gonna pull up. Thanks for the call, Dion. Like, I'm picking up what you're putting down. This is a win now team. This is a closing window. I've been saying this for years on the Fan. I'm saying this as well as Aaron Boone gets a 2-year extension. It's a 2-year window, but you got a window. Like, it's win now. Not just because of the rotation, but because Judge is not getting any younger. Cole is not getting any younger. I had a take where I'm like, Stan might not be able to walk in 2-3 years. He might be actually done. Like, he might not. He's going to be so broken down. Frankenstein, what's Frankenstein going to be at 38, 37? Like, it's now. It's now. That's why I would go get Nolan Arenado. That's why I would spend the money and go way over the luxury tax. Whatever. We'll make it back if we win the World Series. So you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But, like, should Yankee fans not be excited about the season because of the potential for injury to Garrett Cole or Max Fried? They all could get hurt. Everybody has that potential. It's baseball. We've already seen guys taking pitches off their faces. I saw a video of Chris Bryant wearing one, Francisco Lindor wearing one. Like, somebody's going to get hurt. That's part of the game. Okay, Josh is in the Bronx again. Hello, Josh.
Keith, like I was trying to say, just keep it rolling. When you get down there and you see that spring training live and everything, you'll come back and you'll know what you have and everything. Just let the season play out and see where it goes. Thank you for taking my call.
Right on. Hell yeah. I know when I went down, what year was it? 2022? I wasn't really feeling it, but then after I went down to spring training and I saw everybody, I'm like, okay. We're going to be all right. They got some guys. Aaron Judge exists. Like, they're going to be all right. So they've got more than a few guys now. I'm not going down until the 17th, but that's okay. Because, like, I was watching the game today and I saw a lot of people in hoodies. Shout out to my boy Sean, Charlotte. I saw y'all down there with Caleb. Not even 1 year old yet, breaking these young Yankee fans in. It's cold. I don't know. I've gotten to the point now. I don't want to go to spring training when it's cold because I would like to be shirt off shorty, flexing the muscles at the pool, at the beach when I'm not at George M. Steinbrenner Field. If you're going to get on a plane, and right now getting on that plane is looking hella risky. If you're going to get on the plane to go to Florida, you want it to feel like Florida. So I'll go down there the 17th, the week of the 17th, 21st. I think I'm going to spring training. And by then that's the final touches, final tune up. Guys will be ramped up, throwing the ball. You'll see the actual like Yankees projected lineup. Judge will be playing. That's another thing too. Like Judge isn't playing until March 1st. Wells isn't playing. Like I'll wait until, Voltron is formed and we'll see. There's going to be some bumps and bruises along the way. That's baseball. That's all part of it. Luke is in Morristown on the Fan. What's up, Luke?
Hey, Keith, how are you?
Good.
I'm your second-time caller.
Thank you.
I listened to the amazing conversation, and your thoughts about Jared McCain painting his nails was pretty thought-provoking once I started thinking about it. And you said how it wouldn't have been accepted back then. And so I just had a question. Did you mean it wouldn't have been accepted by American culture in general, or by his hypothetical NBA peers 20 years ago?
Oh, he would have been bullied about it. And if he didn't have 1 million TikTok followers and young kids and Gen Z and younger supporting him, maybe he wouldn't have the courage to go out there and express himself like that. Him and Ryan Williams. Ryan Williams is amazing. The 17-year-old receiver from Alabama. If he had a better quarterback, he'd have better numbers. These kids paint their nails. Caleb Williams painted his nails, and people thought that he shouldn't be the number 1 overall pick because of it. Like, that is something that these younger guys are into. I wouldn't do that. I grew up, my mom did nails, right? My mom did nails, hair, stuff like that. I would never paint my nails, especially not to go into like a locker room, a field, but we've come a long way. You let people be who they are and express themselves how they want to. And in sports, the only thing that is supposed to matter is how you play. Like what you look like, where you come from, all that, whatever. It's can you play?
Exactly. Totally agree. If you paint your nails, whatever, if you go out there and produce, you're the best fan for the job. And I had one more question, if you got a minute. It was interesting. I had no idea that the Yankees and Marlins had those policies Megan was talking about. And it made me think about the NBA and Jordan, how they, that era was so clean cut. And then Iverson showed up and sort of changed everything. And everyone could sort of dress and be who they want to. And
yeah.
And it's interesting that the NBA culture is so holistic and together, and it's team by team in baseball. So
yes. Well, these guys change teams every year, and they run the league. The players run it is a players' league. It is a player-driven league. These guys, like, they wear street clothes. It's a fashion statement every time Ben Simmons is on the bench. LeBron is on the bench. Like, you know what I'm saying? Anthony Davis is on the bench. They used to have to wear suits, right? David Stearns wanted them to wear suits. David Stearns wanted them to look professional athletes. I mean, AI was showing up having his mom, do his cornrows on the bench. Like, he just pushed back and changed everything. AI was wearing fitteds and do-rags in the press conference. They wanted them to wear suits.
Gotcha. So he was sort of like rebellious almost.
Rebellious, but he was a trailblazer because every kid wanted to be Iverson. Every kid wanted the headband, the braids to the back, wanted to dress like him, wear his jersey. And what are you going to, it's business. What are you going to do? Stop your cash cow? No, you let your cash cow be him, and he's going to sell tickets and sell merchandise and sell sneakers. And that has happened over and over and over again.
Great point. And last question, Wembanyama out for the year. I don't know if you remember when Robinson got hurt, they got the number 1 pick with Duncan.
Oh, wow. I didn't even think about, yeah, go on.
If the same thing were to happen, would you go with Cooper Flag with the number 1 pick?
Whoever gets the number 1 pick has to take Cooper Flag, but Cooper Flag doesn't have to go to the number 1 pick. He go right back to Duke. Thanks for the call, Luke. 888-808-1019. And I think he's inclined to more than ever. People think he's joking. People are like, yeah, whatever. Like, no, why? He's a kid. He's at Duke. He's a big man on campus. He's their entire team. He's already a millionaire. If he doesn't want to play for the Washington Wizards and go to DC and leave, no, he can go right back and run it back and see where the chips fall next year. Why? Like, even with these NFL players like Carson Beck, bro, the move Carson Beck made from Georgia to Miami, and I just saw like he got his like Lamborghini or his Ferrari stolen. Him and his influencer girl, they live somewhere in Miami and they're parking their cars out on the street. Like, they won't get jacked. But you know what? They're making millions from NIL and influencer marketing. They have so much money. They don't care. They're not, and they're kids. They don't know. They're not thinking like someone's going to rob me. Like I said, Quinn Ewers should go back to school. Quinn Ewers going to get drafted in the 3rd round, 4th round or something. You can make more money transferring again. The transfer portal and the NIL makes it like these kids can do what they want. You can transfer. Okay, Arch Manning's going to be the starter. Why go to the draft? You're undersized. You don't have that great a tape. You might be QB5, like if that. They're putting this kid out of Louisville up on the. I can't wait till we actually get to the combine and start looking at these kids throw and run and post their numbers. But like slowly, this kid Tyler Shuck, spelled show, like SHOUGH, his name is starting to pop up a lot. They say he's just a pure thrower, and he started out at Oregon, went to Texas Tech, then Louisville. He's starting to rise up. Remember the name, Tyler Shuck, but pronounced pronounced Shuck, but spelled show like though, but SHOUGH. Tyler Show out of Louisville. I'm like, man, let the games begin. But like, if I have the option as a college quarterback to go somewhere else, start, get another year of development, get another year of NIL millions, be big man on campus, pull up the parties, have all the girls, do like, why would you go to the NFL and sit on the bench? Jonathan is in LA. Jonathan, you're back on the Fan. Congratulations on the birth of your baby girl.
Guys, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that, brother.
And well, let me start off by saying this, bro. You called it. I think it was a week and a half ago or 2 weeks, man. That regarding the airbender shaving his. I mean, you put it perfectly, bro. They took off his aura, you know. I mean, that's like your swag, I guess. And someone like a man, bro, you do feel better sometimes with your beard. We're in 2025. We're not in 1976 anymore. But it was perfectly done by Hal, man. It's well groomed beard. You know, you don't want like looking like the guy from Philadelphia. You know,
Brandon Marsh, yeah.
cool, man. And hopefully we get 2019 Garrett Cole in the World Series, man. Back with the beard, man. That guy was nasty in the mound. But I think the Yankees, one of the next things they should do, and you call it too, is like they gotta take off the Frank after we get the L's, bro. Because
I'm working on it, bro.
These Dodgers fans mocking us with singing Frank. It was just embarrassing for us. It was just the worst, man. And one more thing, man. It's crazy how much hate you get, my God. It's crazy. I see some posts that there regarding the Knicks on WFA,
the fan. Hey, they be tearing me up online, bro. I be getting dragged.
Yeah, man. But I mean, bro, I'm not a big fan of a lot of shows, just a few. And let me tell you something. You're up there with one of the best shows that I listen to every day, man.
Thank you.
Thank you for my daughter, brother. And have a good weekend, my guy.
God bless you and your family in those early days of the newborn baby phase. And I know I always get people like, yo, don't worry about the haters. I'm not. If I was worried about the haters, I wouldn't be here right now. I'd call out sick. I'm not up for it tonight. Paulie, you fill in, do the 5-hour show for me. I like it. It's fun. I talk to people. Someone hit me on Instagram. They're like, Keith, yo, keep doing your thing. I like that you show up in the comments. I'm like, I have a phone. I have some time. I don't have all the time. There's sometimes I'll literally go back and forth with somebody. I'll be like, yeah, I don't have time to keep going back and forth with you. Or somebody else will jump in. It's an A-B conversation and they need to see their way out. And I'm like, I don't have time to insult all of you online. I got to go to the gym. I got to take my son to the playroom. Or now my son wants to go outside. Or like now I got to go on this business call. Or I got a podcast to do. Or I got to go pick my wife up. I got all day to go back and forth with y'all online. But if you want to call 888-808-1019. I'll talk to you on the fan. We got to take another break. One more after this. Keith McPherson on the fan. I'll be right back. Rolling. Why not try trading Stroman and dumping some of his money? Trade for Arenado. I'm a Met fan, so maybe I'm missing something, but it makes so much sense in my head. It makes sense to all of us. Easier said than done. If it was that simple, it'd be done already. I did not like the Dodgers playing I Love LA in the stadium. I was heated about that. Did they do that? That didn't happen. I don't recall that I Love LA. Like I don't recall that. Maybe they did that in their stadium. That's what you're talking about. Yeah, after Freddie Freeman walked us off grand slam against Nestor, they played it. They always play it. You know the crazy thing? I used to literally love LA and going to Dodger Stadium, just seeing their ballpark and their culture. When I used to play video games, I used to always play with Dodger Stadium. They have so much history in that ballpark. Their fans are diehard. It's across the country. It's beautiful out there, Chavez Ravine. But since they beat us in the World Series, like, can't fuck with them. And not even just like beating us in the World Series, but like beating us and then going on podcasts and talking about it, and still Joe Kelly talking about it and making shirts and memes, and then like making fun of Fat Joe. Like, bro, as Yankee fans, we got a lot of pride and pinstripes and tradition and all that, but we got absolutely cooked, yo. We got cooked. Yo, think you could get the 53 back time out of here so I can get to the tunnel? Bet. Actually, I'm going to hit the BR right now. Never really got to the Carlos Mendoza clips. Yeah. Cam really came in, and I wanted to do it, but he went longer than I thought he was going to go. I thought he was just going to talk, but like, you don't really cut off a guy like that that's going like that, and calls keep coming in. So I'll tell people, hey, go back and listen to Evan and Tiki at 3:30 if you want to hear it. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to plug Evan and Tiki's interview with Mendoza. That's fine. We can get to 52 straight from here. Let's just do that. And if you don't know, now you know. Rest in peace, Valletta Wallace passed away at 78 years old, mother of the notorious B.I.G. It was all a dream. Used to read Word Up magazine. Salt, Pepper, and Heavy D up in the limousine, hanging pictures on. You guys know. I'm running out of time. If you do want to hear the Carlos Mendoza cuts and interview, go back in the free Odyssey app to around 3:30 today. Evan and Tiki had Mets manager Carlos Mendoza on. It was a good conversation. Mendy's a good guy. And, Boone came in physically to talk to BT and Sal, but at least they were able to get Mendy to call in. Maybe next year, Mendy will pop into the studio. All right, let me take the rest of my calls. We're going to go straight up to the end of the show. A ton of calls. Over 1,300 people watching live right now at 11:30 on a Friday night. I appreciate everybody so much, man. It's so much fun to get to just talk sports and pass time and go back and forth and do interviews. Shout out to Dave Sims and Cameron Maben joining me tonight. Like, it was all a dream. Like, this is literally a dream for me to get to do this with all of you. So I thank you for it. 888-808-1019. Mike is in Brooklyn on the Fan next. What's up, Mike?
What's up, man? Thanks for taking the call.
No problem.
And shout out to the new dad out in Cali, man. That's awesome.
Oh, well, he that's his second child, but he just his son Bash usually calls, and they're big Yankee fans, but they're out in LA. They got to deal with all of the Dodge. I couldn't imagine. I got to meet them. They came to the ALDS in the bleachers, and I followed him on Instagram, and he just had his daughter. So I just know what those first days are like coming out of the hospital, and it's a blessing, but it is a lot.
Oh yeah. I called before. I'm like unfrozen sports fan where I took some time off, but now that I'm just home every day with 2-year-old twins, I listen to the Fan. But all new guys over the last like 15 years since I was really into sports. But I appreciate you guys, getting me through the day and all the things that need to be done. I called earlier and was sort of making the point, but like I wanted to go back to the tension between the brand, the individual player as the brand versus team as the brand. And Hal said it's about winning. It's the bottom line. That's what his dad would have said. But when I read just a little bit about, when when George first instituted it, the word was discipline. And that's what Jeter quoted when he was talking about his years there, that Mr. Steinbrenner wanted to instill discipline. Now, he's coming out of the Air Force. Steinbrenner was in the Air Force. I guess that's the story. He got, he saw the national anthem in '73, I think a year or so after he bought the team, and like 4 or 5 guys, their hair kind of flopped out of their hats, and he was like, nope. And now on the other end of it, you can make a case that we're in a post 9/11 global war on terror. These are special forces. Like the cultural turn has been men thinking that special forces beardo guys are cool, and so it's part of the machismo of like the 21st century. So I find it interesting that it's related to the military on both ends.
Yeah, no, that's an excellent point that hasn't been made tonight. But I think through the course of talking about this the last couple of weeks, I've had military people reach out. I've had police officers reach out. I think I did get one call where they were like, "Hey, it's even gotten a little lax in military spaces. They're letting guys have beards. Obviously, you can't have a full on James Harden beard, but like they're letting men be men and grow their facial hair out. And just times have changed. It's just a sign of the times. Thanks for the call, Mike, and God bless you as well at home with the twins. And we're happy to be here for you at WFAN. 15 years and different hosts and different styles and different fandoms and just different takes and I've said this a lot in the last few weeks as I've just done research and studied and tapped in on other markets. And, what makes WFAN special, this is New York City. It's the city that never sleeps. Like Hoff is coming up after me, somebody up after him, all through the weekend. And you can hear a live person. You can call that person. You can interact with that person. It is not like that in every city. It is automated in other cities. There are some cities that just have a national show, you know what I'm saying? So like the fact that we have live breathing humans coming in with, their run a show and their takes and talking, I think that's cool because like wherever you are, whatever you're doing, radio has that type of dynamic, right? It's very intimate. It feels so one-on-one, but there's so many of us right now, listening and calling and doing this all together. Richie in New Haven, Connecticut, back on the fan.
Hey, let's go, bro. I've been waiting on you, man. And you know what? Baseball needs this, man. We need swagger. All right? I'm a Yankees fan. I am so happy that they finally, changed their policies. We need swagger. My favorite baseball player is Ken Griffey Jr. with the hat to the back, swagger. We need swagger. Let's make baseball fun again.
Yeah.
So, no need for, you can't shave your beard or this or no need for that. Let's bring it back. Let's make baseball fun again. That's it. I'm a big Yankees fan, and hey, I can't wait to see you out there at stadium, man. I'll be looking out for you, bro.
Richie, I'll see you soon, man. I'm not hard to find. And yeah, I had a take that got put on a quote card last week where I'm like, yo, it's supposed to be fun. It's not fun to have to go shave. It's not fun to have to part with a part of yourself. It's not fun to have people online talking about how much different you look and how you lost your swag and your aura and all this stuff. The Yankees changed. I think Devin Williams is going to be remembered as the player that was acquired that shaved and looked different. And then the Yankees sat down and had the conversation and they said, we don't need to be so hard on this anymore. And let's see, maybe the Yankees are grittier. Like I was saying earlier, maybe this is the Bronx Beard Gang or the Bearded Bombers. Or, what if they win the World Series the first year that they have beards? Forever, people are going to be like, hey, not for nothing. They had a little bit of a drought. They made it to the World Series. The next year, they let these guys grow their beards back, and they figured it out. Peter is in Manhattan on the fan in New York. What's up, Peter?
It's a great show, great show. Just with three quick comments, if I may. So the interview you had with Dave Sim before, great interview. It was pretty interesting that it sounded like we feel less in the World Series. So just for the record, Seattle came into existence, the marriage in '69. So they never made the World Series. And one of the major players on that team was Brett Boone.
Yeah. Not to cut you off, Peter. Did you hear the interview with Dave Sims around like 8:15?
Great interview.
Right. So he stopped me dead in my tracks because he was the announcer for the Mariners and he knows how they feel out there, like making it to the World Series. But like, I don't know. We're little brother now, so we gotta be ashamed of losing in the World Series last year.
On that, but they never made it in the 55 years of existence. And 2 points with the facial hair. So back in history, in 1972, Charles Finley of the Oakland A's, he paid his players $250 to grow a mustache, and they ended up. And back then, Keith, they didn't have free agency, so $250 meant something to the players, so they all grew mustaches, and they ended up winning the World Series 72, 73, 74. And the final comment is George Steinbrenner. You know, he did, he held his place to high standards, but he did get convicted for making illegal payments to Richard Nixon.
No, no one says that. I don't ever go as far as saying that. I always say you guys only want to highlight the good. No one ever brings up the bad.
Exactly. And again, finally, Billy and Simon should be in the Hall of Fame. The fact that it's great. It's interesting. Anyway, Keith, thanks for taking my call, and you be well.
Thanks for the call, Peter. 888-808-1019. George wasn't perfect. May he rest. I know when we evoke his name and when we bring him up, especially in a way to criticize Hal, like I said, Hal can't say anything. He's not allowed. Anything Hal says, he could say it with conviction. Like anything Steve Cohen says, they're like, hey, I love how you say that, Dan Nutter. Don't nobody say that, Dan Nutter, like you say that, Dan Nutter, Steve. Hal, they're like, shut up, Hal. Sell the team. No, Hal. Spend some money. No, Hal. That's not it. Hal won today, though. He won changing his father's policy, and he won answering the question about the payroll in the way that he did. I know we want another back. I know we want them to go way past the luxury tax. He's telling you, no, we don't have to. I don't feel like that's the recipe to win. Now, if he's wrong about that, he's going to have to wear it. If he's wrong about that, he's going to have to face the fans. But he stood on business. He said, does having a huge payroll really increase my chances of winning a championship? I'm not sure there's a strong correlation. They're trying to balance some things out. Man. 888-808-1019. Nick is in Helmeta on the Fan. Hello, Nick.
Hey, what's going on, Keith? Great show tonight.
Thank you. Thanks for calling.
Third base is a position of desperate need for this team. There's a 6-time platinum glove winner, 10-time gold glove winner who hasn't lost a step at all with the leather. Worried about his legacy, saying he's working on slimming down, fast twitch muscles. He's trying to bring back his power stroke. The man turned down a trade to Houston because he's not moving his family unless the situation's right. What better spot than New York to bring back what all the tri-state area is so hungry for in another World Series? You can't be cheap here. You have a chance to grab a Hall of Famer in Arenado at a discount. We just changed the facial hair policy. The man don't even got a shave. This team was just in the World Series. We're going to pass because of budget? Nah, bro. They got to make this move and make it now. Let's go, Yank. Let's go, Devils. Bring back the cup home to the dirty Jersey, baby. Let's go.
And thanks for the call, Nick. See, I queued you up right after I said what I said about how there's a contrast right now. I am kind of just defeated in all of it. Like there's nothing I can do. People want to give me credit for changing the facial hair policy. I told you I couldn't do anything about that, and I don't know. I don't think that they're budging. I think if they were going to get Nolan Arenado, they would have got him already. If you listen to Jack Curry today, Jack Curry calling the game was like, we told you on Hot Stove they weren't pursuing him. And it's almost too good to be true. It's almost so easy that he's sitting over there in St. Louis and they're not competing. And Marcus Stroman was showcasing himself today for an inning. I'm like, okay, I guess. Yeah, I guess the Cardinals blew up the phone lines. 888-808-1019. We want Marcus Stroman. We'll send you Nolan Arenado. It's not that simple. They are going with the options that they have. They reduce payroll some, but they're still over the luxury tax. And I'm tired of beating my head into the wall over it. I'm tired of talking in circles. I told y'all, as soon as I learned about Stanton being hurt, like if they knew Stanton was going to be hurt, you don't have your DH. And you obviously have a competition at third base between three guys that nobody's really excited about. And if that's how you plan on, going on your war path, blazing your trail back to the World Series, your revenge tour, then we don't see eye to eye on that. But I'm a fan of the team. What am I supposed to do? I'm not going to go be a Padres fan. I'm going to hope for the best. I'm going to watch the team and root for them. And if I disagree, I disagree. But I don't get to make the decisions. Like I said, today, watching Paul Goldschmidt in the Yankee uniform, watching Cody Bellinger in the Yankee uniform, even seeing Dominguez with number 24, even seeing Peraza get a little knock. I'm like, all right. Once you actually see the guys play, and I know they're playing the Tampa Bay Rays with who knows who on that team, but once you see the guys play and once you see the guys out there, it kind of eases the urgency a bit. It kind of makes you feel a little, at least me, a little bit better about, okay, the cupboard is not completely bare. It's not like they have nobody. And they didn't play a lot of their guys. They came out right away. They scored some runs. They have pitching depth. We saw some good things today, and that's just the first game. That's just the first spring training game, and we have games now popping up here a few times a week. Hopefully, everybody stays healthy, and maybe they surprise us, right? Even looking at like JC Escar and hearing about him, I was down on JC. I'm like, this is the backup catcher. This guy's never played in Major League Baseball. Like, that's a risk. Who knows, man? Who knows? The Yankees just changed their facial hair policy. That should at least give you the belief that they'll change what they're saying right now. They might, if there's one injury, or we go through these next 2-3 weeks and they see a glaring hole and need, they might change their stance on, okay, we spent enough, and they might try and make a trade or sign somebody else. But I think this is a team, at least for now, and I think you don't see a move until we get closer to the trade deadline, and they're content with that. And that is what they, remember when the Yankees were supposed to audit themselves, have a third party audit them and tell them what they were doing differently than the rest of the league, and then they didn't do that? Like, maybe if they did that, somebody would have told them, hey, you've got some spotty defense here, and this could come back to bite you at the most inopportune time. But nope, they're going to keep going. They're going to keep going with what they have. And like I said, my whole stance earlier this week, I was like, damn, Cash, you made all these moves to still have holes. They don't feel like the holes are as gaping as we see them to be. They don't have the urgency to go get a Nolan Arenado like we do. And what can you do? You can put on a team? You're going to pick another team? Every team has holes. Every team can use an upgrade. Every team is probably having conversations in their fan base like this. We just have the largest fan base. We just have a radio station. We just have 100 podcasts, a bunch of popular fans that talk about the team, and it's just extremely loud. Matif is in Smithtown on the Fan. What's up, man?
Hey, Keith. First time calling the Fan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Been following you on social media for a while. So,
thanks.
Just want to talk about the Yankees third base situation right now. Obviously, it's a bit frustrating with the options they have internally, but I think the Yankees are going with a 1-year stopgap short third baseman, because next year the third baseman Murakami is coming over from Japan next year, and I think the Yankees are going to have interest in him. So that's why I think.
But now you can't say his name without assuming he's going to join his World Baseball Classic teammates in LA.
Yeah.
That's just what, that's what everybody says.
Yes, I just don't think the Dodgers really have a fit for him right now.
The Dodgers do not care. From what I've seen with the Dodgers, they'll figure something out. They'll make a fit. They'll trade somebody. You think, obviously, Freddie Freeman, the MVP of the World Series, is there, and if Munetaka Murakami wants to come to LA and defer some money, they'll find a way.
I hope they don't add him, because I would like him on the Yankees.
I'm right there with you, brother. Right there. I've been on this guy since the World Baseball Classic, because a little report came out and said he's a Yankee fan. There was also a report that said Roki Sasaki loved Masahiro Tanaka and he was a Yankee fan. That didn't do anything.
Yeah, man. Hey, if he wants to go up here now, he can. So if he wants to come here, hopefully that can drive him over here from the Dodgers. But
more incentive.
More incentive. All right, thank you, man.
Thanks for the call. You as well. 888-808-1019. Like, if being a Yankee wasn't good enough, being a king in New York, being the toast of the town, having 40,000 fans on a random Tuesday in June out there yelling and screaming and cheering you on, and well, now you can have your beard while you do all that. 888-808-1019. And now, as we talked about earlier, maybe the beard policy too. There's also a lean of, hey, the Dodgers are deferring money. The Dodgers are getting everybody. And you guys are turning guys away that want to have a beard. Enough. And they decided, they decided, let's not count against ourselves. I think that's a smart business move. I think that's a smart thing in life. Don't do things that count against your greater good. For what? That's what I was screaming about last week. What purpose does it serve? Discipline? These guys can be disciplined. These guys can be disciplined with beards. They were clean shaven last year. They weren't disciplined enough to get the 3 outs they needed in the 5th inning. Done. Mike is in Dunellen on the Fan in New York. Yes, Mike, you're live.
I wanted to say was I like the Yankees policy of no names on the jersey. Yeah.
Yeah, that should stay.
And then I don't understand the facial hair policy because Don Green had that mustache like Burt Reynolds, and it was cool. And that's it.
That's it. Thanks, Mike. Yeah, Pete Hoffman is coming up next. Donnie Baseball had the mustache, and a lot of these guys, like Austin Wells, has the mustache. They grow what they can grow. Like if you can, sure, the mustache gang, the Oakland A's. But like, let's talk about the names on the back for a second, because I think I heard Sal and BT going into like, what's next? Nothing is next. This was overdue. But there will be something next. Do I expect them to put names on the back of the jerseys? No. But that's another thing we talk way too much about. They sell jerseys with the names on the back. I saw Nancy Newman put out a tweet from Yankee Stadium lined up with all the new guys. Like, that Goldschmidt jersey is nasty work. A 48 with Goldschmidt written on the back. Some grown-ass man is copping that on opening day. Some grown Yankee fan is wearing that. He's going into the team store paying full price for a Goldschmidt or a Bellinger across the back. You feel me? Like a Williams. Not me, but I'm not going to knock you for doing it. Do what you want to do. Let people enjoy things. Let people be who they are, like growing their beards out. They will never have those like names over the pinstripes on the field. They don't have to. But there might be a City Connect uniform. There might be an alternate uniform. And if you are a grown man that wants to, like, I don't understand a grown man wanting the other, unless that's your last name. But even so, the kids, I understand, because kids want the jersey and they want other kids to see them. Like, Judge, like you guessed it. If the 99 didn't give it away, there's a JUDG on the back. Chris is in West Babylon, New York. You got it, Chris. Thanks, man.
Not going to take the gig. It sounds stupid, but every day shaving it is like something that affects your life.
Yeah, I'm with you, bro. I told my story about growing my hair out, and I didn't know where I would land or what my job would be, but I was like, I'm gonna be me, and they're gonna have to accept it. If they don't want me, then I don't want them. And like that's where we are in 2025. Like, I don't know how many players we probably actually missed out on that, like whether they were free agents or trades. I told my story about Luis Castillo. I heard Morash mention Luis Castillo in the afternoon show. I physically was in LA with him, and it was the All-Star game before they pivoted and traded for Frankie Montas. Maybe they pivoted. Well, one, we know the price was too high. They weren't gonna get rid of Volpe, and they weren't gonna get rid of Peraza. But also, when I talked to Luis Castillo, I put the picture on my Twitter. He's got a beard and long hair down his back. And my hair wasn't even close to as long as his, but I said to him, like, you ready to cut your hair? And he kind of gave me like a no. Like, no, like these guys don't want to conform. They don't want to lose their swag, who they are. Like, that's part of his look, man. And, if he would have been traded to the Yankees, it might have been a thing with Luis Castillo. Like, I don't want to cut my locks. I don't want to cut my hair to pitch for you.
Not the same as it used to be. Nowadays, players are brands, and like
yes,
to cut their hair or do something that may be a reason that younger kids follow them and copy their stuff.
Man, Every time these guys cut their hair, when Vladdy cut his hair, everybody said, oh, he lost his aura. Derrick Henry cut his hair. Oh, no, what happened to Derrick Henry? Justin Jefferson just cut his hair. Oh, why'd he cut his hair? Like, so there are some of these guys that understand, like, no, this is me. This is my image. This is how I got on. I'm starting to feel that now. Like I have to keep my hair. Thanks for the call, Chris. My mom never wanted me to have long hair, and I didn't even know I was going to have locks. The pandemic hit. They closed the barbershop. My hair started to lock, and then next thing you know, it turns into what it is now. But my mom was always afraid I was going to get racially profiled, harassed, because of my look. Now, mom's, I love your hair. Your hair is so nice. You got to keep it now. People are starting to get to know you like this. People are recognizing you like this. You're doing your modeling. You're doing this. Like, you're on TV. Like, you got to keep the hair. I know, Ma. Love you, Ma. Love y'all for listening. You gotta follow Damon Darlington on Instagram. He's a comedian. He goes and talks to people in the grocery store. He tells people he loves them. He offers them $1. They don't want the dollar. Like, got $1? Nope. All right. Well, if you don't got $1, I'll offer you $1. And then after they like get tired of him, he's like, love you, Bo. In love with you. Yo, look at that. A-Rod back in Tampa at Yankees camp. All right, Pete Hoffman's coming up next. I got to go home. Thanks, guys. Catch you Monday. I'm out of here. Good night.
I don't hate the Mets. These are my Mets.
That's good.
Hear that? That's the beginning of a journey.
All right, yo. Yo, thanks for watching. I would say like subscribe or follow me or whatever, but you don't have to. Tell a friend to tell a friend. If you like what you saw, if you like what you heard, there's so much more on the way. But I got to go and catch the train. So good night.